The Big Bounce by Walter S. Tevis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Seeing it in action, anybody would quaver in alarm. What hath Farnsworth overwrought? The Big Bounce by Walter S. Tevis. "Let me show you something," Farnsworth said. He set his near-empty glass, a Bacardi Martini, on the mantel and waddled out of the room toward the basement. I sat in my big leather chair feeling very peaceful with the world, watching the fire. Whatever Farnsworth would have to show tonight would be far more entertaining than watching TV, my custom on these evenings. Farnsworth, with his 4 labs in the house and his very tricky mind, never failed to provide my best night of the week. When he returned after a moment, he had with him a small box, about 3 inches square. He held this carefully in one hand and stood by the fireplace dramatically, or as dramatically as a very small, very fat man with pink cheeks can stand by a fireplace of the sort that seems to demand a big man with tweeds, pipe, and perhaps a saber wound. Anyway, he held the box dramatically, and he said, "Last week I was playing around in the chem lab trying to make a new kind of rubber eraser. Did quite well with the other drafting equipment, you know, especially the dimensional curve and the photosensitive ink. Well, I approached the job by trying for a material that would absorb graphite without abrading the paper. I was a little disappointed with this. It sounded pretty tame. But I said, 'How did it come out?' He screwed his pudgy face up thoughtfully. 'Synthesized the material all right, and it seems to work. But the interesting thing is that it has a certain, secondary property that would make it quite awkward to use. Interesting property, though. Unique, I'm inclined to believe.' This began to sound more like it. 'And what property is that?' I poured myself a shot of straight rum from the bottle sitting on the table beside me. I did not like straight rum, but I preferred it to Farnsworth's rather imaginative cocktails. 'I'll show you, John,' he said. He opened the box, and I could see that it was packed with some kind of batting. He fished in this and withdrew a gray ball about the size of a golf ball, and set the box on the mantel. 'And that's the eraser?' I asked. 'Yes,' he said. Then he squatted down, held the ball about an inch from the floor, dropped it. It bounced naturally enough. Then it bounced again, and again. Only this time was not natural, for on the second bounce the ball went higher in the air than on the first, and on the third bounce higher still. After half a minute my eyes were bugged out, and the little ball was bouncing 4 feet in the air and going higher every time. I grabbed my glass. 'What the hell?' I said. Farnsworth caught the ball in a pudgy hand and held it. He was smiling a little sheepishly. 'Interesting effect, isn't it?' 'Now, wait a minute,' I said, beginning to think about it. 'What's the gimmick? What kind of motor do you have in that thing?' His eyes were wide and a little hurt. 'No gimmick, John. None at all. Just a very peculiar molecular structure.' 'Structure?' I said. 'Bouncing balls just don't pick up energy out of nowhere. I don't care how their molecular structure is put together, and you don't get energy out without putting energy in.' 'Oh,' he said, 'that's the really interesting thing. Of course you're right. Energy does go into the ball. Here, I'll show you.' He let the ball drop again, and it began bouncing higher and higher until it was hitting the ceiling. Farnsworth reached out to catch it, but he fumbled, and the thing glanced off his hand, hit the mantelpiece, and zipped across the room. It banged into the far wall, ricocheted, banked off 3 other walls, picking up speed all the time. When it whizzed by me like a rifle bullet, I began to get worried, but it hit against one of the heavy draperies by the window, and this damped its motion enough so that it fell to the floor. It started bouncing again immediately, but Farnsworth scrambled across the room and grabbed it. He was perspiring a little, and he began instantly to transfer the ball from one hand to another and back again, as if it were hot. "Here," he said, and handed it to me. I almost dropped it. "It's like a ball of ice," I said. "Have you been keeping it in a refrigerator?" "No, as a matter of fact, it was at room temperature a few minutes ago." "Now, wait a minute," I said. "I only teach physics in high school, but I know better than that. Moving around in warm air doesn't make anything cold except by evaporation." "Well, there's your input and output, John," he said. "The ball lost heat and took on motion. Simple conversion." My jaw must have dropped to my waist. "Do you mean that little thing is converting heat to kinetic energy?" "Apparently." "But that's impossible." He was beginning to smile thoughtfully. The ball was not as cold now as it had been, and I was holding it in my lap. "A steam engine does it," he said. "A steam turbine. Of course, they're not very efficient." "They work mechanically, too, and only because water expands when it turns into steam." "This seems to do it differently," he said, sipping thoughtfully at his dark brown martini. "I don't know exactly how. Maybe something piezoelectric about the way its molecules slide about. I ran some tests and measured its impact energy in foot-pounds and compared that to the heat loss in BTUs. It seems to be about 98% efficient, as close as I can tell. Apparently, it converts heat into bounce very well. Interesting, isn't it?" Interesting? I almost came flying out of my chair. My mind was beginning to spin like crazy. "If you're not pulling my leg with this thing, Farnsworth, you've got something by the tail there that's just a little bit bigger than the discovery of fire." He blushed modestly. "I'd rather thought that myself," he admitted. "Good Lord, look at the heat that's available," I said, getting really excited now. Farnsworth was still smiling, very pleased with himself. "I suppose you could put this thing in a box with conversion fins and let it bounce around inside." "I'm way ahead of you," I said, "but that won't work. All your kinetic energy would go right back to heat on impact, and eventually the little ball would build up enough speed to blast its way through any box you could build." "Then how would you work it?" "Well," I said, choking down the rest of my rum, "you'd seal the ball in a big steel cylinder, attach the cylinder to a crankshaft and flywheel, give the thing a shake to start the ball bouncing back and forth, and let it run like a gasoline engine or something. It would get all the heat it needed from the air in a normal room. Mount the apparatus in your house and it would pump your water, operate a generator, and keep you cool at the same time." I sat down again, shakily, and began to pour myself another drink. Farnsworth had taken the ball from me, and it was carefully put back in its padded box. He was visibly showing excitement, too. I could see that his cheeks were ruddier and his eyes even brighter than normal. "But what if you want the cooling and don't want any work to be done?" "Simple," I said. "You let the machine turn a flywheel or lift weights and drop them, or something like that, outside your house. You have the air intake inside, and if in the winter you don't want to lose heat, you just mount the thing in an outside building, attach it to your generator, and use the power to do whatever you want. Heat your house, say. There's plenty of heat in outside air, even in December." "John," said Farnsworth, "you are very ingenious. It might work." "Of course it'll work." Pictures were beginning to light up in my head. "And don't you realize that this is the answer to the solar power problem? Why, mirrors and selenium are, at best, 10% efficient. Think of a big pumping station on the Sahara. All that heat and all that need for power, for irrigation." I paused a moment for effect. "Farnsworth, this could change the shape of the Earth." Farnsworth seemed to be lost in thought. Finally, he looked at me strangely and said, "Perhaps we had better try to build a model." I was so excited by the thing that I couldn't sleep that night. I kept dreaming of power stations, ocean liners, even automobiles being operated by balls bouncing back and forth in cylinders. I even worked out a spaceship in my mind, a bullet-shaped affair with a huge rubber ball on its end, gyroscopes to keep it oriented properly, the ball serving as the solution to the biggest missile engineering problem, excess heat. You'd build a huge concrete launching field, supported all the way down to bedrock, hop in the ship and start bouncing. Of course, it would be kind of a rough ride. In the morning, I called my superintendent and told him to get a substitute for the rest of the week. I was going to be busy. Then I started working in the machine shop in Farnsworth's basement, trying to turn out a working model of a device that, by means of a crankshaft, oleo dampers, and reciprocating cylinder, would pick up some of the random kinetic energy from the bouncing ball and do something useful with it, like turning a drive shaft. I was just working out a convection and air pump system for circulating hot air around the ball when Farnsworth came in. He had tucked carefully under his arm a sphere about the size of a basketball, and if he had made it to my specifications, weighing 35 pounds. He had a worried frown on his forehead. "It looks good," I said. "What's the trouble?" "There seems to be a slight hitch," he said. "I've been testing for conductivity. It seems to be quite low." "That's what I'm working on now. It's just a mechanical problem of pumping enough warm air back to the ball. We can do it with no more than 20% efficiency loss. In an engine, that's nothing." "Maybe you're right, but this material conducts heat even less than rubber does." "The little ball yesterday didn't seem to have any trouble," I said. "Naturally not. It had had plenty of time to warm up before I started it, and its mass-surface area relationship was pretty low. The larger you make the sphere, of course, the more mass inside in proportion to the outside area." "You're right, but I think we can whip it. We might have to honeycomb the ball and have part of the work the machine does operate a big hot air pump, but we can work it out." All day long I worked with lathe, milling machine, and hacksaw. After clamping the new big ball securely to a workbench, Farnsworth pitched in to help me. But we weren't able to finish by nightfall, and Farnsworth turned his spare bedroom over to me for the night. I was too tired to go home, and too tired to sleep soundly, too. Farnsworth lived on the edge of San Francisco, by a big truck bypass, and almost all night I wrestled with the pillow and sheets, listening half-consciously to those heavy trucks rumble by, and in my mind always the little gray ball bouncing and bouncing and bouncing. By daybreak I came abruptly fully awake with the sound of crashing echoing in my ears, a battering sound that seemed to come from the basement. I grabbed my coat and pants, rushed out of the room, and almost knocked over Farnsworth, who was struggling to get his shoes on out in the hall, and we scrambled down the 2 flights of stairs together. The place was a chaos, battered and bashed equipment everywhere, and on the floor, overturned against the far wall, the table that the ball had been clamped to. The ball itself was gone. I had not been fully asleep all night, and the sight of that mess and what it meant jolted me immediately awake. Something, probably a heavy truck, had started a tiny oscillation in that ball, and the ball had been heavy enough to start the table bouncing with it, until, by dancing that table around the room, it had literally torn the clamp off and shaken itself free. What had happened afterward was obvious, with the ball building up velocity with each successive bounce. But where was the ball now? Suddenly Farnsworth cried out hoarsely, "Look!" and I followed his outstretched pudgy fingers to where, at one side of the basement, a window had been broken open. A small window, but plenty big enough for something the size of a basketball to crash through it. There was a little weak light coming in from outdoors, and then I saw the ball. It was in Farnsworth's backyard, bouncing a little sluggishly on the grass. The grass would damp it, hold it back, until we could get to it, unless... I took off up the basement steps like a streak. Just beyond the backyard, I had caught a glimpse of something that frightened me. A few yards from where I had seen the ball was the edge of the big 6-lane highway, a broad ribbon of smooth, hard concrete. I got through the house to the back porch, rushed out, and was in the backyard just in time to see the ball take its first bounce onto the concrete. I watched it fascinated when it hit. After the soft, energy-absorbing turf, The concrete was like a springboard. Immediately, the ball flew high in the air. I was running across the yard toward it, praying under my breath, "Fall on that grass next time." It hit before I got to it, and right on the concrete again, and this time I saw it go straight up at least 50 feet. My mind was suddenly full of thoughts of dragging mattresses from the house, or making a net or something to stop the hurtling 35 pounds, but I stood there as I was, unable to move, and saw it come down again on the highway. It went up 100 feet, and down again on the concrete, about 15 feet further down the road, in the direction of the city. That time it was 200 feet, and when it hit again, it made a thud that you could have heard for a quarter of a mile. I could practically see it flatten out on the road before it took off upward again, at twice the speed it had hit at. Suddenly generating an idea, I whirled and ran back to Farnsworth's house. He was standing in the yard now, shivering from the morning air, looking at me like a little, lost, badly scared child. "Where are your car keys?" I almost shouted at him. "In my pocket." "Come on." I took him by the arm and half dragged him to the carport. I got the keys from him, started the car, and by mangling about 7 traffic laws and 3 prize rose bushes, managed to get on the highway, facing in the direction that the ball was heading. "Look," I said, trying to drive down the road and search for the ball at the same time. "It's risky, but if I can get the car under it and we can hop out in time, it should crash through the roof. That ought to slow it down enough for us to nab it." "But what about my car?" Farnsworth pleaded. "What about the first building or the first person it hits in San Francisco?" "Oh," he said. "Hadn't thought of that." I slowed the car and stuck my head out the window. It was lighter now, but no sign of the ball. "If it happens to get to town, any town for that matter, it'll be falling from 10 or 20 miles, or 40. Maybe it'll go high enough first so that it'll burn like a meteor." "No chance," I said. "Built-in cooling system, remember?" Farnsworth formed his mouth into an O, and at that exact moment there was a resounding thump, and I saw the ball hit in a field, maybe 20 yards from the edge of the road, and take off again. This time it didn't seem to double its velocity, and I figured the ground was soft enough to hold it back. But it wasn't slowing down either, not with a bounce factor of better than 2 to 1. Without watching for it to go up, I drove as quickly as I could off the road and over, carrying part of a wire fence with me, to where it had hit. There was no mistaking it. There was a depression about 3 feet deep, like a small crater. I jumped out of the car and stared up. It took me a few seconds to spot it over my head. One side caught by the pale and slanting morning sunlight, it was only a bright, diminishing speck. The car motor was running, and I waited until the ball disappeared for a moment and then reappeared. I watched for another couple of seconds until I felt I could make a decent guess on its direction. Hollered at Farnsworth to get out of the car. It had just occurred to me that there was no use risking his life too. Dove in and drove 100 yards or so to the spot I had anticipated. I stuck my head out the window and up. The ball was the size of an egg now. I adjusted the car's position, jumped out, and ran for my life. It hit instantly afterward, about 60 feet from the car, and at the same time it occurred to me that what I was trying to do was completely impossible. Better to hope that the ball hit a pond, or bounced out to sea, or landed in a sand dune. All we could do was follow, and if it ever damped down enough, grab it. It had hit soft ground and didn't double its height that time, but it had still gone higher. It was out of sight for almost a lifelong minute. And then, incredibly rotten luck, it came down with an ear-shattering thwack on the concrete highway again. I had seen it hit, and instantly afterward I saw a crack as wide as a finger open along the entire width of the road. The ball had flown back up like a rocket. My God, I was thinking, now it means business. And on the next bounce... It seemed like an incredibly long time that we craned our necks, Farnsworth and I, watching for it to reappear in the sky. And when it finally did, we hardly followed it. It whistled like a bomb, and we saw a gray streak come plummeting to earth almost a quarter of a mile away from where we were standing. But we didn't see it go back up again. For a moment we stared at each other silently. Then Farnsworth almost whispered, "Perhaps it's landed in a pond." "Or on the world's biggest cow pile," I said. "Come on." We could have met our deaths by rock salt and buckshot that night, if the farmer who owned the field had been home. We tore up everything we came to getting across it, including cabbages and rhubarb. But we had to search for 10 minutes, and even then we didn't find the ball. What we found was a hole in the ground that could have been a small-scale meteor crater. It was a good 20 feet deep, but at the bottom, no ball. I stared wildly at it for a full minute before I focused my eyes enough to see, at the bottom, 1,000 little gray fragments. And immediately it came to both of us at the same time. A poor conductor. The ball had used up all its available heat on the final impact. Like a golf ball that had been dipped in liquid air and dropped, it had smashed into thin slivers. The hole had sloping sides, and I scrambled down in it and picked up one of the pieces, using my handkerchief, folded. There was no telling how cold it would be. It was the stuff, all right, and colder than an icicle. I climbed out. "Let's go home," I said. Farnsworth looked at me thoughtfully. Then he sort of cocked his head to one side and asked, "What do you suppose will happen when those pieces thaw?" I stared at him. I began to think of 1,000 tiny slivers whizzing around erratically, ricocheting off buildings in downtown San Francisco and in 20 counties, and no matter what they hit, moving and accelerating as long as there were any heat in the air to give them energy. And then I saw the tool shed on the other side of the pasture from us. But Farnsworth was ahead of me, waddling along, puffing. He got the shovels out and handed one to me. We didn't say a word, neither of us, for hours. It takes a long time to fill a hole 20 feet deep, especially when you're shoveling very, very carefully and packing the dirt very, very hard. End of The Big Bounce by Walter S. Tevis. The Celestial Hammerlock by Donald Colvin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. This big-time space promoter could get the Horsehead Nebula in a flying mare, but pinning a planetoid is tougher. The Celestial Hammerlock by Donald Colvin. Spacegram. From Jed Michaels, Rytuk Eros, to H.E. Horrocks, Interplanetary Amusement Corp., Cosmopolis, Earth. I quit, you balloon brain. Jed. Rocket Mail, Second Class. Dear Michaels, your last message indicates you wish to leave the employment of the Interplanetary Amusement Corp. Under our employee policy, this is allowable, effective upon completion of your current assignment. Under precedent set as long ago as 2347 AD, the company will even pay the cost of your message of resignation. However, the words, "you balloon brain," do not seem a necessary part of the message and will be deducted from your salary. Furthermore, I have a few words of my own to say. You march straight into my office, Michaels, just as soon as you get back from Eros. Eros? What the hell are you doing on Eros? Horrocks. Rocket Mail, First Class. Mr. H.E. Horrocks. Dear Balloon Brain, if you paid a little more attention to your office and less to the golf course on Venus, you'd know what I'm doing on Eros. I got here 2 days ago via Mars with a herd of 6 wrestlers in accordance with your own written memorandum. We were to appear at an Aurochs Club Smoker. Upon arrival, I found that no preparations had been made for us, and nobody knows anything about the Aurochs Club. People here are nuts. They talk in 6-syllable words. and their idea of a good time is to sniff flowers and do five-dimensional calculus. They have less use for wrestlers than I have for you. Michaels. Rocket mail, second class. Michaels, you nitwit. That wasn't Eros, you idiot. You were supposed to go to Erie, Pennsylvania, right here on Earth. If you remember even your 6th grade solar system history, you would know that the planetoid Eros was settled in 2141 by a group of longhairs headed by Professor M.R. Snock, a philosopher with a dozen university degrees. He wanted to show that war, crime, and all forms of violence would disappear if people thought only beautiful thoughts. The planetoid is lousy rich with iridium ore, and people keep in luxury selling it to space freighters. They spend their time being gentle and thinking beautiful. There hasn't even been a spitball thrown there in 8 generations. A fine time for you to show up, malahooting 6 wrestlers with no foreheads. You're lucky they haven't thrown you in jail. Horrocks. Rocket mail, postage due. Mr. H.E. Horrocks. Dear Jellyhead. What do you mean lucky? We are in jail. Right after we got here, the boys decided they had been cramped in that local spaceship and needed a workout to limber up. As soon as they got started, they were surrounded by a bunch of scrawny males, all sniffing hollyhocks. Their spokesman, a bald bird with rosebuds in his whiskers, touched me with a gold-headed cane and said that apparently we were not yet attuned to the high mental plane of the planetoid, and would we mind going into protective custody while they worked over our egos and cured our kineticism. I said suppose we wouldn't. He looked shocked and waved his flower, and said that then, although it had never happened before, he supposed he would have to call the Space Patrol and have us thrown into the hoosegow on Ganymede. I translated that into basic wrestler for the boys, and we agreed we'd better go along. We'd heard about the jail those tough Space Patrol babies operate on Ganymede. The flower lovers took us to an old iridium pit and asked us to please go down. Now they're perfuming us every hour and feeding us flower bulbs to make us gentle. We could climb out of this rat hole whenever we wanted, but that would be climbing straight into a striped spacesuit. I think about you all the time. If you think they're beautiful thoughts, you're as crazy as I've always suspected. Michaels. P.S. The boys ask that I enclose this note from them. Dear Mr. Horrocks, we do not like it here, Mr. Horrocks. The grub is no good. You come get us. Please, Mr. Horrocks, come soon. Gorilla Man Thorpe, Choker Jonas, R.Z. Zabitch, light heavyweight champion of the Moon, Mercury, and the inner rings of Saturn. Gorgeous Gordon, Barefoot Charles Enya, X, the Faceless Wonder. Rocket Mail, First Class. Mr. Jed Michaels. Mr. Michaels. Don't think you can sit around doing nothing and collect pay from the Interplanetary Amusement Corporation. You're suspended until you get out of there. Horrocks. Spacegram, collect. Mr. H.E. Horrocks, Cosmopolis, Earth. My resignation was a mistake. I withdraw it. You are the best of all possible bosses. Improbable as it seems, I love you. Jed. Spacegram, Mr. Jed Michaels, Rytux, Eros. Only one possible cause for your last spacegram. Has she a sister? Hank. Rocket Mail, Second Class. Mr. H.E. Horrocks, my dear employer and pal. Eros is a wonderful asteroid. Toward the end of the second day in the pit, the wrestlers limbered up. Zabitch and the Gorilla Man worked out on headlocks. Gorgeous Gordon did calisthenics, and Barefoot Charlie, Choker Jonas, and the Faceless Wonder got themselves into a grunting free-for-all. After that got underway, I heard a squeal, and a girl came bounding down the pit's side. She was young and dark-haired and pretty. She might have been as intellectual as the president of Harvard above the shoulders, but what a framework she had to hold up that brain. She went over to Gorgeous Gordon, and she said, "Ooh!" With all the flower lovers around here, it was probably the first man with muscles she had ever seen. The big ham swelled up. He flexed his arms and stuck out his chest. "Ooh!" said the girl, and went bounding back up the side of the pit. I stopped the exercise, and the wrestlers sat and mused blankly at each other. In a few minutes our little visitor was back again. With her were about a dozen pals, differing in details, but resembling her in the important points. The leader was a tall, brown-haired, gray-eyed girl, with a face where intelligence fought a losing battle with a dimple. The others helped her down the pit side as if she were something fragile and precious, like maybe a new bottle of perfume. Then our pals went back to Gorgeous Gordon. "More ooh," said the girl guide. You know how wrestlers are. They'll slap each other silly to get the cheers of 4 kids on a street corner, or commit mayhem for a purse big enough to buy a ham hock. In 5 seconds we had going on one of the finest wrestling matches in the history of good, clean sportsmanship. And over the cracking of wrestlers' bones rose the shrieks of the girls, showing that their throats were in the right place even if their brains weren't. The gray-eyed girl sat with me on a flange of unmined ore. She was Aliana, a direct descendant of the leaders of the Eros pioneers. As such, she was a princess of the planetoid, although she left most of the governing to the Council of Elders, apparently as outstanding an array of mossbacks as ever smelled a gardenia or just plain smelled. "I sometimes think, Mr. Michaels," Aliana told me, "that we on Eros have laid too much stress upon the cerebral. I wonder if our lives might not be fuller if we also included some of the more vigorous activities, such as the one in which those men are now engaged." "If it's a vacation from your mind you want, Princess," I agreed, "those boys are your meat." Just then the gorilla man got a leg split on Barefoot Charlie and began to braid his toes. "How stimulating," breathed Aliana. "What is proper for an onlooker to remark in such a situation?" "A satisfactory outcry, Princess," I explained, "is, 'Break it off!'" "Break it off!" encouraged Aliana. I had to wind it up finally before the wrestlers reduced themselves to blubber, thereby forcing the Interplanetary Amusement Corporation to go out and lasso itself another herd. The girls were giggling up the side of the pit. At the top, Aliana waved at me. The others blew kisses, not caring much how they landed, as long as the receiver had muscles. The next day, a young man came to the pit. He announced that, upon Princess Aliana's orders, we were to have the freedom of Eros, so that contact with the planetoid culture could win us from our uncouth ways. He was too young to be wholly gentled by the flowers and the Council of Elders, so the choker showed him a wrist lock, and then the choker tossed him on his ear in the iridium ore. He said words that were not beautiful. Maybe there's something to the people of this asteroid. Anyway, everything is great now. We wander wherever we please, as long as we return to the pit to sleep. When nobody is looking, we sneak into the Royal Palace courtyard and put on a wrestling show for the girls. And the nights. Ah, the nights. Don't turn entirely green with envy, Hankus. At least leave your nose the familiar red. Jed. Spacegram. To Jed Michaels, Rytuk, Eris. Fine work. Return immediately. We'll meet you at Mars. Maybe you can persuade some of the girls to accompany you that far. Am sending the wrestlers to Saturn. Hank. Rocket mail, first class. To H.E. Horrocks, Cosmopolis, Earth. Dear Hank. Go to Mars, the man says. I can't go anywhere. The elders caught us giving a wrestle when Aliana was away, and we're in again. These flower roots taste terrible. Jed. Spacegram. To Jed Michaels, Rytuk, Eris. You blundering baboon, you're fired. Horrocks. Rocket mail. Free Royal Frank. Royal Palace, Eros. To H.E. Horrocks, Cosmopolis, Earth. Dear Melonbrain, I gather from your last message that you wish to discharge me. I accept the offer, fat boy. In fact, under Royal Eros precedent, which I made up 3 minutes ago, we will even pay for your message. However, the words, "you blundering baboon," do not seem a necessary part of that message, and their cost will be taken out of the first bit of business that the Royal House of Eros decides to honor your puny little corporation with, if any. Times have changed, Hankus. I'm a big shot now. A few hours after we got back in the pit, Aliana came back and sneaked down to see us. She said she thought it was about time to end this Council of Elders nonsense, and asked our help. I told her plan to the wrestlers with words of 1 syllable or less. They all agreed, except the Faceless Wonder. "I don't see why I should have nothing to do with no book," he said. It seems he had had a book once and chewed up the first 3 chapters before he found it wasn't something to eat. I signaled the boys. Zbich clamped a headlock on him. The choker got a hammerlock. The gorilla man took him in the scissors. Gorgeous Gordon got a toehold, and Barefoot Charlie stood up and jumped on his stomach. "Do you understand now?" I asked politely. "Sure, Jed, sure," said the Faceless Wonder. "Why didn't you explain it to me in the first place?" So the next morning we yelled for books, and the following days, whenever anybody was around, we were busy sniffing flowers and reading. Between times, I tried to explain to the wrestlers why there weren't more pictures in the books. A week later, we sprang the trap. I told the stable hand who brought us our fodder that I had taken in so much culture that I was breathing beauty. Zbich gagged a little and asked for a second helping of flower roots. Gorgeous Gordon requested a needle and thread. He said he had fallen behind in his needlepoint. The report of the conversation had got to the Council of Elders, and it brought them to the lip of the pit, looking like something the glue factory had refused to accept. Aliana was with them. I bowed at the waist and made a speech. I thanked the elders for showing me the error of my ways. I said that, after staying in the lovely iridium pit, I was enraptured with flowers, crazy about culture, and practically engaged in fifth-dimensional calculus. I asked that I and the boys could have the priceless boon of walking freely around Eros, swapping beautiful thoughts with the local yokels. The elders went into a deep state of flutter. Most of them were accepting our proposition out of hand, which was bad. Our old pal with the beard saved us. "But I saw these men romping," he shrilled. He lowered his voice to a high alto. "Positively romping." "Perhaps these men could prove their sincerity," Aliana said, winking at me. "Perhaps one of them could consent to illustrate what he has learned here by giving a public talk on some scientific subject." "I should be glad," I answered, "to hack off a lecture for the good folks of Eros. Suppose I give it on anatomy." And so it was decided, exactly as we had planned. There was an amphitheater which the inhabitants of Eros had been using for ballets, string quartets, and lectures by such of the long hairs as got stuffed so full of long words that they couldn't keep them to themselves. I had ring posts and ropes set up on the platform, saying I needed them to illustrate my talk. I got into the ring with Gorgeous Gordon and Zbich, who were dressed in trunks and bathrobes. The wit and beauty of Eros was assembled there, the beauty being represented by the girls, and the wit, such as it was, by the Council of Elders. The rest of the seats were filled by other forms, some of them tolerably easy to look at. I had picked out the subject of anatomy in the belief that none of the inhabitants of Eros knew anything about it. The men didn't notice, and the women had nothing to look at anyway. I went into my act. "Kind hosts, friends, and unfortunate incidents," I said. "My topic is the science of anatomy. Now, the science of anatomy is copacetic to the point of mopery. The cerebellum is distended, and the duodenum goes into a state of e pluribus unum. Uncalculable thrombosis registers, and the ectoplasm become elliptic, or in the vernacular, the 8-ball in the side pocket." The crowd sat stunned. Here and there a flower sniffer looked down at his own rack of bones to check my statement. "Let me illustrate," I said. I drew the bathrobes off the wrestlers. The boys' muscles rippled as they strutted around the ring. From the women's spectator came a long, deep sigh. From that moment, we had half the audience with us, the female half. "In anatomy," I said, shaking my finger to emphasize the point, "the wingback shifts outward from a lateral. In the words of the great philosopher Hippocrates, the coil should always be kept clean between the barrel and the tap, and all excess collar should be removed from the spatula." Nobody was listening to me. They were looking at the wrestlers, which, of course, was what I figured on. Most of the men were comparing the grunter's muscles to their own, and here and there a few were dropping their flowers onto the floor. I signaled, and in a second the boys were an omelet of flying legs. The crowd gasped, then leaned forward intently. The shrieking began when Gordon got a headlock on Zbich. It grew when Zbich flipped Gorgeous with a flying mare. By the time Gordon got in a billy goat butt, the amphitheater sounded like feeding time at the zoo. There was another sound, too. Old Whiskers was trotting down the aisle shrieking, "This is romping! Mere romping!" I signaled, and the boys stopped. "We need a third man to illustrate the next point," I said. "Perhaps the gentleman in the aisle will volunteer." 2 wrestlers grabbed Old Whiskers and tossed him into the ring. Making fast double talk, I took off his shirt, and he stood there, stripped to the waist, blinking in the sun, and looking like a dehydrated squab. The crowd noted the contrast between his scrawniness and the muscles of the wrestlers. A roar of laughter swept in. "Perhaps," I said, "the gentleman would like to romp." Zbich made a grab for him, and he scuttled out of the ring, falling over the lower rope. A woman in the first row slugged him with a gardenia. "Sit down, you old fool!" She turned to the wrestlers. "Break it off!" she shouted. The match went on. In my career, including my medicine show days, I've had lots of easy marks, but nothing to compare with the crowded Eros' first wrestling match. When Gorgeous took the first fall with the body scissors, they went mad. When Zbich evened it up, they went hysterical. When Zbich took the deciding fall, they were delirious. And at the end of the match between Choker Jonas and the Faceless Wonder, they were reduced to jelly. We had to call off the third match for fear we would have to take them home in jars. At the end, we went in a body, led by the wrestlers, and threw the Council of Elders into the Iridium pit. We are keeping them now on a diet of raw meat. The amphitheater has been converted into a permanent wrestling arena. We've laid out a football and a baseball field in the Lyceum Grove, and next week we'll start turning the Botanical Garden into a golf course. To carry out the full program, we shall have to buy some equipment and hire some talent. Whether we toss some of the business to Interplanetary depends, Hankus boy, entirely on the attitude Interplanetary takes toward you-know-who. When you write your crawling letter, you worm, address me as Your Mightiness. I am the Minister of Athletics on Eros now, and the second most important person on the planetoid. My work takes me close to Princess Aliana. Very close. Come to think of it, I wish there was a moon on Eros. It's not essential, but it helps. So long, peasant. End of The Celestial Hammerlock by Donald Colvin.
Day of the Dog by Anderson Horn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Horowitz. Day of the Dog by Anderson Horn. They came home from a strange journey, and heroes they might have been, a little dog and a man. Carol stared glumly at the ship-to-shore transmitter. I hate being out here in the middle of the Caribbean with no radio communication. Can't you fix it? This is a year for sunspots, and transmission usually gets impossible around dusk. Bill explained. "It'll be all right in the morning. If you want to listen to the radio, you can use the portable radio directional finder. That always works." "I want to catch the 5 o'clock news and hear the latest on our satellite," Carol replied. She went to the RDF and switched it on to the standard broadcast channel. "Anyhow, I'd feel better if we could put out a signal. The way we're limping along with water in our gas is no fun. It'll take us 20 hours to get back to Nassau the way we're losing RPMs. Bill Anderson looked at his young, pretty wife and smiled. "You're behaving like a tenderfoot. We've plenty of gas, a good boat, and perfect weather. Tomorrow morning I'll clean out our carburetors and we'll pick up speed. Meantime, we're about to enter one of the prettiest harbors in the Bahamas. Throw over anchor." The RDF drowned him out. "The world is anxiously awaiting return of the chamber from the world's first manned satellite launched by the United States 10 days ago. The world also awaits the answers to 2 questions. Is there any chance that Robert Joy, the volunteer scientist who went up in the satellite, is still living? There seems to be little hope for his survival, since radio communication from him stopped 3 days ago. Timing mechanism for the ejection of Joy are set for tonight. And that's the second question. Will the satellite, still in its orbit, eject the chamber containing Joy? Will it eject the chamber as scheduled? And will the chamber arrive back at Earth at the designated place? There are many ifs to this project which is shrouded in secrecy. The President himself has assured us of a free flow of news once the chamber has been recovered, and this station will be standing by to bring you a full report." Carol switched the radio off. "Do you think he's alive?" She suppressed a shudder. "God, think of a human being up there in that thing." "Well, the dog lived for several days. It was just a question of getting it back, which the Russians couldn't do. I don't know about Joy. He sounded real cheerful and healthy until his broadcasts stopped." Bill peered into the fading twilight. "Come on now, let's put our minds to getting the hook over." They concentrated on the tricky entrance to the lee side of Little Harbor Cay. It meant finding and passing a treacherous coral head north of the adjoining frozen cay. Little Harbor Cay was midway in the chain of the Berry Islands, which stretched to the north like beads in a necklace. "There's the cove," called Carol. About a mile of coastline ahead was the small native settlement. Once the center of a thriving sponge industry, the island was now practically deserted. A handful of small cottages, a pile of conch shells on the beach, and 2 fishing smacks gave evidence of a remaining, though sparse, population. Dusk was rapidly approaching, and Carol strained her eyes against the falling light. Bill heard her call his name and saw her pointing, not ahead to their anchorage, but amidships and towards the sky. He turned his eyes to where she was indicating and saw a dullish object in the sky some 1,000 feet up. The object seemed to be falling leisurely towards Earth. "What in the world is that?" asked Bill. "It's not a bird, that's for sure." The object seemed to be parachuting, not falling. The breezes were blowing it towards the island. Before they could study it further, it was lost in the lowering dusk and darkness of the shoreline. "Looks like a ball on a parachute," Bill finally said. However, the business at hand was to make secure the 7 seas, and together they spent the next quarter hour anchoring. After setting the hook securely, Carol and Bill donned swimsuits, dove overboard, and swam lazily the 300 yards in to shore. "Let's try to find that thing we saw. It shouldn't be too far from here," said Carol the moment they hit the beach. They climbed inland on the rocky island. Little green lizards scooted underfoot, and vines scratched at their ankles. Bill was leading, when suddenly he called, "Carol, I see something up ahead. There's something lying on the ground." He hurried toward what he had seen. The dying sun reflected on a luminescent bolt of cloth, somewhat like a spun aluminum fabric. Thin wire lines were entangling it, and about 10 feet away lay 3 fragments of what appeared to have been a dull metal box. Carol knelt at the closest piece, evidently a corner of the box. It was lined with wiring and tubes. "It looks like electronic equipment," decided Carol, peering intently at the strange piece. Bill had approached the second and largest fragment. He carefully turned it over. It was filled with black and yellow fur? "Oh no," he cried, knowing in a flash, yet denying it in his mind at the same time. Stunned, he stared at the perky ears, the dull staring and unseeing eyes, the leather thongs that held the head and body of a dog to the metal encasement. Carol saw it the next instant. "It's some horrible joke," she gasped. "It couldn't be the second Russian satellite. It couldn't be Mutnik. My God, no, it couldn't be." Bill kept staring, his thoughts racing. There were rumors of an ejection chamber for Mutnik, but they had been denied by the Russians. But suppose the Russians had planned an ejection chamber for the dog Laika when they launched the satellite, and had only denied it after they thought it had failed. But if it had worked, why had it taken so long to find its way to Earth? The satellite itself was supposed to have disintegrated months ago. Damn, thought Bill. I wish I were a scientist right now instead of a know-nothing artist. He touched the dog with his toe. It was perfectly preserved, as though it had died just a few hours before. It was rigid, but it had not started to decompose. "Carol, are we crazy? Is this some dream, or do you believe we're looking at the ejection chamber of a Russian satellite?" he asked, doubting even what he was saying. "I don't know." Carol was wide-eyed. "But what shall we do now? We'd better contact the authorities immediately." Bill tried to keep reason from overcoming his disbelief of their discovery. "But how, Carol? Our radio transmitter isn't working. It won't till morning. And there's certainly no other way to communicate with anyone. We can't even take the boat anywhere with the speed we're making. We'll have to wait till morning." "What shall we do with the dog?" asked Carol. "Do you think we ought to bury it?" "Lord, no, Carol. The body of the dog will be extremely valuable to science. We've got to get someone here as quickly as possible." Bill was trying to steady his nerves. "Let's go back and try to raise someone on the radio. Let's try again. It may work," called Carol, running in the direction of the boat. Bill followed her. They stumbled on the craggy rocks and exposed sea grape roots, but together in the darkness they struck out for the boat. Bill was first aboard and went directly to the ship-to-shore radio. "Try the Nassau Marine operator first," Carol panted as she clambered aboard. "He's a lot closer to us than Miami." As the receiver warmed up, static filled the cabin. Bill depressed the transmitting button. "This is the Yacht 7 Seas calling the Nassau Marine operator," he called into the phone. Only static answered. "Bill," Carol said in sudden inspiration, "give a mayday. Try every channel with a mayday. If anyone picks up a mayday call, you'll get emergency action." "Mayday! Mayday! This is the Yacht 7 Seas. Come in, anyone," Bill called urgently into the mouthpiece. He switched to the Coast Guard channel, then to the Miami Marine Operators channel. Only static filled the cabin. No welcome voice acknowledged their distress call. Bill flipped the switch desperately to the two ship-to-ship channels. "Mayday! Come in, any boat!" Still static. Nothing but static. It was night. A night without a moon. The island loomed dark against the black waters. The dark was relieved only by a small fire burning at the native settlement a half-mile down the coast and the cabin lights of the 7 Seas. "What'll we do now?" Carol tried to sound unconcerned, but her voice sounded thin and wavering. "I don't know what we can do, except wait until daybreak. I'm sure we can get a signal out then," Bill replied, calmly as he could. He hoped she couldn't hear the pounding of his heart. "What about the dog?" she asked. "Will it be all right there? Should we bring it aboard?" "We'd better leave everything untouched. Our best bet is to get some sleep and place our call as soon as day breaks." Neither of them could eat much supper, and after putting the dishes away, they made up their bunks and climbed in. After a very few minutes, Bill handed a lighted cigarette across the narrow chasm between the bunks. "I can't sleep. My head is spinning. Do you really believe that's what we found?" Carol's voice sounded small. "Yes, I do. I believe we found the Russian ejection unit, complete with the dog Laika and instrumentation." They lay quietly, the glow of 2 cigarettes occasionally reflecting on the bulkhead. Bill finally arose. "I can't think of another thing but what's sitting out there on the little harbor quay." He walked up to the main cabin and switched on the RDF. For a few minutes there was music, and then... "Flash! The United States government has just officially released the news that at 10:09 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the U.S. satellite ejection chamber was successfully returned to Earth at the designated location. This was some 6 hours earlier than expected. The chamber, into which Robert Joy voluntarily had himself strapped, has landed at an undisclosed site and is being raced under heavy guard to the Walter Reed Hospital at Washington, D.C. There is no hope that Joy is still living. Word has just been released by Dr. James R. Killian that instruments measuring Joy's pulse rate indicated 3 days ago that all Joy's bodily processes ceased to function at that time. We repeat, all hope of the survival of Robert Joy is now abandoned as the result of scientific data just released by Dr. Killian. The satellite is being brought intact to Walter Reed Hospital, and leading physiologists and scientists are racing to the scene to be on hand for the opening of the unit, scheduled for 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Further reports will be given as received. This station will remain on the air all night. Stay tuned for further developments. We repeat, the U.S. satellite's ejection chamber, containing the first human being ever to go into space, has been successfully returned to Earth as predicted, though all hope has been abandoned for the survival of Robert Joy, the man in the moon. The chamber will be opened for scientific study tomorrow morning. Stay tuned for further news.
Bill tuned down the music that ensued and returned to his bunk. "You heard that, Carol?" He knew she wasn't asleep. "Yes, and it makes this whole thing that we've found seem more plausible. I've been lying here trying to make myself believe it's some sort of dream, but it isn't. If we could only—" Carol's voice faded softly into the night. There was absolutely nothing they could do. Nothing but lie there and smoke and pretend to sleep. They didn't talk much, and keenly felt the terrible frustration of their enforced silence on the ship to shore. They heard several more news reports and several analyses of the news, but nothing new was added throughout the night. The radio only reiterated that the ejection unit had been recovered, that hope had faded for Joy's survival, and that the chamber was to be opened in the morning as soon as scientists had convened in Washington. Dawn, long in coming, broke about 4:30. With the lifting of the dark, the sunspots which interfered with radio reception miraculously lifted also. Bill and Carol sat next to the ship to shore and turned it on. This time, they heard the reassuring hum of the transmitter, not drowned out by the awful static of the night before. Bill switched to the Coast Guard channel. "Mayday! Mayday! This is the 7 Seas calling the United States Coast Guard. Come in, please." And a voice almost miraculously answered.
"This is the U.S. Coast Guard. Come in, 7 Seas. What is your position? Come in, 7 Seas.
"This is the yacht 7 Seas back to the Coast Guard. We're located at the Berry Islands at Little Harbor Cay. We want to report the discovery of what we believe to be the second Russian satellite."
This is the Coast Guard to the 7 Seas. Do we read you correctly? Are you reporting discovery of the Russian satellite? Please clarify. Over."
A stern voice crackled through the speaker. "Last evening, on entering the harbor here, we saw an object fall to the ground. On inspection, it was a metal box which was broken apart on impact. In it are electronic equipment and the body of a small dog. Over." Bill tried to be calm and succinct.
Coast Guard to 7 Seas. Is your boat in distress? Over.
No. Did you read me about the Russian satellite?" asked Bill, impatience in his voice.
Will you state your name and address? Will you state the master's full name and the call letters and registration of your craft? Over.
Crackled the voice from the speaker. "Oh, my lord, we're not going to have red tape at a time like this, are we?" Carol asked exasperatedly. "This is Bill Anderson of Fort Lauderdale, owner and skipper. Our call letters are William George 3176, Coast Guard registration number 235-46-5483. What are your instructions regarding dog satellite?"
Please stand by.
Bill and Carol stared at each other while the voice on the radio was silent.
This is the United States Coast Guard calling the yacht 7 Seas.
7 Seas standing by.
We wish to remind you that it is illegal and punishable by fine and or imprisonment to issue false reports to the Coast Guard. We are investigating your report and wish you to stand by.
"Investigating our report?" Bill fairly shouted into the phone. "Good God, man! The thing to investigate is here, laying in 3 pieces on the middle of Little Harbor Cay. This is no joke." Despite the emotion in Bill's voice, the answer came back routine and cold.
Please stand by. We will call you. Do not, we repeat, do not make further contact anywhere. Please stand by. Coast Guard standing by with the 7 Seas.
7 Seas standing by, shouted Bill, almost apoplectic, his face reddening in anger. Now what? It looks like they're going to take their time in believing us. At least until they find out who we are and if we're really here, said Carol. Bill paced the deck in frustration. Suddenly he decided. Carol, you stick with the radio. I'm going ashore again and take another look at our Mutnik. It seems so incredible that I'm not even sure of what I saw last night. Once they believe us, they'll want to know as much about it as we can tell them. Bill hurriedly put on his swimsuit and heard Carol shout as he dove overboard. Hurry back, Bill. I don't like you leaving me here alone. Bill swam with sure, even strokes to the shore where they had gone last night. The water felt cool. It soothed his nerves, which jangled in the excitement of the discovery and in the anger at the disbelieving authorities. He reached shallow water and waded toward shore. Suddenly he stopped dead, his ankles in 5 inches of water. His eyes stared ahead in disbelief. His brain was numbed. Only his eyes were alive, staring wide in horror. Finally, his brain pieced together the image that his vision sent to it, pieced it together, but made no comprehension of it. His brain told him that there was a blanket of fur laying unevenly 20 feet back from the shoreline, a blanket of yellow and black fur covering the earth, covering mangrove roots, fitted neatly around the bent palm tree trunks, lying over the rocks that had cut his feet last night, smothering, suffocating, hugging the earth. Bill shut his eyes, and still the vision kept shooting to his brain, all yellow and black and fuzzy, with trees or a tall mangrove bush or a sea grapevine sticking up here and there. He opened his eyes and wanted to run, for the scene was still there. It hadn't disappeared as a nightmare disappears when you wake up. Thick yellow and black fur lay on the ground like dirty snow, covering everything low, hugging the base of taller things. Run, his mind told him. Yet he stood rooted to the spot, staring at the carpet of fur near him. It was only 10 feet away. 10 feet? His every muscle jumped. The lock that had held his muscles and brain in a tight vice gave loose, and a flood of realization hit him. It's moving, he realized in horror. It's growing! As he watched, slowly, slowly, as the petals of a morning glory unfold before the eye, the yellow and black fur carpet stretched itself in ever-increasing perimeter. He saw it approach a rock near the beach. The mind, when confronted with a huge shock, somehow concentrates itself on a small detail. Perhaps it tries to absorb itself in a small thing because the whole thing is too great to comprehend all at once. So with Bill's mind. He saw the yellow and black fur grow toward the rock. It seemed to ooze around it, and then up and over the top of it. Bill saw, when it reached the top of the rock, that it dropped a spiny tendril to the ground. Like a root, the tendril buried itself into the earth below the jutting rock, and slowly the rock was covered with the flowing fur. Bill's thoughts sped ahead of his reason. The dog. The dog. Growing like a plant. Its hide covering the ground, putting out roots, suffocating everything, smothering everything, growing, growing. With almost superhuman effort, he turned his back on the awful sight and swam desperately out to the 7 seas. "Bill, what happened?" cried Carol, when she saw his white and terrified face. "Carol, the dog! It must have had some cosmic reaction to its cellular structure. Some cancerous reaction. When the chamber broke open and the cells were exposed to our atmosphere again, it started some action, started to grow. It doesn't stop growing. It's horrible." Bill's words were disjointed and hysterical. Carol stared at him. "Bill, what are you saying?" Bill pointed mutely to the shore. Carol rushed to the cockpit. She stared at the island. She ran back to the cabin where Bill was sitting, holding his head in his hands. She grabbed the binoculars from the bookshelf and turned them to the island. "Bill, oh no, the whole island looks as though it's covered with fur!" she screamed. Bill grabbed the binoculars and ranged the island with them. A quarter of a mile down, he could see small figures in the water, floundering around, climbing aboard the 2 fishing smacks. All around, the black and yellow mounds of fur carpeted the pretty green island with a soft rug of yellow and black. "Get the Coast Guard, Carol." "They called back while you were gone. They're sending a plane over immediately." "Call them, Carol," Bill shouted at her. "Don't you realize what this could mean? Don't you realize that something, only God knows what, has happened to the cellular structure of this animal? has turned it into a voracious plant-like thing that seems to grow and grow once it hits our atmosphere. Don't you realize that today they're going to open that satellite, that other one in Washington? Suppose this is what happens when living tissue is exposed to cosmic rays, or whatever is up there. Don't you see what could happen? Bill was hoarse from fright and shouting, "Smother everything! Grow and smother!" Carol was at the ship to shore. "What time is it, Carol?" "I don't know. 5:30, I guess?" "They plan to open the ejection chamber at 6. We've got to tell them what happened here before they open it. Hurry with the damn Coast Guard." "Mayday, Mayday! Coast Guard, come in. This is the 7 Seas. Come in and hurry."
Coast Guard to the 7 Seas. Come in.
Bill grabbed the phone. "Listen carefully," he said in a quiet, determined voice. "This is God's own truth. I repeat, this is God's own truth. The remains of the dog we discovered last night have started to grow. It's growing as we look at it. It has covered the entire island as far as we can see with fur. Stinking yellow and black fur. We've got to get word to Washington before they open up the satellite. The same thing could happen there. Do you understand? I must get in touch with Washington immediately." There was no mistaking the urgency and near panic in Bill's voice. The Coast Guard returned with,
We understand you, 7 Seas. We will clear a line directly to Dr. Killian in Washington. Stand by.
With his hand shaking, Bill turned on the standard broadcast band of the portable RDF. A voice cut in.
"Latest reports from Walter Reed General Hospital, where the first human-manned satellite ejection chamber has just been opened. All leading physiologists and physicists were assembled at the hospital by midnight last night, and plans to open the ejection chamber at 6 a.m. this morning were moved up. The chamber was opened at 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time today. Our first report confirmed that volunteer moon traveler, the Man in the Moon, Robert Joy, was no longer alive. Hope had been abandoned for him some 80 hours previous, when recording instruments on his body processes indicated no reactions. Of scientific curiosity is the fact that though dead for more than 3 days, his body is in a perfect state of preservation. Flash! We interrupt this special newscast for a late bulletin. The body of Robert Joy has begun to shoot out unexplained appendages, like rapidly growing cancerous growths. His integument appears to be enlarging, growing away from his body.
Hello, 7 Seas.
Broke in the ship to shore.
We are still trying to locate Dr. Killian.
End of Day of the Dog by Anderson Horn. Recording by Josh Horowitz, Los Angeles.
The Door into Infinity by Edmund Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. An amazing, weird mystery story packed with thrills, danger, and startling events. The Door into Infinity by Edmund Hamilton. Contents: 1. The Brotherhood of the Door. 2. Death Trap. 3. Up the Water Tunnel. 4. The Caverns of the Door. 5. The Door Opens. 1. The Brotherhood of the Door. Where leads the door? It leads outside our world. Who taught our forefathers to open the door? They beyond the door taught them. To whom do we bring these sacrifices? We bring them to those beyond the door. Shall the door be opened that they may take them? Let the door be opened. Paul Innes had listened thus far, his haggard face uncomprehending in expression, but now he interrupted the speaker. But what does it all mean, Inspector? Why are you repeating this to me? Did you ever hear anyone speak words like that? Asked Inspector Pierce Campbell, leaning tautly forward for the answer. Of course not. It just sounds like gibberish to me, Ennis exclaimed. What connection can that have with my wife? He had risen to his feet, a tall, blond young American, whose good-looking face was drawn and worn by inward agony, whose crisp yellow hair was brushed back from his forehead in disorder, and whose blue eyes were haunted with an anguished dread. He kicked back his chair and strode across the gloomy little office, whose single window looked out on the thickening, foggy twilight of London. He bent across the dingy desk, gripping its edges with his hands as he spoke tensely to the man sitting behind it. "Why are we wasting time talking here?" Ennis cried. "Sitting there, talking, when anything could be happening to Ruth. It's been hours since she was kidnapped. They may have taken her anywhere, even outside London by now. And instead of searching for her, you sit there and talk gibberish about doors." Inspector Campbell seemed unmoved by Ennis' passion. A bulky, almost bald man, he looked up with his colorless, sagging face, in which his eyes gleamed like two crumbs of bright brown glass. "You're not helping me much by giving way to your emotions, Mr. Ennis," he said in his flat voice. "Give way? Who wouldn't give way?" cried Ennis. "Don't you understand, man? It's Ruth that's gone. My wife. Why, we were married only last week in New York, and on our second day here in London I see her whisked into a limousine and carried away before my eyes. I thought you men at Scotland Yard here would surely act, do something. Instead, you talk crazy gibberish to me." "Those words are not gibberish," said Pierce Campbell quietly, "and I think they're related to the abduction of your wife." "What do you mean? How could they be related?" The inspector's bright little brown eyes held Ennis. "Did you ever hear of an organization called the Brotherhood of the Door?" Ennis shook his head, and Campbell continued. "Well, I am certain that your wife is kidnapped by members of the Brotherhood." "What kind of organization is it?" the young American demanded. "A band of criminals?" "No, it is no ordinary criminal organization," the detective said, his sagging face set strangely. "Unless I am mistaken, the Brotherhood of the Door is the most unholy and blackly evil organization that has ever existed on this earth. Almost nothing is known of it outside its circle. I myself, in 20 years, have learned little except of its existence and name. That ritual I just repeated to you, I heard from the lips of a dying member of the Brotherhood, who repeated the words in his delirium." Campbell leaned forward. "But I know that every year, about this time, the Brotherhood come from all over the world and gather at some secret center here in England. And every year, before the gathering, scores of people are kidnapped and never heard of again. I believe that all those people were kidnapped by this mysterious Brotherhood." "But what becomes of the people they kidnap?" cried the pale young American. "What do they do with them?" Inspector Campbell's bright brown eyes showed a hint of hooded horror, yet he shook his head. "I know no more than you, but whatever they do to the victims, they are never heard of again." "But you must know something more," Ennis protested. "What is this door?" Campbell again shook his head. "That, too, I don't know. But whatever it is, the door is utterly sacred to the members of the Brotherhood, and whomever they mean by 'they beyond the door,' they dread and venerate to the utmost." "Where leads the door? It leads outside our world," repeated Ennis. "What can that mean?" "It might have a symbolic meaning, referring to some secluded fastness of the Order which is away from the rest of the world," the inspector said. "Or it might—" He stopped. "Or it might what?" Ennis pressed, his pale face thrust forward. "It might mean literally that the door leads outside our world and universe," finished the inspector. Ennis' haunted eyes stared. "You mean that this door might somehow lead to another universe? But that's impossible." "Perhaps unlikely," Campbell said quietly, "but not impossible. Modern science has taught us that there are other universes than the one we live in, universes congruent and coincident with our own in space and time, yet separated from our own by an impassable barrier of totally different dimensions. It is not entirely impossible that a greater science than ours might find a way to pierce that barrier between our universe and one of those outside ones, that a door should be opened from ours into one of the others in the infinite outside. A door into the infinite outside, repeated Ennis broodingly, looking past the inspector. Then he made a sudden movement of wild impatience, the dread leaping back strong in his eyes again. Oh, what good is all this talk of doors and infinite universes doing in finding Ruth? I want to do something. If you think this mysterious brotherhood has taken her, you must surely have some idea how we can get her back from them. You must know something more about them than you've told. I don't know anything more, certainly, but I've certain suspicions that amount to convictions, Inspector Campbell said. I've been working on this brotherhood for many years, and block after block I've narrowed down to the place I think the Order's local center, the London headquarters of the Brotherhood of the Door. Where is this place? Asked Ennis tensely. It is in the waterfront cafe of one Chandra Das, a Hindu, back by the East India Docks, said the detective officer. I've been in there in disguise more than once, watching the place. This Chandra Das I found to be immensely feared by everyone in the quarter, which strengthens my belief that he is one of the high officers of the Brotherhood. He's too exceptional a man to be really running such a place. Then if the Brotherhood took Ruth, she may be there right now, cried the young American, electrified. Campbell nodded his bald head. She may very likely be. Tonight I'm going there again in disguise, and have men ready to raid the place. If Chandra Das has your wife there, we'll get her before he can get her away. Whatever way it turns out, we'll let you know at once. Like hell you will, exploded the pale young Ennis. Do you think I'm going to twiddle my thumbs while you're down there? I'm going with you. And if you refuse to let me, by heaven, I'll go there by myself. Inspector Pierce Campbell gave the haggard, fiercely determined face of the young man a long look. Then his own colorless countenance seemed to soften a little. All right, he said quietly. I can disguise you so you'll not be recognized. But you'll have to follow my orders exactly, or death will result for both of us. That strange, hooded dread flickered again in his eyes, as though he saw, through shrouding mists, the outline of a dim horror. It may be, he added slowly, that something worse than death awaits those who try to oppose the Brotherhood of the Door, something that would explain the unearthly, superhuman dread that enwraps the secret mysteries of the Order. We're taking more than our lives in our hands, I think, in trying to unveil those mysteries, to regain your wife, but we've got to act quickly, at all costs. We've got to find her before the great gathering of the Brotherhood takes place, or we'll never find her. 2 hours before midnight found Campbell and Ennis passing along the cobble-paved waterfront street north of the great East India Docks. Big warehouses towered black and silent in the darkness on one side, and on the other were old, rotting docks, beyond which Ennis glimpsed the black water and gliding lights of the river. As they straggled beneath the infrequent lights on the ill-lit street, they were utterly changed in appearance. Inspector Campbell, dressed in a shabby suit and rusty bowler, his dirty white shirt innocent of tie, had acquired a new face, a bright red, oily, eager one, with a high, squeaky voice. Ennis wore a rough blue seaman's jacket and a visored cap pulled down over his head. His unshaven-looking face and subtly altered features made him seem a half-intoxicated seaman off his ship as he stumbled unsteadily along. Campbell clung to him in a true land-shark fashion, plucking his arm and talking wheedlingly to him. They came onto the more populous section of the evil old waterfront street, and passed fried fish shops giving off the strong smell of hot fat, and the dirty lighted windows of a half-dozen waterfront saloons, loud with sordid arguments or merriment. Campbell led past them until they reached one built upon an abandoned, moldering pier, a ramshackle frame structure extending some distance back out on the pier. Its window was curtained, and a dull red light glowed through the glass window of the door. A few shabby men were lounging in front of the place, but Campbell paid them no attention, tugging Ennis inside by the arm. "Come on in," he wheedled shrilly. "The night ain't half over yet. We'll have just one more." "Don't want any more," muttered Innes drunkenly, swaying on his feet inside. "Get away, you damned old shark!" Yet he suffered himself to be led by Campbell to a table, where he slumped heavily into a chair. His stare swung vacantly. The café of Chandra Das was a red-lit, smoke-filled cave with cheap black curtains on the walls and windows, and other curtains cutting off the back part of the building from view. The dim room was jammed with tables, crowded with patrons whose babble of tongues made an unceasing din, to which a three-string guitar somewhere added a wailing undertone. The waiters were dark-skinned and tiger-footed Malays, while the patrons seemed drawn from every nation east and west. Innes' gazing eyes saw dandified Chinese from Limehouse and Pennyfield, dark little Levantins from Soho, rough-looking Cockneys in shabby caps, and a few crazy laughing blacks. From sly white faces, taut brown ones, and impassive yellow ones came a dozen different languages. The air was thick with queer food smells and acrid smoke. Campbell had selected a table near the back curtain, and now stridently ordered one of the Malay waiters to bring gin. He leaned forward with an oily smile to the drunken-looking Innes, and spoke to him in a wheedling undertone. "Don't look for a minute, but that's Chandra Das over in the corner, and he's watching us," he said. Innes shook his clutched hand away. "Damn old shark," he muttered again. He turned his swaying head slowly, letting his eyes rest a moment on the man in the corner. The man was looking straight at him. Chandra Das was tall, dressed in spotless white from his toes to the turban on his head. The white made his dark, impassive, aquiline face stand out in chiseled relief. His eyes were coal black, large, coldly searching as they met Innes's bleary gaze. Innes felt a strange chill as he met those eyes. There was something alien and inhuman, something uncannily disturbing behind the Hindu's stare. He turned his gaze vacantly from Chandra Das back to the black curtains at the rear, and then back to his companion. A silent Malay waiter had brought the liquor, and Campbell pressed a glass toward his companion. "Here, matey, take this." "Don't want it," muttered Innes, pushing it away. Still in the same mutter he added, "If Ruth's here, she's somewhere in back there. I'm going back and find out." "Don't try it that way, for God's sake," said Campbell with a wheedling undertone. "Chandra Das is still watching, and those Malays would be on you in a minute. Wait until I give the word." "All right, then," Campbell added in a louder, injured tone. "If you don't want it, I'll drink it myself." He tossed off the glass of gin and set the glass down on the table, looking at his drunken companion with righteous indignation. "Think I'm trying to bilk you, eh?" he added. "That's a fine way to treat a pal." He added in a coaxing, lower tone, "All right, I'm going to try it. Be ready to move when I light my cigarette." He fished a soiled packet of gold flakes from his pocket and put one in his mouth. Innes waited, every muscle taut. The inspector, his red, oily face still injured in expression, struck a match to his cigarette. Almost at once there was a loud oath from one of the shabby loungers outside the front of the building, and the sound of angry voices and blows. The patrons of Chandra Das looked toward the door. One of the Malay waiters went hastily out to quiet the fight, but it grew swiftly, sounded in a moment like a small riot. Crash! Someone was pushed through the front window. The excited patrons pressed toward the front. Chandra Das pushed through them, issuing quick orders to his servants. For the time being, the back of the café was deserted and unnoticed. Campbell sprang to his feet, and with Innes close behind him, darted through the black curtains. They found themselves in a black corridor, at the end of which a red bulb burned dimly. They could still hear the uproar. Campbell's gun was in his hand, and the American's in his. "We dare only stay a few moments," the inspector cried. "Look in those rooms along the corridor here." Innes frantically tore open the door and peered into the dark room smelling of drugs. "Ruth!" he cried softly. "Ruth!" 2. Death Trap. There was no answer. The light in the corridor behind him suddenly went out, plunging him into pitch black darkness. He jumped back into the dark corridor, and as he did so, heard a sudden scuffle further along it. "Campbell!" he exclaimed, lunging forward into the black passage. There was no answer. He pitched forward through the Stygian obscurity, his hands searching ahead of him for the inspector. In the dark, something whipped smoothly around his throat, tightening there like a slender, contracting tentacle. Ennis tore frenziedly at the thing, which he felt to be a slender silken cord, but he could not loosen it. It was choking him. He tried to cry out again to Campbell, but his throat could not emit the sounds. He thrashed, twisted helplessly, hearing a loud roaring in his ears, consciousness receding. Then, dimly, as though in a dream, Ennis was aware of being lowered to the floor, of being half carried and half dragged along. The constriction around his throat was gone, and rapidly his brain began to clear. He opened his eyes. He found himself lying on the floor of a room illuminated by a great hanging brass lamp of ornate design. The walls of the room were hung with rich, grotesquely worked red silk Indian draperies. His hands and feet were bound behind him, and beside him, tied in the same manner, lay Inspector Campbell. Over them stood Chandra Das and two of the Malay servants. The faces of the servants were tigerish in their menace, but Chandra Das' face was one of dark, impassive scorn. "So you misguided fools thought you could deceive me so easily as that," he said in a strong, vibrant voice. "Why, we knew hours ago that you, Inspector Campbell, and you, Mr. Ennis, were coming here tonight. We let you get this far only because it was evident that somehow you had learned too much about us, and that it would be best to let you come here and meet your deaths." "Chandra Das, I've men outside," rasped Campbell. "If we don't come out, they'll come in after us." The Hindu's proud, dark face did not change its scorn. "They will not come in for a little while, Inspector. By that time you two will be dead, and we shall be gone with our captives. Yes, Mr. Ennis, your wife is one of those captives," he added to the prostrate young American. "It is too bad we cannot take you and the inspector to share her glorious destiny. But then our accommodations of transport are limited." "Ruth? Here?" Ennis' face flamed at the words. He raised himself a little from the floor on his elbows. "Then you'll let her go if I pay you? I'll raise any amount. I'll do anything you ask, if you set her free." "No amount of money in the world could buy her from the Brotherhood of the Door," answered Chandra Das steadily. "For she belongs now not to us, but to they beyond the door. Within a few hours she and the others will stand before the door, and they beyond the door will take them." "What are you doing to her?" cried Ennis. "What is the damned door, and who are they beyond it?" "I do not think that even if I told you, your little mind would be able to accept the mighty truth," Chandra Das said calmly. His coal black eyes suddenly flashed with frantic, frenetic light. "How could your poor, earth-bound little intelligences conceive the true nature of the door, and of those who dwell beyond it? Your puny brains would be stricken senseless by the mere apprehension of them. They, who are mighty and crafty and dreadful beyond anything on earth." A cold wind from an alien unknown seemed to sweep the lamp-lit room with the Hindu's passionate words. Then that rapt, frantic exhalation dropped from him as suddenly as it had come, and he spoke in his ordinary vibrant tones. "But enough of this parley with blind worms of the dust. Bring the weights." The last words were addressed to the Malay servant, who sprang to a closet in the corner of the room. Inspector Campbell said steadily, "If my men find us dead when they come in here, they'll leave none of you living." Chandra Das did not even listen to him, but ordered the dark servant sharply, "Attach the weights." The Malays had brought from the closet 2 50-pound lead balls, and they now proceeded quickly to tie these to the feet of the two men. Then one of them rolled back a brilliant red Indian rug from the rough pine floor. A square trapdoor was disclosed, and at Chandra Das' orders it was swung upward and open. Up through the open square came the sound of waves slapping against the piles of the old pier, and the heavy odor of salt water and of rotting wood invaded the room. The water under this pier is 20 feet deep, Chandra Das told the two prisoners. I regret to give you so easy a death, but there is no opportunity to take you to the fate you deserve. Ennis, his skin crawling on his flesh, nevertheless spoke rapidly, and as steadily as possible to the Hindu. Listen, I don't ask you to let me go, but I'll do anything you want. Let you kill me any way you want. If you'll let Ruth... Sheer horror cut short his words. The Malay servants had dragged Campbell's bound body to the door in the floor. They shoved him over the edge. Ennis had one glimpse of the inspector's taut, strange face falling out of sight. Then a dull splash sounded instantly below, and then silence. He felt hands upon him, dragging him across the floor. He fought crazily, hopelessly, twisting his body in its bounds, thrashing his bound limbs wildly. He saw the dark, unmoved face of Chandra Das, the brass lamp over his head, the red hangings. Then his head dangled over the opening. A shove sent his body scraping through the edge, and he plunged downward through the dank darkness. With a splash, he hit the icy water and went under. A heavy weight at his ankles dragged him irresistibly downward. Instinctively, he held his breath as the water rushed upward around him. His feet struck oozy bottom. His body swayed there, chained by the lead weight to the bottom. His lungs were already bursting to draw air. Slow fires seemed to creep through his breast as he held his breath. Ennis knew that in a moment or two he would inhale the strangling waters and die. The thought picture of Ruth flashed across his despairing mind, wild with hopeless regret. He could no longer hold his breath. He felt his muscles relax against his will, tasting the stinging salt water at the back of his nose. Then it was a bursting confusion of swift sensations, the choking water in his nose and throat, the roaring in his ears. A scroll of flame unrolled slowly in his brain, and a voice shouted there, "You're dying!" He felt dimly a plucking at his ankles. Abruptly, Ennis' dim mind was aware that he was now shooting upward through the water. His head burst into the open air, and he choked, strangled, and gasped, his tortured lungs gulping the damp, heavy air. He opened his eyes and shook the water from them. He was floating in the darkness at the surface of the water. Someone was floating beside him, supporting him. Ennis' chin bumped the other's shoulder, and he heard a familiar voice. "Easy now," said Inspector Campbell. "Wait until I cut your hands loose." "Campbell," Ennis choked, "how did you get loose?" "Never mind that now," the inspector answered. "Don't make any noise, or they may hear us up there." Ennis felt a knife blade slashing the bonds at his wrists. Then, the inspector's arm helping him, he and his companion paddled weakly through the darkness under the rotting pier. They bumped against the slimy, moldering piles, threaded through them toward the side of the pier. The waves of the flooding tide washed them up and down as Campbell led the way. They passed out from under the old pier into the comparative illumination of the stars. Looking back up, Ennis saw the long, black mass of the house of Chandra Das resting on the black pier, ruddy light glowing from the window cracks. He collided with something and found that Campbell had led toward a small floating dock where some skiffs were moored. They scrambled up onto it from the water and lay panting for a few moments. Campbell had something in his hand, a thin, razor-edged steel blade, several inches long. Its hilt was an ordinary leather shoe heel. The inspector turned up one of his feet, and Ennis saw that the heel was missing from that shoe. Carefully, Campbell slid the steel blade beneath the shoe's sole, and the heel hilt slid into place, and seeming merely to be an innocent heel of the shoe. "So that's how you got loose down in the water!" Ennis exclaimed, and the inspector nodded briefly. "That trick's done me a good service before. Even with your hands tied behind your back, you can get out that knife and use it. It was touch and go, though, whether I could get it out and cut myself loose in the water in time enough to free you. Ennis gripped the inspector's shoulder. Campbell, Ruth is in there. By heavens, we've found her, and now we can get her out. Right, said the officer grimly. We'll go around to the front, and in 2 minutes we'll be in there with my men. They climbed, dripping to their feet, and hastened from the little floating dock up onto the shore, through the darkness to the cobbled street. The shabbily disguised men of Inspector Campbell were not now in front of Chandra Das Cafe, but lurking in the shadows across the street. They came running toward Campbell and Ennis. All right, we're going in there, Campbell exclaimed in steely tones. Get Chandra Das, whatever you do, but see that his prisoners are not harmed. He snapped a word, and one of the men handed pistols to him and to Ennis. Then they leapt toward the door of the Hindu's cafe, from which still streamed ruddy light and the babble of many voices. A kick from Inspector Campbell sent the door flying inward, and they burst in with guns gleaming wickedly in the ruddy light. Ennis's face was a quivering mask of desperate resolve. The motley patrons jumped up with yells of alarm at their entrance. The hand of a Malay waiter jerked, and a throwing knife thudded into the wall beside them. Ennis yelled as he saw Chandra Das, his dark face startled, leaping back with his servants through the black curtains. He and Campbell drove through the squealing patrons toward the back. The Malay who had thrown the knife rushed to bar the way, another dagger uplifted. Campbell's gun coughed, and the Malay reeled and stumbled. The inspector and Ennis threw themselves at the black curtains, but were dashed back. They tore aside the black folds. A dull steel door had been lowered behind them, barring the way to the back rooms. Ennis beat crazily upon it with his pistol butt, but it remained immovable. No use, we can't break it down, yelled Campbell over the uproar. Outside and around the other end of the building. They burst back out through that madhouse, into the dark of the street. They started along the side of the pier toward the river end, edging forward on a narrow ledge but inches wide. As they reached the back of the building, Ennis shouted and pointed to dark figures at the end of the pier. There were 2 of them, lowering shapeless, wrapped forms over the end of the pier. There they are, he cried. They've got their prisoners out there with them. Campbell's pistol leveled, but Ennis swiftly struck it up. No, you might hit Ruth. He and the inspector bounded forward along the pier. Fire streaked from the dark ahead, and bullets thumped in the rotten boards around them. Suddenly, the loud roar of an accelerated motor drowned out all other sounds. It came from the river at the pier's end. Campbell and Ennis reached the end in time to see a long, powerful, gray motorboat dash out into the black obscurity of the river and roar eastward with gathering speed. There they go! They're getting away! Cried the agonized young American. Campbell cupped his hands and shouted out into the darkness. River police! Ahoy! Ahoy there! He rasped to Ennis. The river police were to have a cutter here tonight. We can still catch them. With swiftly rising roar of speeded motors, a big cutter drove in from the darkness. Its searchlight snapped on, bathing the 2 men on the pier in a blinding glare. Ahoy there! Cried a stentorian voice over the roar of the motors. Is that Inspector Campbell? Yes, come alongside, yelled the inspector, as the big cutter shot close to the end of the pier, its reversing propellers turning the dark water to foam. Ennis and Campbell leaped. They landed amid unseen men in the cockpit, and as he scrambled to his feet, the inspector cried, Follow that boat that just went down river, but no shooting. With thunderous drumfire from its exhaust, the cutter jerked forward so rapidly that it almost threw them from their feet again. It shot out into the bosom of the dark river that flowed like a black sea between the banks of the scattered lights that were London. The moving lights of yachts and barges coming up river could be seen gliding in the darkness. The captain of the cutter barked an order, and one of his 3 men, the one crouched at the searchlight, switched its powerful beam out over the water ahead. In a moment it picked up a distant gray spot, racing eastward on the black river, leaving a white trail of foam. There she is, bawled the man at the searchlight. She's running without lights. Keep her in the searchlight, ordered the captain. Sound our siren and give the cutter her head. Swaying, rocking, the cutter roared on through the darkness on the trail of the distant fleeing speck. As they raced down Blackwall Reach, the distance between the two craft had already begun to lessen. "We're overtaking him," cried Campbell, clutching at a stanchion and peering ahead against the rush of wind and spray. "He must be making for whatever spot it is in England that is the center of the Brotherhood of the Door. But he'll never reach it." "He said that within a few hours Ruth would go with the others through the door," cried Ennis, clinging behind him. "Campbell, we mustn't let them get away now." Pursuer and pursued flashed down the dark, broadening river through the maze of shipping, the cutter hanging doggedly to the motorboat's trail. The lights of London had dropped behind those of Tilbury, now gleaming ahead on their left. Bigger, stronger waves now tossed and pounded the cutter as it raced out of the river mouth toward the heaving black expanse of the sea. The Kent coast was a black blur on their right. The gray motorboat followed it closely, grazing almost beneath the Sheerness lights. "He's heading to round North Foreland and follow the coast south to Ramsgate or Dover," the cutter captain cried to Campbell. "But we'll catch him before he passes Margate." The quarry was now a quarter-mile ahead. Steadily, as they roared onward, the gap narrowed, until in the glare of the searchlight they could make out every detail of the powerful gray motorboat plunging through the tossing black waves. They saw Chandra Das's dark face turn and look at them, and the cutter captain raised his speaking trumpet to his lips and shouted over the roar of motors and the dash of waves. "Stand by, or we'll fire at you." "He won't obey," muttered Campbell between his teeth. "He knows we don't dare fire with the girl in the boat." "Yes, blast him!" exclaimed the captain. "But we'll have him in a few minutes anyway." The thundering chase had brought them into sight of the lights of Margate on the dark coast to their right. Now only a few hundred feet of black water separated them from the fleeing craft. Ennis and the inspector gripped the stanchions of the rushing cutter, saw a white figure suddenly stand erect in the boat ahead, waving its arms to them. The gray motorboat slowed. "It's Chandra Das, and he's signaling that he's giving up," Ennis cried. "He's stopping." "By heaven, he is!" Campbell exclaimed. "Drive alongside him, and we'll soon have the irons on him." The cutter, its own motors hastily throttled down, shot through the water toward the slowing gray craft. Ennis saw Chandra Das standing erect, awaiting their coming, he and two Malays beside him holding their hands in the air. He saw a half dozen or more white-wrapped forms in the bottom of the boat, lying motionless. "There are their prisoners!" he cried. "Bring the boat closer so we can jump in." He and Campbell, their pistols out, hunched to jump as the cutter drove close to the gray motorboat. The sides of the two craft bumped, the motors of both idling noisily. Then, before Ennis and Campbell could jump into the motorboat, things happened with cinema-like rapidity. Two of the still white forms at the bottom of the motorboat leapt up and, like suddenly uncoiled springs, shot through the air into the cutter. They were two other Malays, their dark faces flaming with frantic light, keen daggers glinting in their upraised hands. "We're a trick!" yelled Campbell, his gun barking, but the bullets missed and the daggers split his sleeve. The Malays, with wild, screeching yells, were laying about them with their daggers in the cutter, insanely. "God in heaven, they've run amok!" choked the cutter captain. His slashed neck spurted blood, and his face livid. He fell. One of his men slumped coughing beside him, another victim of the crazy daggers. 3. Up the water tunnel. The man at the searchlight sprang for the maddened Malays, tugging at his pistol as he jumped. Before he got the weapon out, a dagger slashed his jugular, and he went down gurgling in death. One of the Malays, meanwhile, had knocked Inspector Campbell from his feet, his knife hand swooping down, his eyes blazing. Ennis' gun roared, and the bullet hit the Malay between the eyes, but as he slumped limply, the other fanatic was upon Ennis from the side. Before Ennis could whirl to meet him, the attacker's knife grazed down past his cheek like a brand of living fire. He was borne backward by the rush, felt the hot breath of the crazed Malay in his face, the dagger point at his throat. Shots roared quickly, one after another, and with each shot the Malay pressed Ennis back, jerked convulsively. With the light of murderous madness fading from his eyes, he still strove to drive the dagger home into the American's throat. But a hand jerked him back, and he lay prostrate and still. Ennis scrambled up to find Inspector Campbell, pale and determined, over him. The detective had shot the attacker from behind. The captain of the cutter and 2 of his men lay dead in the cockpit beside the 2 Malays. The remaining seaman, the helmsman, held his shoulder and groaned. Ennis whirled. The motorboat of Chandra Das was no longer beside the cutter, and there was no sight of it anywhere on the Black Sea ahead. The Hindu had taken advantage of the fight to make good his escape, with his 2 other servants and their prisoners. "Campbell, he's gone!" cried the young American frantically. "He got away!" The inspector's eyes were bright with the cold flame of anger. "Yes, Chandra Das sacrificed these 2 Malays to hold us up long enough for him to escape." Campbell whirled to the helmsman. "You're not badly hurt?" "Only a scratch, but I nearly broke my shoulder when I fell," answered the man. "Then head on around North Foreland," Campbell cried. "We may still be able to catch up with them." "But Captain Wilson and the others are killed," protested the helmsman. "I've got to report." "You can report later," rasped the inspector. "Do as I say. I'll be responsible." "Very well, sir," said the helmsman, and jumped back to the wheel. In a minute the big cutter was roaring ahead over the heaving black waves, its searchlight clawing the darkness ahead. There was no sign now of the craft of Chandra Das ahead. They raced abreast of the lights of Margate, started rounding the North Foreland, pounded by bigger seas. Inspector Campbell had dragged the bodies of the dead policemen and their 2 slayers down into the cabin of the cutter. He came up and crouched down with Ennis beside Stewart, the helmsman. "I found these on the 2 Malays," Campbell shouted to the American, holding out 2 little objects in his spray-wet hands. Each was a flat star of gray metal, in which was set a large, oval, cabochon-cut jewel. The jewels flashed and dazzled with deep color, but it was a color wholly unfamiliar and alien to their eyes. "These are not any color we know on Earth," Campbell shouted. "I believe these jewels came from somewhere beyond the door, and that these are badges of the Brotherhood of the Door." Stewart, the helmsman, leaned toward the inspector. "We've rounded North Foreland, sir," he cried. "Ahead straight, south along the coast," Campbell ordered. "Chandra Das must have gone this way. No doubt he thinks he's shaken us off and is making for the gathering place of the Brotherhood, wherever that may be." "The cutter isn't built for seas like this," Stewart said, shaking his head. "But I'll do it." They were now following the coast southward, the lights of Ramsgate dropping back on their right. The waters out here in the channel were wider, great black waves tossing the cutter to the sky one moment and then dropping it sickeningly the next. Frequently its screws raced loudly as they encountered no resistance but air. Ennis, clinging precariously on the foredeck, turned the searchlight's stabbing white beam back and forth on the heaving dark sea ahead, but without any sign of their quarry disclosed. White foam of breaking waves began to show around them like bared teeth, and there was a humming in the air. "Storm's coming up the channel," Stewart exclaimed. "It'll do for us if it catches us out here." "We've got to keep on," Ennis told him desperately. "We must come up with them soon." The coast on their right was now one of black, rocky cliffs towering all along the shore in a jagged, frowning wall, against which the waves dashed foamy white. The cutter crept southward over the wild waters, tossed like a chip upon the great waves. Stewart was having a hard time holding the craft out from the rocks, and now its prow pointed obliquely away from them. The humming in the air changed to a shrill whistling as the outrider winds of the storm came upon them. The cutter tossed still more wildly, and black masses of water smashed in upon them from the darkness, dazing and drenching them. Suddenly Ennis yelled, "There's the lights of a boat ahead! There, moving in toward the cliffs!" He pointed ahead, and Campbell and the helmsman peered through the blinding spray and darkness. A pair of low lights were moving at high speed on the water there, straight towards the towering black cliffs. Then they vanished suddenly from sight. There must be a hidden opening or harbor of some kind in the cliffs, Inspector Campbell exclaimed. But that can't be Chandra Das's boat, for it carried no lights. It might be the others of the Brotherhood going to the meeting place, Ennis exclaimed. We can follow and see. Stewart thrust his head through the flying spray and shouted, There are openings and water caverns aplenty in those cliffs, but there's nothing in any of them. We'll find out, Campbell said. Head straight toward the cliffs in there where the boat vanished. If we can't find the opening, we'll be smashed to flinders on those cliffs, Stewart warned. I'm gambling that we'll find the opening, Campbell told him. Go ahead. Stewart's face was set stolidly, and he said, Yes, sir. He turned the prow of the cutter toward the cliffs. Instantly, they dashed forward toward the rock walls with greatly increased speed, wild waves bearing them onward like charging stallions of the sea. Hunched beside the helmsman, the searchlight stabbed the dark wildly as the cutter was flung forward by the waves. Ennis and the inspector watched as the cliffs loomed closer ahead. The brilliant white beam struck across the rushing, mountainous waves and showed only the towering barrier of the rock, battered and smitten by the ravening waters that frothed white. They could hear the booming thunder of the raging ocean striking the rock. Like a projectile hurled by a giant hand, the cutter fairly flew now toward the cliffs. They now could see even the little streams that ran off the rough rock wall as each giant wave broke against it. They were almost upon it. Stewart's face was deadly. I can't see any opening, he yelled, and we're going to hit in a moment. To your left, screamed Campbell over the booming thunder. There's an arched opening there. Now Ennis saw it also, a huge arch-shaped opening in the cliff that had been concealed by an angle of the wall. Stewart tried frantically to head the cutter toward it, but the wheel was useless as the great waves bore the craft along. Ennis saw that they would strike a little to the side of the opening. The cliff loomed ahead, and he closed his eyes to the impact. There was no impact, and as he heard a hoarse cry from Inspector Campbell, he opened his eyes. The cutter was flying in through a mighty opening, snatched into it by the powerful currents. They were whirled irresistibly forward under a huge rock arch, which loomed 40 feet over their heads. Before them stretched a winding water tunnel inside the cliff, and now they were out of the wild uproar of the storm waters outside, and in an almost stupefying silence. Smoothly, resistlessly, the current bore them on in the tunnel, whose winding turns ahead were lit up by their searchlight. God, that was close, exclaimed Inspector Campbell. His eyes flashed. Ennis, I believe that we have found the gathering place of the Brotherhood. That boat we sighted is somewhere ahead in here, and so must be Chandra Das, and your wife. Ennis' hand tightened on his gun butt. If that's so, if we can just find them. Blind action won't help if we do, said the inspector swiftly. There must be all the number of the Brotherhood's members assembled here, and we can't fight them all. His eyes suddenly lit, and he took the blazing jewel stars from his pocket. These badges. With them we can pose as members of the Brotherhood, perhaps long enough to find your wife. But Chandra Das will be there, and if he sees us... Campbell shrugged. We'll have to take that chance. It's the only course open to us. The current of the inflowing tide was still bearing them smoothly onward toward the winding water tunnel, around bends and angles where they scraped the rock, down long straight stretches. Stewart used the motors to guide them around the turns. Meanwhile, Inspector Campbell and Ennis quickly ripped from the cutter its police insignia and covered all evidence of it being a police craft. Stewart suddenly snicked off the searchlight. Light ahead there, he exclaimed. Around the next turn of the water tunnel showed a gleam of strange, soft light. Careful now, cautioned the inspector. Stewart, whatever we do, you stay in the cutter, and try to have it ready for a quick getaway if we leave it. Stewart nodded silently. The helmsman's stolid face had become a little pale, but he showed no sign of losing his courage. The cutter sped around the next turn of the tunnel and emerged into a huge, softly lit cavern. Stewart's eyes bulged, and Campbell uttered an exclamation of amazement. For in this mighty water cavern there floated, in a great mass, scores of sea-going craft, large and small. All of them were capable of breasting storm and wind, and some were so large they could barely have entered. There were small yachts, big motor cruisers, sea-going launches, cutters larger than their own, and among them the gray motor launch of Chandra Das. They were massed together here, those with masts having lowered them to enter, floating and rubbing sides, quite unoccupied. Around the edges of the water cavern ran a wild rock ledge, but no living person was visible, and there was no visible source for the soft, strange white light that filled the astounding place. These craft must have come here from all over the earth, Campbell muttered. The Brotherhood of the Door has assembled here. We've found their gathering place, all right. But where are they? Exclaimed Ennis. I don't see anyone. We'll soon find out, the inspector said. Stewart, run close to the edge there, and we'll get out on it. Stewart obeyed, and as the cutter bumped the ledge, Campbell and Ennis leaped out onto it. They looked this way and that along it, but no one was in sight. The weirdness of it was unnerving, the strangely lit, mighty cavern, the assembled boats, the utter silence. Follow me, Campbell said in a low voice. They must all be somewhere near. He and Ennis walked a few steps along the ledge. Then the American stopped. Campbell, listen, he whispered. Dimly there whispered to them, as though from a distance and through great walls, a swelling sound of chanting. As they listened, hearts beating rapidly, a square of the rock wall of the cavern abruptly flew open beside them, as though hinged like a door. Inside it was the mouth of a soft-lit, man-high tunnel, and in its opening stood two men. They wore over their clothing, shroud-like, loose-hanging robes of gray, asbestos-like material. They wore hoods of the same gray stuff over their heads, pierced with slits at the eyes and mouth, and each wore on his breast the blazing star badge. Through the eye slits the eyes of the two surveyed Campbell and Ennis as they halted, transfixed by the sudden apparition. Then one of the hooded men spoke measuredly in a hissing Mongolian voice. Are you who come here of the Brotherhood of the Door? He asked, apparently repeating a customary challenge. Campbell answered, his flat voice tremorless. We are of the Brotherhood. Why do you not wear the badges of the Brotherhood, then? For answer, the inspector reached in his pocket for the strange emblem and fastened it to his lapel. Ennis did the same. Enter, brothers, said the hissing, hooded shape, standing aside to let them pass. As they stepped into the tunnel, the hooded guard added, in slightly more natural tones, Brothers, you two are late. You must hurry to get your protective robes, for the ceremony soon begins. Campbell inclined his head without speaking, and he and Ennis started along the tunnel. Its light, as sourceless as the great water cavern, revealed that it was chiseled from solid rock, and that it wound downward. When they were out of sight of the two hooded guards, Ennis clutched the detective's arm convulsively. Campbell, he said, the ceremony begins soon. We've got to find Ruth first. We'll try, the inspector answered swiftly. These hooded robes are apparently issued to all the members to be worn during the ceremony as protection, for some reason, and once we get robes and get them on, Chandra Das won't be able to spot us. Look out, he added an instant later. Here's the place where the robes are issued. The tunnel had debouched suddenly into a wider space in which were a group of men. Several were wearing the concealing hoods and robes, and one of these hooded figures was handing out, from a large rack of robes, 3 of the garments to 3 dark Easterners, who had apparently entered in the boat just ahead of the cutter. The 3 dark Orientals, their faces gleaming with a strange fanaticism, quickly donned the robes and hoods, and passed hurriedly on down the tunnel. At once Campbell and Ennis stepped calmly up to the hooded custodians of the robes, and extended their hands. One of the hooded figures took down 2 robes and handed them to them. But suddenly one of the other hooded men spoke sharply. Instantly all the hooded men but the one who had spoken, with loud cries, threw themselves forward on Campbell and Paul Ennis. Taken utterly by surprise, the two had no chance to draw their guns. They were smothered by gray-robed men, held helplessly before they could move, a half-dozen pistols jammed into their bodies. Stupefied by the sudden dashing of their hopes, the detective and the young American saw the hooded man who had spoken slowly lift the concealing gray cowl from his face. It was the dark, cold, contemptuous face of Chandra Das. 5. The door opens. "Where leads the door?" rolled the chief priest's voice. Back up to him came the reply of hundreds of voices, muffled by the hoods, but loud, echoing to the roof of the cavern in a thunderous response. "It leads outside our world." The chief priest waited until the echoes died before his deep voice rolled on in the ritual. "Who taught our forefathers to open the door?" Ennis, edging desperately closer and closer to the line of victims, felt a mighty response reverberate around him. "They beyond the door taught them." Now Ennis was apart from the other priests on the dais, within a few yards of the captives, of the small figure of Ruth. "To whom do we bring these sacrifices?" As the high priest uttered the words, and before the booming answer came, a hand grasped Ennis and pulled him back from the line of victims. He spun around to find that it was one of the other priests who had jerked him back. "We bring them to those beyond the door." As the colossal response thundered, the priest who had jerked Ennis back whispered urgently to him, "You go too close to the victims, Chandra Das. Do you wish to be taken with them?" The fellow had a tight grip on Ennis' arm. Desperate, tensed, Ennis heard the chief priest roll forth the last of the ritual. "Shall the door be opened that they may take their sacrifices?" Stunning, mighty, a tremendous shout that mingled in it worshipping awe and superhuman dread, the answer crashed back, "Let the door be opened." The chief priest turned and his upflung arms whirled in a signal. Ennis, tensing to spring toward Ruth, saw the two priests at the gray mechanism swiftly turn the knurled black knobs. Then Ennis, like all else in the vast cavern, was held frozen and spellbound by what followed. The spherical web of wires pulsed up madly with shining force, and up at the center of the gleaming black oval facets on the wall there appeared a spark of unearthly green light. It blossomed outward, expanded, an awful vividescent flower blooming quickly outward, further and further. And as it expanded, Ennis saw that he could look through the green light. He looked through into another universe, a universe lying infinitely far across alien dimensions from our own, yet one that could be reached through this door between dimensions. It was a green universe, flooded with an awful green light that was somehow more akin to darkness than to light, a throbbing, baleful luminescence. Ennis saw dimly through the green-lit spaces a city in the near distance, an unholy city of emerald hue, whose unsymmetrical, twisted towers and minarets aspired into heavens of hellish vividry. The towers of that city swayed to and fro and writhed in the air, and Ennis saw that here and there, in the soft green substance of that restless city, were circles of lurid light that were like yellow eyes. In ghastly, soul-shaking apprehension of the utterly alien, Ennis knew that the yellow circles were eyes, and that the hell-spawned city of another universe was living, that its unfamiliar life was single yet multiple, that its lurid eyes looked now through the door. Out from the insane living metropolis glided pseudopods of its green substance, glided toward the door. Ennis saw that in the end of each pseudopod was one of the lurid eyes. He saw those eyed pseudopods come questing through the door, onto the dais. The yellow eyes of light seemed fixed on the row of stiff victims, and the pseudopods glided toward them. Through the open door was beating wave on wave of unfamiliar, tingling forces that Ennis felt even through the protective robe. The hooded multitude bent in awe as the green pseudopods glided toward the victims faster, with avid eagerness. Ennis saw them reaching for the prisoners, for Ruth, and he made a tremendous mental effort to break the spell that froze him. In that moment, pistol shots crashed across the cavern, and a stream of bullets smashed the pulsing web of wires. The door began instantly to close. Darkness crept back around the edges of the mighty oval. As though alarmed, the lurid-eyed pseudopods of the Hell City recoiled from the victims, back through the dwindling door. And as the door dwindled, the light in the cavern was failing. "Ruth!" yelled Ennis madly, and sprang forward and grasped her, his pistol leaping into his other hand. "Ennis, quick!" shouted Campbell's voice across the cavern. The door dwindled away altogether. The great oval facet was completely black. The light was fast dying too. The chief priest sprang madly toward Ennis, and as he did so, the hooded hordes of the Brotherhood recovered from their paralysis of horror and surged madly toward the dais. "The door is closed! Death to the blasphemers!" cried the chief priest as he plunged forward. "Death to the blasphemers!" shrieked the crazed horde below. Ennis' pistol roared, and the chief priest went down. The light in the cavern died completely at that moment. In the dark, a torrent of bodies catapulted against Ennis, screaming vengeance. He struck out with his pistol barrel at the mad melee, holding Ruth's stiff form close with his other hand. He heard the other drugged, helpless victims crushed down and trampled underfoot by the surging horde of vengeance-mad members. Clinging to the girl, Ennis fought like a madman through the darkness, in which none could distinguish friend or foe, toward the door at the side from which Campbell had fired. He smashed down the pistol barrel on all before him, as the hands sought to grab him in the dark. He knew sickeningly that he was lost in the combat, with no sense of direction of the door. Then a voice roared aloud across the wild din. "Ennis, this way! This way, Ennis!" yelled Inspector Campbell again and again. Ennis plunged through the whirl of unseen bodies in the direction of the detective's shouting voice. He smashed through, half dragging and half carrying the girl, until Campbell's voice was close ahead in the dark. He fumbled with the rock wall, found the door opening, and then Campbell's hands grasped him and pulled him inside. Hands grasped him from behind, striving to tear Ruth from him, to jerk him back. Voices shrieked for help. Campbell's pistol blazed in the dark. Ennis stumbled with the girl through the door into a dark tunnel. He heard Campbell slam the door shut and heard a bar fall with a clang. "Quick, for God's sake!" panted Campbell in the dark. "They'll follow us. We've got to get up through the tunnels to the water cavern." They raced along the pitch-dark tunnel, Campbell now carrying the girl, Ennis reeling drunkenly along. They heard a mounting roar behind them, and as they burst into the main tunnel, no longer lighted, but dark like the others, they looked back and saw a flicker of light coming up the passage. "They're after us, and they've got lights," Campbell cried. "Hurry!" It was nightmare. It was mad flight on stumbling feet up through the dark tunnels where they could hear the sea booming close overhead and could hear the wild pursuit behind. Their feet slipped on the damp floor and they crashed into the walls of the tunnel at the turns. The pursuit was close behind. As they started climbing the last passages into the water cavern, the torchlight behind showed them to their pursuers, and wild yells came to their ears. They had before them only the last ascent to the water cavern when Ennis stumbled and went down. He swayed up a little and yelled to Campbell, "Go on, get Ruth out. I'll try to hold them back a moment." "No," Campbell rasped. "There's another way, one that may mean the end of us too, but our only chance." The inspector thrust his hands into his pockets and snatched out the old-fashioned gold watch. He tore it from its chain, turned the stem of it twice around. Then he hurled it back down the tunnel with all his force. "Quick, out of the tunnel now, or we'll die right here," he yelled. They lunged forward, Campbell dragging both the girl and the exhausted Ennis, and emerged a moment later in the great water cavern. It was now lit only by the searchlight of their waiting cutter. As they emerged into the cavern, they were thrown flat on the rock ledge by a violent movement of it under them. An awful detonation and thunderous crash of falling rock smote their ears. Following the first tremendous crash, giant rumbling of collapsing rock shook the water cavern. "To the cutter!" Campbell cried. "That watch of mine was filled with the most concentrated high explosive known, and it's blown up the tunnels. Now it's touched off more collapses, and all those caverns and passages will fall in on us any moment." The awful rumbling and crashing of collapsing rock masses was deafening to their ears as they lurched toward the cutter. Great chunks of rock were falling from the cavern roof into the water. Stewart, white-faced but asking no questions, had the motor of the cutter running and helped them pull the unconscious girl aboard. "Out of the tunnel at once," Campbell ordered. "Full speed." They roared down the water tunnel at crazy velocity, the searchlight beam stabbing ahead. The tide had reached flood and turned, increasing the speed with which they dashed through the tunnel. Masses of rock fell with loud splashes behind them, and all around them was still the ominous grinding of mighty weights of rock. The walls of the tunnel quivered repeatedly. Stewart suddenly reversed the propellers, but in spite of his action, the cutter smashed a moment later into a solid rock wall. It was a mass of rock forming an unbroken barrier across the water tunnel, extending beneath the surface of the water. "We're trapped!" cried Stewart. "A mass of the rock has settled here and blocked the tunnel." "It can't be completely blocked," Campbell exclaimed. "See, the tide still runs out beneath it. Our one chance is to swim out under the blocking mass of rock before the whole cliff gives way." "But there's no telling how far the block may extend," Stewart cried. Then, as Campbell and Ennis stripped off their coats and shoes, he followed their example. The rumble of grinding rock around them was now continuous and nerve-shattering. Campbell helped Ennis lower Ruth's unconscious form into the water. "Keep your hand over her nose and mouth," cried the inspector. "Come on. Now." Stewart went first, his face pale in the searchlight beam as he dived under the rock mass. The tidal current carried him out of sight in a moment. Then, holding the girl between them, and with Ennis' hand covering her mouth and nostrils, the other two dived. Down through the cold waters they shot, and then the swift current was carrying them forward like a mill race, their bodies bumping and scraping against the rock mass overhead. Ennis' lungs began to burn, his brain to reel, as they rushed on in the water, still holding the girl tightly. They struck solid rock, a wall across their way. The current sucked them downward into a small opening at the bottom. They wedged in it, struggling fiercely, then tore through it. They rose on the other side of it, into pure air. They were in the darkness, floating in the tunnel beyond the block, the current carrying them swiftly outward. The walls were shaking and roaring frightfully about them as they were borne around the turns of the tunnel. Then they saw ahead of them a circle of dim light, pricked with white stars. The current bore them out into the starlight, into the open sea. Before them in the water floated Stewart, and they swam with him out from the shaking, grinding cliffs. The girl stirred a little in Ennis' grasp, and he saw in the starlight that her face was no longer dazed. "Paul," she muttered, clinging close to Ennis in the water. "She's coming back to consciousness. The water must have revived her from that drug," he cried. Then he was cut short by Campbell's cry. "Look! Look!" cried the inspector, pointing back at the black cliffs. In the starlight, the whole cliff was collapsing with a prolonged, terrible roar, as of grinding planets, its face breaking and buckling. The waters around them boiled furiously, whirling them this way and that. Then the waters quieted. They found they had been flung near a sandy spit beyond the shattered cliffs, and they swam toward it. The whole underground honeycomb of caverns and tunnels gave way, and the sea poured in, Campbell cried. The door and the brotherhood of the door are ended forever. End of The Door into Infinity by Edward Hamilton.
Double Standard by Alfred Koppel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perroy. Double Standard by Alfred Koppel. He did not have the qualifications to go into space, so he had them manufactured. It was after 0100 when Kane arrived at my apartment. I checked the hall screen carefully before letting him in, too, though the hour almost precluded the possibility of any inquisitive passers-by. He didn't say anything at all when he saw me, but his eyes went a bit wide. That was perfectly natural, after all. The illegal plasticosmetician had done his work better than well. I wasn't the same person I had been. I led Kane into the living room and stood before him, letting him have a good look at me. "Well," I asked, "will it work?" Kane lit a cigarette thoughtfully, not taking his eyes off me. "Maybe," he said. "Just maybe." I thought about the spaceship, standing proud and tall under the stars, ready to go, and I knew that it had to work. It had to! Some men dream of money, others of power. All my life I had dreamed only of lands in the sky, the red sand hills of Mars moldering in aged slumber under cobalt-colored day, the icy moraines of Io and Callisto, where the yellow methane snow drifted in the faint light of the sun, the barren, stark seas of the moon, where razor-backed mountains limned themselves against the star fields. "I don't know, Kim. You're asking a hell of a lot, you know," Kane said. "It'll work," I assured him. "The examination is cursory after the application has been acted on." I grinned easily under the flesh mask. And mine was. "You mean Kim Hall's application has," he said. I shrugged. "Well?" Kane frowned at me and blew smoke into the still air of the room. "The Kim Hall on the application and you aren't exactly the same person. I don't have to tell you that." "Look," I said, "I called you here tonight to check me over, and because we've been friends for a good long time. This is important to me, Kane. It isn't just that I want to go. I have to. You can understand that, maybe." "Yes, Kim," he said bitterly. "I can understand. Maybe if I had your build and mass, I'd be trying the same thing right now. My only chance was the Eugenics Board, and they turned me down cold. Remember? Sex-linked predilection to carcinoma. Unsuitable for colonial breeding stock." I felt a wave of pity for Kane then. I was almost sorry I'd called him over. Within 6 hours I would be on board the spaceship, while he would be here. Earthbound for always. Unsuitable for breeding stock in the controlled colonies of Mars or Io or Callisto. I thought about that, too. I knew I wouldn't be able to carry off my masquerade forever. I wouldn't want to. The stringent physical examination given on landing would pierce my disguise easily. But by that time it would be too late. I'd be there, out among the stars, and no earthbound spaceship captain would carry my mass back instead of precious cargo. I'd stay. If they wanted me for a breeder then, okay. In spite of my slight build and lack of physical strength, I'd still be where I wanted to be, in the fey lands in the sky. "I wish you all the luck in the world, Kim," my friend said. "I really do. I don't mean to throw cold water on your scheme. You know how few of us are permitted off-world. Everyone who makes it is a—" he grinned ruefully. A blow struck for equality. He savored the irony of it for a moment and then his face grew serious again. "It's just that the more I think of what you've done, the more convinced I am that you can't get away with it. Forged applications, faked fingerprints and X-rays, and this." He made a gesture that took in all of my appearance, flesh, hair, clothes, everything. "What the hell?" I said. "It's good, isn't it?" "Very good. In fact, you make me uncomfortable, it's so good. But it's too damn insane. Insane enough to work, I said. And it's the only chance. How do you think I'd stack up with the eugenics board? Not a chance. What they want out there is big muscle boys. Tough breeders. This is the only way for me. Well, Kane said, you're big enough now, it seems to me. Had to be. Lots to cover up, lots to add. And you're all set? Packed and ready? Yes, I said. All set. Then I guess this is it. He extended his hand. I took it. Good luck, Kim. Always, he said huskily. I'll hear if you make it. All of us will. And we'll be cheering and thinking that maybe, before we're all too old, we can make it too. And if not, that maybe our sons will, without having to be prize bulls either. He turned in the doorway and forced a grin. Don't forget to write, he said. The space field was streaked with the glare of floodlights, and the ship gleamed like a silvery spire against the desert night. I joined the line of passengers at the checking desk, my half-kilo of baggage clutched nervously against my side. My heart was pounding with a mixture of fear and anticipation, my muscles twitching under the unaccustomed tension of the plastiflesh sheath that hid me. All around me were the smells and sounds and sights of a spaceport, and above me were the stars, brilliant and close at hand in the dark sky. The queue moved swiftly toward the checking desk, where a gray-haired officer with a seamed face sat. The voice of the timekeeper came periodically from the loudspeakers around the perimeter of the field. Passengers for the Martian Queen, check in at desk 5. It is now H-47. I stood now before the officer, tense and afraid. This was critical, the last checkpoint before I could actually set foot in the ship. It is now H-45, the timer's metallic voice said. The officer looked up at me, and then at the faked photo print on my papers. Kim Hall, age 29, vocation agri-technician and hydroponics expert, height 171 centimeters, weight 80 kilos, right? I nodded soundlessly. Sums check within mass limits. Physical condition index 3.69. Fertility index 3.66. Compatibility index 2.99. The officer turned to a trim-looking assistant. All check? The uniformed girl nodded. I began to breathe again. Next desk, please, the officer said shortly. I moved on to the medics at the next stop. A gray-clad nurse checked my pulse and respiration. She smiled at me. Excited? She asked. Don't be. She indicated the section of the checking station where the breeders were being processed. You should see how the bulls take it, she said with a laugh. She picked up an electrified stamp. Now don't worry, this won't hurt, and it won't disfigure you permanently. But the ship's guards won't let you aboard without it. Government regulations, you know. We cannot load personal dossiers on the ships, and this will tell the officers all they need to know about you. Weight limitations, you see. I almost laughed in her face at that. If there was one thing all Earth could offer me that I wanted, it was that stamp on my forehead, a passport to the stars. She set the stamp and pressed it against my forehead. I had a momentary fear about the durability of the flesh mask that covered my face, but it was unnecessary. The plastiskin took the temporary tattoo the way real flesh would have. I felt the skin and read it in my mind. I knew exactly what it said. I dreamed of it so often and so long all my life. My ticket on the Martian Queen, my pass to those lands in the sky. Cert SXF Hall K RS Mart Queen SN 1775690. I walked across the ramp and into the lift beside the great tapering hull of the rocket. My heart was singing. The timer said, "It is H minus 31." And then I stepped through the outer valve, into the Queen. The air was brisk with the tang of hydrogenol, space fuel. The ship was alive and humming with 1,000 relays and timers and whispering generators, readying herself for space. I lay down in the acceleration hammock and listened to the ship. This was everything I had wished for all my life. To be a free man among the stars. It was worth the chances I had taken, worth the lying and cheating and danger. The conquest of space had split humanity in a manner that no one could have foreseen, though the reasons for the schism were obvious. They hinged on two factors, mass and durability. Thus it was that some remained forever earthbound, while others reached for the sky. And bureaucracy being what it was, the decision as to who stayed and who went was made along the easy, obvious line of demarcation. I and half the human race were on the wrong side of the line. From the ship's speakers came the voice of the timer. "It is H minus 10. Ready yourselves for the takeoff." I thought of Kane and the men I had known and worked with for half of my 29 years. They, too, were forbidden the sky. Tragic men, really, with their need and their dream written in the lines of pain and yearning on their faces. The speaker suddenly snapped. "There is an illegal passenger on board. All persons will remain in their quarters until he is apprehended. Repeat, there is an illegal passenger on board. Remain in your quarters." My heart seemed to stop beating. Somehow my deception had been uncovered. How, it didn't matter, but it had. And the important thing now was simply to stay on board at all costs. A spaceship departure could not be delayed. The orbit was computed, the blast-away time to the millisecond. I leapt to the deck and out of my cubicle. A spidery catwalk led upward, toward the nose of the ship. Before me I could hear the first sounds of the search. I ran up the walk, my footsteps sounding hollowly in the steel shaft. A bulkhead blocked my progress ahead, and I sought the next step. The timer said, "It is H minus 6." It was a passenger deck. I could see frightened faces peering out of cubicles as I ran past. Behind me, the pursuit grew louder, nearer. I slammed open a bulkhead and found another walk leading upward toward the astrogation blisters in the topmost point of the Queen. Behind me, I caught a glimpse of a ship's officer running, armed with a stun pistol. My breath rasped in my throat, and the plastic skin sheath on my body shifted sickeningly. "You there! Halt!" The voice was high-pitched and excited. I flung through another bulkhead hatch and out into the dorsal blister. I seemed to be suspended between earth and sky. The stars glittered through the steel glass of the blister, and the desert lay below, streaked with searchlights and covered with tiny milling figures. The warning light on the control bunker turned from amber to red as I watched, chest heaving. "It is H minus 3, the timer said. "Rig ship for space." I slammed the hatch shut and spun the wheel lock. I stood filled with a mixture of triumph and fear. They could never get me out of the ship in time now. But I would have to face blast away in the blister, unprotected. A shock that could kill. Through the speaker, the captain's talker snapped orders. "Abandon pursuit! Too late to dump him now. Pick him up after acceleration is completed." And then maliciously, knowing that I could hear, "Scrape him off the deck when we're in space. That kind can't take much." I felt a blaze of red fury. That kind. The earthbound kind. I wanted to live then more than I had ever wanted to live before, to make a liar out of that sneering, superior voice, to prove that I was as good as all of them. "It is H minus 1, said the timer. Orders filtered through the speaker. Outer valves closed. Inner valves closed. Minus 30 seconds. Condition red. Pressure in the ship, 1/3 atmosphere. 20 seconds. Ship secure for space. 10, 9, 8. I lay prone on the steel deck, braced myself and prayed. 7, 6, 5. Gyros on. Course set. 4, 3, 2. The ship trembled. A great light flared beyond the curving transparency of the blister. Up ship! A hand smashed down on me, crushing me into the deck. I thought, I must live. I can't die. I won't die. I felt the spaceship rising. I felt her reaching for the stars. I was a part of her. I screamed with pain and exultation. The hand pressed harder, choking the breath from me, stripping the plastiskin away in long, damp strips. Darkness flickered before my eyes. I lay helpless and afraid and transfigured with a joy I had never known before. Distorted, half naked, I clung to life. When I opened my eyes, they were all around me. They stood in a half circle, trim, uniformed. Their smooth faces and cropped hair and softly molded bodies looked strange against the functional steel angularity of the astrogation blister. I staggered to my feet, long strips of plastic flesh dangling from me. The Queen was in space. I was in space, no longer earthbound. Yes, I said, I lived. Look at me. I stripped off the flesh mask, peeled away the red, full lips, the long transformation. I've done it. Others will do it too. Not breeders, not brainless ornaments to a hyper-nymphoid phallus. Just ordinary men. Ordinary men with a dream. You can't keep the sky for yourselves. It belongs to all of us. I stood with my back to the blazing stars and laughed at them. In the beginning it was right that you should be given priority over us. For centuries we kept you in subjection, and when the age of space came, you found your place, your stamina, your small stature, everything about you fitted you to be mistresses of the sky. But it's over, over and done with. We can all be free. I peeled away the artificial breasts that dangled from my chest. I stood, swaying, drunkenly, defiantly. They came to me then. They took me gently and carried me below, to the comfort of a white bunk. They soothed my hurts and nursed me, for in spite of it all, they were women and I was a man in pain. End of Double Standard by Alfred Koppel.
Elegy by Charles Leroy Nutt, writing as Charles Beaumont. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. It was an impossible situation. An asteroid in space where no asteroid should have been, with a city that could only have existed back on Earth. Elegy by Charles Beaumont. Would you mind repeating that? I said, sir, that Mr. Friden says, sir, that he sees a city. A city? Yes, sir. Mr. Weber rubbed the back of his hand along his cheek. You realize, of course, that that is impossible. Yes, sir. Send Mr. Friden in to see me at once. The young man saluted and rushed out of the room. He returned with a somewhat older man who wore spectacles and frowned. Now then, said Captain Weber, what's all this Lieutenant Peterson tells me about a city? Are you enjoying a private little joke, Friden? Friden shook his head emphatically. No, sir. Then perhaps you'd like to explain. Well, sir, you see, I was getting bored, and just for something to do, I thought I'd look through the screen. Not that I dreamed of seeing anything. The instruments weren't adjusted either, and there was something funny, something I couldn't exactly make out. Go on, said Captain Weber patiently. So I fixed up the instruments and took another look, and there it was, sir, plain as could be. There what was? A city, sir. Oh, I couldn't tell much about it, but there were houses all right, a lot of them. Houses, you say? Yes, sir, on an asteroid. Captain Weber looked for a long moment at Mr. Friden and began to pace nervously. I take it you know what this might mean. Yes, sir, I do. That's why I wanted Lieutenant Peterson to tell you about it. I believe, Friden, that before we do any more talking, I'll see this city for myself. Captain Weber, Lieutenant Peterson, and Mr. Friden walked from the room down a long corridor and into a smaller room. Captain Weber put his eye on a circular glass and tapped his foot. He stepped back and rubbed his cheek again. Well, you were right. That is a city, or else we've all gone crazy. Do you think that we have? I don't know, sir. It's not impossible. Lieutenant, go ask Mr. Milton if he can land us on an asteroid. Give him all the details and be back in 10 minutes, Captain Weber sighed. Whatever it is, he said, it will be a relief. Although I never made a special announcement, I suppose you knew that we were lost. Oh, yes, sir. And that we ran almost entirely out of fuel several months ago. In fact, shortly after we left? We knew that. The men were silent. Sir, Mr. Milton says he can land us, but he can't promise exactly where. Tell Mr. Milton that's good enough. Captain Weber waited for the young man to leave, then looked again into the glass. What do you make of it, sir? Not much, Friden, not much. It's a city, and it's an asteroid. But how the devil they got there is beyond me. I still haven't left the idea that we're crazy, you know. Friden looked. We're positioning to land. Strange. What is it? I can make out things a bit more clearly now, sir. Those are Earth houses. Mr. Weber looked. He blinked. Now, that, he said, is impossible. Look here, we've been floating about in space for... How long is it? 3 months, sir. Exactly. For 3 months we've been bobbling aimlessly millions of miles from Earth. No hope whatever. And now we're landing in a city just like the one we first left, or almost like it. Friden, I ask you, does that make any sense at all? No, sir. And it doesn't seem logical that there should be an asteroid where no asteroid should be. It does not. They stared at the glass by turns. Do you see that, Friden? I'm afraid so, sir. A lake. A lake and a house by it, and trees. Tell me, how many of us are left? Friden held up his right hand and began to unbend fingers. Yourself, sir, and myself, Lieutenant Peterson, Mr. Chitterwick, Mr. Goblin, Mr. Milton, and, great Scott, out of 30 men? You know how it was, sir, that business with the Martians and then our own difficulties? Yes, our own difficulties. Isn't it ironic somehow, Friden? We band together and fly away from war, and no sooner are we off the Earth but we begin other wars. I've often felt that if Appleton hadn't been so aggressive with that gun, we would never have been kicked off Mars. And why did we have to laugh at them? Oh, I'm afraid I haven't been a very successful captain. You're in a mood, sir. Am I? I suppose I am. Look, there's a farm, an actual farm. Not really. Why, I haven't seen one for 20 years. The door flew open, and Lieutenant Peterson came in, panting. Mr. Milton checked off every instruction, sir, and we're going down now. He's sure there's enough fuel left for the break? He thinks so, sir. Lieutenant Peterson. Yes, sir? Come look into this glass, will you? The young man looked. What do you see? A lot of strange creatures, sir. Are they dangerous? Should we prepare our weapons? How old are you, Lieutenant? 19, Captain Weber. You have just seen a herd of cows, for the most part. Captain Weber squinted and twirled the knobs. Holsteins. Holstein, sir? You may go. Oh, you might tell the others to prepare for a crash landing. Straps and all that. The young man smiled faintly and left. I'm a little frightened, Friden. I think I'll go to my cabin. Take charge, and have them wait for my orders. Captain Weber saluted tiredly and walked back down the long corridor. He paused as the machine suddenly roared more life, rubbing his cheek, and went into the small room. Cows, said Captain Weber, bracing himself. The fiery leg fell into the cool air, heating it, causing it to smoke, and burnt into the green grass and licked a craterous hole. There were fire flags and fire sparks, hisses and explosions, and the weary groaning sound of a great beast suddenly roused from sleep. The rocket landed. It grumbled and muttered for a while on its finny tripod, then was silent. Soon the heat vanished also. Are you all right, sir? Yes, and the rest? All but Mr. Chitterwick. He broke his glasses and said he can't see. Captain Weber swung himself erect and tested his limbs. Well then, Lieutenant, has the atmosphere been checked? The air is pure and fit to breathe, sir. Instruct the others to drop the ladder. Yes, sir. A door on the side of the rocket opened, laboriously, and men climbed out. Look, said Mr. Milton, pointing. There are trees and grass. Over there, little bridges going over the water. He pointed to a row of small white houses with green gardens and stony paths. Beyond the trees was a brick lodge extended over a rivulet which foamed and bubbled. Fishing poles protruded from the lodge window. And there, to the right, a steel building 30 stories high with a pink cloud near the top, and separated by a hedge, a brown tent with a barbecue pit before it, smoke rising in a rigid ribbon from the chimney. Mr. Chitterwick blinked and squinted his eyes. What do you see? Distant and near, houses of stone and brick and wood, painted all colors, small and large, and further, golden fields of wheat, each blown by a different breeze in a different direction. I don't believe it, said Captain Weber. It's a park. Millions of miles away from where a park could possibly be. Strange, but familiar, said Lieutenant Peterson, picking up a rock. Captain Weber looked in all directions. We were lost. Then we see a city where no city should be, on an asteroid not shown in any chart, and we managed to land. And now we're in the middle of a place that belongs in history records. We may be crazy. We may all be wandering around in space and dreaming. A little man with thin hair, who had just stepped briskly from a tree clump, said, Well, well, and the men jumped. The little man smiled. Aren't you a trifle late or early or something? Captain Weber turned, and his mouth dropped open. I hadn't been expecting you, gentlemen, to be perfectly honest, the little man clucked. Then, oh dear, see what you've done to Mr. Bellefont's park? I do hope that you haven't hurt him. No, I see that he is all right. Captain Weber followed the direction of the man's eyes and perceived an old man with red hair seated at the base of a tree, apparently reading a book. We are from Earth, said Captain Weber. Yes, yes. Let me explain. My name is Weber. These are my men. Of course, said the little man. Chitterwick came closer, blinking. Who is this that knows our language? He asked. Who? Graypool. Mr. Graypool. Didn't they tell you? Are you also from Earth? Heavens, yes. But now, let us go where we can chat more comfortably. Mr. Graypool struck out down a small path, past scorched trees and underbrush. You know, Captain, right after the last consignment, something happened to my calendar. Now, I'm competent at my job, but I'm no technician. No, indeed. Besides, no doubt one of you or your men can set the doodad right, eh? Here we are. They walked onto a wooden porch and through a door with a wire screen. Lieutenant Peterson first, then Captain Weber, Mr. Friden, and then the rest of the crew. Mr. Graypool followed. "You must forgive me, it's been a while. Take chairs. There, there. Now, what's the news of home, shall I say?" The little man stared. Captain Webber shifted uncomfortably. He glanced about the room at the lace curtains and the needlepoint tapestries and the lavender wallpaper. "Mr. Graypool, I'd like to ask some questions." "Certainly, certainly. But first, this being an occasion—" The little man stared at each man carefully, then shook his head. Do you all like wine? Good wine?" He ducked through a small door. Captain Webber exhaled and rose. "Now, don't start talking all at once," he whispered. "Anyone have any ideas? No? Then quick, scout around. Friden, you stay here. You others, see what you can find. I'm not sure I like the look of this." The men left the room. Mr. Chitterwick made his way along a hedgerow, feeling cautiously and maintaining a delicate balance. When he came to a doorway, he stopped, squinted, and entered. The room was dark and quiet and odorous. Mr. Chitterwick groped a few steps, put out his hand, and encountered what seemed to be raw flesh. He swiftly withdrew his hand. "Excuse," he said. Then, "Oh," as his face came against a slab of moist red meat. "Oh, my!" Mr. Chitterwick began to tremble, and he blinked furiously, reaching out and finding flesh, cold and hard, unidentifiable. When he stepped upon the toes of a large man with a walrus mustache, he wheeled, located the sunlight, and ran from the butcher shop. The door of the temple opened with difficulty, which caused Mr. Milton to breathe unnaturally. Then, once again, he gasped. Row upon row of people, their fingers outstretched, lips opened but immobile and silent, their bodies prostrate on the floor. And upon a strange black altar, a tiny woman with silver hair and a long thyrsus in her right hand. Nothing stirred but the mosaic squares in the walls. The colors danced here. Otherwise, everything was frozen. Everything was solid. Even the air hung suspended, stationary. Mr. Milton left the temple. There was a table, and a woman on the table, and people all around the woman on the table. Mr. Goblin did not go a great distance from the doorway. He rubbed his eyes and stared. It was an operating room. There were all the instruments, some old, most old, and masked men and women with shining scissors and glistening saws in their hands. And up above the students' aperture, filled seats, filled aisles. Mr. Goblin put his other hand about the doorknob. A large man stood over the recumbent figure, his lusterless eyes regarding the crimson puce incision, but he did not move. The nurses did not move, or the students. No one moved, especially the smiling, middle-aged woman on the table. Mr. Goblin moved. "Hello," said Lieutenant Peterson after he had searched through 8 long aisles of books. "Hello?" He pointed his gun menacingly. There were many books with many titles, and they all had a fine gray dust about them. Lieutenant Peterson paused to examine a bulky volume when he happened to look above him. "Who are you?" he demanded. The mottled, angular man perched atop the ladder did not respond. He clutched a book and looked at the book and not at the lieutenant. "Come down. I want to talk with you." The man on the ladder did nothing unusual. He remained precisely as he had been. Lieutenant Peterson climbed up the ladder, scowling. He reached the man and jabbed with a finger. Lieutenant Peterson looked into the eyes of the reading man and descended hastily and did not say goodbye. Mr. Graypool re-entered the living room with a tray of glasses. "This is apricot wine," he announced, and distributed the glasses. "But where are the others? Out for a walk? Ah, well, they can drink theirs later. Incidentally, Captain, how many guests did you bring? Last time it was only 12. Not an extraordinary shipment either. They all preferred the ordinary things. All but Mrs. Dominguez. Dear me, she was worth the carload herself. Wanted a zoo, can you imagine? A regular zoo. But a regular zoo, with her put in the birdhouse. Oh, they had a time getting that one up. Mr. Graypool chuckled and sipped at his drink. It's people like Mrs. Dominguez who put the life into happy glades. Or do you find that disrespectful? Captain Weber shook his head and tossed down his drink. Mr. Graypool leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. Ah, he continued, you have no idea how good this is. Once in a while it does get lonely for me here. No man is an island, or how does it go? Why, I can remember when Mr. Waldmeyer first told me of this idea. A grave responsibility, he said, a grave responsibility. Mr. Waldmeyer has a keen sense of humor, needless to say. Captain Weber looked out the window. A small child on roller skates stood still on the sidewalk. Mr. Graypool laughed. Finished your wine? Good. Explanations are in order, though first perhaps you'd care to join me in a brief turn around the premises. Fine. Friden, you stay here and wait for the men. Captain Weber winked a number of times and frowned briefly. Then he and Mr. Graypool walked out onto the porch and down the steps. Mr. Friden drummed his fingers upon the arm of the chair, surveyed his empty glass, and hiccuped softly. I do wish you'd landed your ship elsewhere, Captain. Mr. Belfont is quite particular, and as you see, his park is hopelessly disfigured. We were given no choice, I'm afraid. The fuel was running out. Indeed. Well, then, that explains everything. A beautiful day, don't you find, sir? Fortunately, with the exception of Professor Carling, all the guests prefer good weather. Plenty of sunshine, they say, or crisp evenings. It helps. They walked toward the house of colored rocks. Miss Daphne Trilling's, Mr. Graypool gestured. They threw it up in a day, though it's solid enough. When they passed an elderly woman on a bicycle, Captain Weber stopped walking. Mr. Graypool, we've got to have a talk. Mr. Graypool shrugged and pointed, and they went to an office building, which was crowded with motionless men, women, and children. Since I'm so mixed up myself, the captain said, maybe I'd better ask. Just who do you think we are? I'd thought you to be the men from the Glades, of course. I don't have the slightest idea of what you're talking about. We're from the planet Earth. They were going to have another war, the last war, they said, and we escaped in that rocket and started off for Mars. But something went wrong. A fellow named Appleton pulled a gun. Others just didn't like the Martians. We needn't go into it. They wouldn't have us, so Mars didn't work out. Something else went wrong then. Soon we were lost, with only a little store of fuel and supplies. Then Mr. Friden noticed this city, or whatever it is, and we had enough fuel to land, so we landed. Mr. Graypool nodded his head slowly, somehow sadder than before. I see. You say there was a war on Earth? They were going to set off X-bomb. When they do, everything will go to pieces, or everything has already. What dreadful news! May I inquire, Captain, when you have learned where you are, what do you intend to do? Why, live here, of course. No, no, try to understand. You could not conceivably fit in here with us. Captain Weber glanced at the motionless people. Why not? Then he shouted, What is this place? Where am I? Graypool smiled. Captain, you're in a cemetery. Good work, Peterson. Thanks, sir. When we all got back and Friden didn't know where you'd gone, well, we got worried. Then we heard you shouting. Hold his arms. There. You heard this, Friden? Mr. Friden was trembling slightly. He brushed past the man with the Van Dyke beard and sat down on a leather stool. Yes, sir, I did. That is, I think I did. What shall we do with him? I don't know yet. Take him away. Lieutenant, for now I want to think a bit. We'll talk to Mr. Graypool later on." Lieutenant Peterson pulled the smiling little man out into the street and pointed a gun at him. Mr. Chitterwick blinked into the face of a small child. "Man's insane, I guess," said Mr. Milton, pacing. "Yes, but what about all this?" Mr. Goeblin looked horrified at the stationary people. "I think I can tell you," Mr. Friden said. "Take a look, Captain." The men crowded around a pamphlet which Mr. Friden had placed on the stool. Toward the top of the pamphlet, and in the center of the first page, was a photograph, untinted and solemn. It depicted a white cherub delicately poised on a granite slab. Beneath the photographs were the words, "Happy Glades." Captain Webber turned the pages and mumbled, glancing over his shoulder every once in a while. "What is it, sir?" asked Mr. Chitterwick of the frozen man in the blue suit with the copper buttons. "It's one of those old level cemeteries," cried Mr. Milton. "I remember seeing pictures like it, sir." Captain Webber read aloud from the pamphlet. "For 50 years," he began, "an outstanding cultural and spiritual asset to this community, Happy Glades is proud to announce yet another innovation in its program of post-benefits. Now you can enjoy the afterlife in surroundings which suggest the here and now. Never before in history has scientific advancement allowed such a plan." Captain Webber turned the page. "For those who prefer that their late departed have real, permanent, eternal happiness, for those who are dismayed by the fragility of all things mortal, we of Happy Glades are proud to offer: 1. The permanent duplication of physical conditions identical to those enjoyed by the departed on Earth. Park, playground, lodge, office building, hotel or house, etc., may be secured at varying prices. All workmanship and materials specifically attuned to the conditions on asteroid K7 and guaranteed for permanence. 2. Permanent conditioning of late beloved so that, in the midst of the surroundings he favored, a genuine eternity may be assured. 3. Full details on Happy Glades' newest property, asteroid K7, may be found on page 4. The captain tossed the pamphlet on the floor and lit a cigarette. "Did anyone happen to notice the date?" Mr. Milton said, "It doesn't make any sense. There haven't been cemeteries for ages. And even if this were true, why would anyone want to go all the way through space to a little asteroid? They might just as well have built these things on Earth. Who would want all this when they're dead anyway?" "You mean all these people are dead?" For a few moments there was complete and utter silence in the lobby of the building. "Are those things true that we read in your booklet?" asked Captain Webber, after Lieutenant Peterson had brought in the prisoner. "Every word," said the little man, bowing slightly, "is monumentally correct." "Then we want you to begin explaining." Mr. Graypool tushed and proceeded to straighten the coat of a middle-aged man with a cigar. Mr. Goeblin shuddered. "No, no," laughed Mr. Graypool. "These are only imitations. Mr. Conklin upstairs was head of a large firm, absolutely in love with his work, you know, that kind of thing. So we had to duplicate not only the office, but the building, and even replicas of all the people in the building. Mr. Conklin himself is in an easy chair on the 20th story. And? Well, gentlemen, as you know, Happy Glades is an outstanding mortuary on Earth. And to put it briefly, with the constant exploration of planets and moons and whatnot, our Mr. Waldmeyer hit upon this scheme. Seeking to extend the ideal hereafter to our guests, we bought out this little asteroid. With the vast volume and tremendous turnover, as it were, we got our staff of scientists together, and they offered this plan to duplicate the exact surroundings which the guest most enjoyed in life, assuring him privacy, permanence, a very big point, as you can see, and all the small things not possible on Earth. Why here? Why cart off 1,000,000 miles or more when the same thing could have been done on Earth? My communication system went bad, I fear, so I haven't heard from the offices in a while. But am I to understand there is a war beginning? That is the idea, Captain. One could never really be sure of oneself down there, what with all the new bombs and things being discovered." Said Captain Weber. Then, too, Mr. Waldmeyer worried about those new societies, with their dreadful ideas about cremation. You can see what that sort of thing could do to the undertaking business. His plan caught on, however, and soon we were having to turn away guests. "And where do you fit in, Mr. Greypoole?" The little man seemed to blush. He lowered his eyes. "I was the head caretaker, you see, but I wasn't well. Gastric complaints, liver, heart palpitations, this and that. So I decided to allow them to change me. They turned all manner of machines on my body and pumped me full of fluids, and by the time I got here, why, I was almost, you might say, a machine myself. Fortunately, though, they left a good deal of Greypoole. All I know is that whenever the film is punctured, I wake and become a machine, do my prescribed duties in a complex way, and the film? The covering that seals in the conditioning. Nothing can get out, nothing get in, except things like rockets. Then it's self-sealing, needless to say. But to get on, Captain, with all the technical advancements, it soon got to where there was no real work to be done here. They threw up the film and coated us with their preservative, or, as they put it, eternifier, and, well, with the exception of my calendar and the communication system, everything's worked perfectly, including myself." No one said anything for a while. Then Captain Weber said, with great slowness, "You're lying. This is all a crazy, hideous plot." The little man chuckled at the word plot. "In the first place, no cemetery or form of cemetery has existed on Earth for how long, Friden?" Mr. Friden stared at his fingers. "Years and years." "Exactly. There are communal furnaces now." Mr. Greypoole winced. "And furthermore," continued the captain, "this whole concept is ridiculous." Mr. Chitterwick threw down the pamphlet and began to tremble. "We should have stayed home," he remarked to a young woman who did not answer. "Mr. Greypoole," said Weber, "I think that you know more than you're saying. You didn't seem very surprised when you learned we weren't the men you expected. You don't seem very surprised now when I tell you that your Happy Glen and all the people connected with it have been dead for ages. So why the display of interest in our explanations? Why—" A faint murmur. "A good machine checks and double checks," could be heard from Mr. Greypoole, who otherwise said nothing. "I speak for my men. We're confused, terribly confused. But whatever this is, we're stuck, can't you see? All we want is a place to begin again." Captain Weber paused and looked at the others, and went on in a softer tone. "We're tired men, Mr. Greypoole. We're poorly equipped, but we do have weapons, and if this is some hypnotic kind of trap—" The little man waved his hands offendedly. "There are lakes and farms, all we need to make a new start. More than we'd hoped for, much more." "What had you hoped for, Captain?" "Something. Nothing. Just escape." "But I see no women. How could you begin again, as you suggest?" "Women? Too weak. They would not have lasted. We brought along eggs and machines, enough for our needs." Greypoole clucked his tongue. "Mr. Waldmeyer certainly did look ahead," he muttered. "He certainly did. Will we be honest now? Will you help us?" "Yes, Captain, I will help you. Let us go back to your rocket." Mr. Greypoole smiled. "Things will be better there." Captain Weber signaled. They left the building and walked by the foot of the great white mountain. They passed a garden with little spotted trees and flowers, a brown desert of shifting sands, and a striped tent. They walked by strawberry fields and airplane hangars and coal mines, tiny yellow cottages, cramped apartments, fluted houses and Tudor homes, and homes without description. Past rock pools and a great zoo full of animals that stared out with vacant eyes, and everywhere the seasons changed gently: crisp autumn, cottony summer, windy spring, and winters cool and white. The 6 men in uniform followed the little man with the thin hair. They did not speak as they walked, but looked around, staring, craning, wondering. And the old, young, middle-aged, white, brown, yellow people who did not move wondered back at the men with their eyes. "You see, Captain, the success of Mr. Waldmeyer's plan?" Captain Weber rubbed his cheek. "I don't understand," he said. "But you do see, all of you, the perfection here, the quality of eternal happiness which the circular speaks of?" "Yes, we see that." "Here we have happiness and brotherhood. Here there have never been wars, or hatreds, or prejudices. And now, you who were many and left Earth to escape war and hatred, who were many by your own word, and are now only 6, you want to begin life here?" Cross breezes ruffled the man's hair. "To begin, when from the moment of your departure you had wars of your own, and killed, and hurled mocking prejudice against a race of people not like you, a race who rejected and cast you out into space again, from your own account. No, gentlemen, I am truly sorry. It may be that I misjudged those of you who are left, or rather, that Happy Glades misjudged you. You may mean well, after all. And of course the location on this asteroid is so planned by the board as to be uncharted forever. But, oh, I'm sorry," Mr. Greypool sighed. "What does he mean by that?" asked Mr. Friden and Lieutenant Peterson. Captain Weber was gazing at a herd of cows in the distance. "What do you mean you're sorry?" demanded Mr. Friden. "Well—" "Captain Weber!" cried Mr. Chitterwick blankly. "Yes, yes?" "I feel queer." Mr. Goeblin clutched his stomach. "So do I." "And me." Captain Weber looked back at the fields, then at Mr. Greypool. His mouth twitched in sudden pain. "We feel awful, Captain." "I'm sorry, gentlemen. Follow me to your ship, quickly." Mr. Greypool motioned curiously with his hand and began to step quickly. They circled a small pond where a motionless boy strained toe-high on an extended board, and the day once again turned to night as they hurried past the shadowed cathedral. When they were in sight of the scorched trees, Mr. Milton doubled up and screamed, "Captain!" Mr. Goeblin struck his forehead. I told you we shouldn't have drunk that wine. Didn't I tell you?" "It was the wine. We all drank it. He did it. He poisoned us." "Follow me," cried Mr. Greypool, making a hurried gesture and breaking into a run. "Faster!" They stumbled hypnotically through the park and over the mandarin bridges to the rock. "Tell them, Captain. Tell them to climb the ladder." "Go on up, men." "But we're poisoned, sir." "Hurry! There's an antidote on the ship." The crew climbed into the ship. "Captain," invited Mr. Greypool. Captain Weber ascended jerkily. When he reached the open lock, he turned. His eyes swept over the hills and fields and mountains, over the rivers and houses and still people. He coughed and pulled himself into the rocket. Mr. Greypool followed. "You don't dislike this ship, do you? That is, the surroundings are not offensive?" "No, we don't dislike the ship." "I'm glad of that. If only I had been allowed more latitude. But everything functions so well here. No real choice in the matter, actually. No more than the ceiling film. And they would leave me with these human emotions. I see, of course, why the communication system doesn't work, and why my calendar is out of commission. Kind of Mr. Waldmeyer to arrange that they stop when his worst fears finally materialize. Are the men all seated? No, they mustn't writhe on the floor like that. Get them to their stations. No, to the stations they would most prefer, and hurry." Captain Weber ordered Chitterwick to the galley, Mr. Goeblin to the engineering chair, Mr. Friden to the navigator's room. "Sir, what's going to happen? Where's the antidote?" Mr. Milton to the pilot's chair. "The pain will only last for a moment or so. It's an unfortunate part of the eternifier," said Mr. Greypool. "There, all in order? Good, good. Now, Captain, I see understanding in your face, and it pleases me more than I can say. Your position is so difficult, but you can see that the machine is geared to its job, which is to retain permanence on happy glades. Well, a machine is a machine. Where shall we put you?" Captain Webber leaned on the arm of the little man and walked to the open lock. "You do understand?" asked Mr. Greypoole. Captain Webber's head nodded halfway down, then stopped, his eyes frozen forever on the city. "A pity." The little man with the thin hair walked around the cabins and rooms, straightening, dusting. He climbed down the ladder, shook his head, and started down the path to the wooden house. When he had washed all the empty glasses and replaced them, he sat down in a large leather chair and adjusted himself into the most comfortable position. His eyes stared in waxen contentment at the homely interior, with its lavender wallpaper, needlepoint tapestries, and tidy arrangement. He did not move. The end of Elegy by Charles Beaumont. Half-Past Alligator by Donald Colvin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. It takes sportsmanship to make a ball team, and foul play to get a backward race civilized. Half-Past Alligator by Donald Colvin. Bill Bradley shooed away the group of Quxas that had surged over the first base line. With broad grins on their flat, piebald faces, they moved away, in the wrong direction, of course, and squatted in a smiling semicircle around Pat Reed, who was playing third. This was bad because Reed was a 50-50 player. It was an even chance whether he got the ball or the ball got him. One of the half-domesticated thrags broke loose and cantered across the outfield with its peculiar five-legged gait. In the hubbub, Ray Bush stole second. Nobody seemed to notice. Sighing heavily, Bill returned to the mound and whiplashed a fast one tight across the letters. The hitter got only a small piece of it. A pop fly sauntered toward left field. Judging it to a nicety, Gus Mustus came racing in, evading a tethered thrag, leapt a hole some Quxa had dug and forgotten, and made a shoestring catch, retiring the side. The Quxas cheered deliriously. Bill trotted off the mound. For a moment, the thrill of the game held him. This was the way things should be. The feel of smoothly flowing muscles, the thudding sound of horsehide hitting a leather glove, the weight of a bat in your hands in your first ball game after clambering over and scrabbling in an unexplored planet for 14 months. Then he caught sight of Candace Matthews, walking among the pneumo huts that served as the outpost camp for the expedition. Gloom enveloped him again, surrounding him like a dank fog. For 14 long months Bill had feasted on the memory of Candy Matthews, on his recollection of her turquoise eyes and cascading brown hair, on the remembrance of her soft lips on his last night under the 4 moons of Venser III. Today she had arrived with the 70-odd men and women who comprised the appraisal unit, the final group of the planet's explorers. He had looked forward like a schoolboy to her coming, and, like a schoolboy, he had suffered black despair when his dreams were shattered. For the Candy Matthews who got off the shuttlebug at Camp Outpost was not the Candy Matthews who had said soft words on Venser III. She was, instead, a self-assured young woman, somehow harder, who felt only an indifferent tolerance toward the tall young man named Bill Bradley, and the all-consuming, hero-worshipping infatuation for a newcomer, a dapper walking brain, Vance Montgomery, one of the council's smart boys, with the title of Planet Evaluator. "He's simply wonderful," she had said, and the joy of life had gone out of Bill Bradley. The appraisal group brought in athletic equipment, and Bill's men spontaneously declared a holiday, their first on the planet. Baseball was the order of the afternoon, and they shanghaied a not unwilling Bill to pitch. He should, he knew, be laying out reports for Montgomery to study. He did not particularly want to be with Montgomery. He sat on the Yextal log that served as a bench. One Quxa was bent over examining first base. He made a colorful sight. The first baseman slapped him jovially on the loincloth to move him. The owner of the thrag caught up to it and was struggling manfully to lead it away. The five-legged beast defied his efforts, rearing and dragging him. A dozen Quxas stood nearby. Their sympathies were obviously with their fellow Quxa, but they made no move to help him. Reed was on the bench next to Bill. He had come in with the appraisal group. "Your vivid friends," he said, cocking a thumb at the Quxa, "don't appear too bright." "They're smart enough," said Bill, "almost as intelligent as we are. It's just that they've never risen above a herd culture." "Look," said Reed, "I'm a silviculturalist. Give me a hunk of wood and I'll tell you how long it took to grow, what it's good for, where it can be raised, and how much board and profit can be made out of it. But this kind of talk throws me. Try another wavelength. Socially, they're like seals or penguins back on Earth. They like to gather in groups. The things they can do individually, they do well. But they don't know how to help each other. That's beyond them." "Don't understand the meaning of cooperation?" "The word isn't even in their language. I've seen 40 of them standing around, fretting and stewing, while the Horels killed off one of their fellows." "What are Horels?" "The other dominant life form here. Nasty brutes, like big upright ants with tentacles, standing about as high as my chest. Most malignant thing I've ever seen. One Quxa can handle any Horel, maybe even 2 or 3. But the Horels hunt in packs. Goodbye Quxa." "Killing them off, are they?" "This is the last big concentration the Quxas have left. In another 100 years, there'll be no more Quxas." They looked again at the natives. The Quxas were something to see, human in form, although somewhat shorter than Earthmen. Their skins were blotched and dashed with patches of vivid colors. Antiquarians talked of their resemblance to the ancient circus clowns, a likeness furthered by their broad, flat faces and habitual grins. "Sort of hate to see them disappear," Bill said glumly. "They're happy, good-natured creatures. In their whole race, I know only one who's mean. We've done our best to help them. But if they don't cooperate, even in a matter of life and death, what incentive can you offer them?" An elbow dug into him. "Up to the platter, dear boy," said Gus Must. "A hit means 2 runs." Selecting a bat, Bill made his way to the plate. In the middle distance, Vance Montgomery emerged from a hut. Candy went to him eagerly, put a hand on his arm. A deep rage engulfed Bill. The first pitch was a curve that failed to break. As it came flatly over the plate, Bill swung angrily. The ball rocketed up and away, past the infield, over the head of the desperately running left fielder, and dropped toward a sure home run. Then a curious thing happened. One of the Quxas darted away from the gabbling group along the foul line, his short legs churning over the uneven ground. As the ball sank, he dove, plucked it out of the air with one broad hand, turning a somersault, and came up with it, grinning. It was an impossible catch, and the Earthmen joined the Quxas in applause. Still clinging to the ball, the Quxa made little bobbing bows of acknowledgment. "Throw it in!" shouted Bill. The Quxa stood motionless. "Throw it in, Adlaa!" he urged. He went through the throwing motion. The Quxa nodded comprehension. He went into a violent wind-up. His left foot came up, his upper body went back, his right arm snapped in an arc. The ball flew from his hand, straight and fast. In the wrong direction, of course. The pack of Quxas pelted after it, shouting, picked it up and threw it again. To his surprise, Bill found himself pounding after them, bawling fruitless pleas, aware that he looked foolish, but in his rage, not caring. He closed in on them on the 5th throw, and his fingertips touched the ball. He succeeded only in deflecting it. There was a dull thunk, and the game was over. The ball had struck Vince Montgomery, Planet Evaluator, squarely in the left eye. 3 things were said then to Bill Bradley. One was by Montgomery as he handed back the ball. "I was not aware, Bradley, that the job of camp leader entailed joining the rowdyism of the native races." One was by Candy Matthews, hopping with anger. "You're a barbarian, Bill Bradley. Monty might have been badly hurt." The third was by a clod of Quxas, crowding eagerly. "Play ball! Bill Brad, more play ball!" To the first 2, Bill did not reply. To the Quxas, he said one word, "Nuts," and dolefully followed Montgomery into the headquarters hut. In spite of his natural prejudice against Montgomery, Bill was forced into a reluctant admiration for the way the man worked. Montgomery's task was to recommend whether the planet should be marked for immediate colonization, placed on a reserve list for future expansion, or to be left strictly alone as unworthy of occupancy. He tore through Bill's reports like a small child through a bag of jelly beans. His questions, if pompous, were pointed. Within 24 hours, ready to leave for the main camp, he called a conference. He stood before the group, as dapper as a man can be with a rainbow bruise under one eye, complacently listening to the resonance of his own voice. Beside him, Candy nodded worshipful agreement. Bill grumped in a corner. For a full 45 minutes, Montgomery outlined additional data he wanted gathered. His voice was faintly chiding, implying by its tone that anybody but a dolt would have obtained the information long ago. "And now," he said, "we come to the question of the humanoid denizens of this planet, the so-called Quxas." He fingered his black eye. "Many persons might conclude that the Quxas are not worth saving, and in themselves they are not. However, my preliminary conclusion, based unfortunately on insufficient data, lead me to believe that this planet will be used for colonization in about 500 years. It would be very convenient, then, to have the dominant life form friendly to the galactic humans and capable of being integrated with the colonists. Some method of preserving the Quxas must therefore be worked out. In this, the advance group has failed lamentably." He paused, glanced around triumphantly. "How do I propose to achieve this? By a historical method. What do nations do when they are in peril? They call upon a single man, place themselves under him, and let him lead them out. When the ancient Western civilization was in its greatest danger after the fall of Rome, the people gathered around the strong men, made them kings and dukes and earls, and were saved from barbarism. I shall do the same for the Quxas. The Quxas shall have a king." His eyes sought out Bill. "My acquaintance here has been short. I must rely on advice. Bradley, whom would you recommend for king of the Quxas?" "Well," said Bill slowly, "Moahlo is the most intelligent. He's good-natured and kindly. He has a lot of artistic ability. Some of his carvings are being taken back for the Galactic Folk Museum." "An artist?" said Montgomery in disgust. "Well, let's have a look at him." Moahlo was finishing a figurine near one of the meandering paths that the Quxa had worn by habit, not design. A bemused group of natives looked on admiringly. Down the path came Ratakka, the biggest of the Quxas, his shoulders proudly back, his face set in a truculent scowl. Bill knew and disliked him, and apprehensively felt sure that the peaceful scene would be destroyed. Alone of an amiable, tolerant race, Ratakka was perpetually ill-tempered, the rankling product of Lord knew what alien genetic accident or trauma. Ratakka found his path obstructed by the carving. Callously, he brought his foot down on the delicate figurine, crushing it into splinters. Moahlo sprang up in gentle protest. Ratakka gave him the back of a meaty hand that knocked him off his feet. 2 spectators indicated disapproval. Ratakka smashed their heads together and strode on. "To save a culture, Bradley," said Montgomery, who was watching the brutal display with admiration, "you need strength, not delicacy or feeling. That man shall be the king of the Quxas." He ran after Ratakka. The members of the outpost staff looked at Bill in dismay. He shrugged sadly and walked out of the headquarters hut. At the doorway, Adlaa was waiting for him with the same old plea. "Play ball," he begged. "More play ball, Billbrad." In his despondent mood, Bill did not care. "All right, I'll throw the ball to you, you throw it back to me." "Quxa not do that." "It is just as much fun to throw the ball in one direction as it is in any other direction," Bill explained patiently. "Unless you throw it back, forget it. No play ball." Adlaa thought seriously. "Hunky dokey. Want play ball." They were tossing it back and forth in the middle of a cheering group, when a half-track passed, taking Montgomery, Candy, and Ratakka to the main camp. The look that the girl gave Bill was disdainful. "There's a gaggle of natives outside in assorted shades," said Pat Reed the next day. "They want to play ball. Moalo's at their head. He carved a bat. Tell him to beat it, we're busy. Let's give 'em some fun while we can. They won't enjoy life much after King Rat comes back here." "That's the truth," Bill agreed. "All right." "I wish your painted idiots would get over their baseball mania," complained Rudy Peters, the mineralogist, 2 days later. "Look me over carefully, will you, Bill? I think my throwing arm just dropped off." "They're nutty about it, all right," Bill Bradley said. "Too bad it couldn't have been about something with some economic value." "Economic value the man wants. Okay, I'll talk economic value to you. Bet you 50 units I can make a better ball team out of these freaks than you can." "Well, make it 30. You're on, sucker. I've lined up the sweetest shortstop that ever spit in a glove." "Here's your 30, said Rudy Peters a week after. "How was I to know the shortstop wouldn't throw the ball to anyone except the center fielder?" "Team play's the stuff, lad," said Bill Bradley. "Stress team play. 25, 27, 29, 30. Exactly right. Another lesson at the same price?" He was refused, but never on an exploration had Bill Bradley had so much fun. And never, he reminded himself grimly, had he got so little work done. The Quxa were neglecting their skimpy food plots in their eagerness to play. They were getting lean. Finally, with reluctance, Bill called a temporary halt to baseball. "Billbrad says no baseball till work done," said Moalo sadly to Adlaa. "Sometimes Billbrad talk like southpaw pitcher." Adlaa was trying to cultivate his food plot with the help of a thrag. The beast was of an independent mind. It dragged Adlaa in eccentric ovals, in defiance of agricultural needs. "Adlaa want finish work, play ball," the Quetzal commented. "Thrag no play baseball, say nuts to work. Adlaa be old like old hoss Radborn before work done." Moalo contemplated. "Adlaa have trouble his thrag. Moalo have trouble his. Moalo help Adlaa his thrag, and Adlaa help Moalo his. Get work done more faster." Adlaa dismissed the revolutionary thought. "Quxas not do." "We play baseball rundown play," argued Moalo. "Play together. You throw ball me, I throw ball you. Yippee! Man out. Same team, old pals. Want to sing team song?" "Want to play team with thrag." Adlaa considered the matter in this new light. "Like baseball game," he said at last in amazement. "Sure. You, me, be us together. Make thrag look like busher." They both took hold of the thrag. Unable to resist their combined strengths, the beast submitted docilely. They began to work. Glancing out from his labor in the headquarters pneumo hut, Bill saw the incident in happy surprise. Perhaps, after all, his stay here might produce something to help the culture that Montgomery would introduce upon his return. He had no doubt of Montgomery's success. Neither, for that matter, had Montgomery. At the main camp, things were going swimmingly. The camp lay on the very fringe of Quxa territory, but by an arduous hunt, Ratakka had captured 8 wandering Quxas, to whom he immediately set about teaching the duties of subjects. His method was simple. The Quxas followed his orders, which he obtained from Montgomery, or the Quxa was knocked down. If he still refused, he was knocked down again. Within 3 weeks, Ratakka had them doing things no Quxas ever had done before. They performed them reluctantly and sullenly, but they did them. Seeing the result, but not the means, Candy was enthusiastic. "They're working together!" she cried. "Oh, Monty, what will the Quxas do to reward you?" "Oh, they'll probably make a culture god of me," said Montgomery, managing to look modest, "like the Greeks did with that Martian, Promsatha, who taught them to use fire." As time went on, though, the girl began to have doubts. "But they're doing everything for Ratakka," she protested. "As far as they're concerned themselves, they're more wretched than before." "That's the way feudal cultures are built, my dear," Montgomery assured her. "The king gives them law and a fighting leader. In return, the subjects take care of his bodily comfort." "But they look so unhappy." "In saving an inferior race, we cannot be concerned too much about the happiness of a few miserable members. Perhaps in 300 years or so, they can afford happiness." And finally an incident happened to complete her disillusionment. One of Ratakka's morose subjects managed to slip the shackles with which he had been bound at night and make a bolt for freedom. The king pursued him relentlessly, brought him back, then beat him coldly and cruelly, slugging and gouging and kicking. Ashen-faced, Candy moved to interfere. Montgomery restrained her. "We're saving a race," he said. "You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs." Candy turned and ran sobbing to her quarters, unable to dispel the memory of the writhing body on the ground. The next day was the day to move equipment. It was a policy of the expeditions to leave their worn-out machines for the most friendly of the native races, who could dismantle them and use the parts. The equipment not worth toting back to Earth was to be taken to the advance camp where the Quxa center was. Montgomery also planned that day to take Ratakka to his kingdom. A few minutes ahead of the motorcade, Candy slipped out, got into a battered half-track, and started driving the 80 miles to the advance camp. For the first 25 miles, she told herself that her eagerness was because it was a nice day, and she wanted to get out of camp. For the next 25 miles, she called herself a liar. For the third 25 miles, she gave herself up unashamedly to thinking about Bill Bradley, his smile, his gentleness, the awkward grace of his lean body. Not a man to set a planet on fire, but how pleasant and restful to have around. She wondered if he would forgive the way she had acted. Somehow, she was sure he would. The narrow vehicular trail ran through a grove of fern-like trees. It's just over the rise, Candy thought, just over the rise and down into the saucer, where Bill is waiting. The half-track struck a rock, lurched, threw a tread, and went off the road out of control. That did not matter especially, for the Quxas could use the materials very well where it was. Candy went forward briskly afoot. A fallen branch brushed her ankle. Unheedingly, she kicked it away. She began to reconstruct Bill, feature by feature, the way his hair swirled on his forehead, his eyebrows, arched and regular, his eyes, wide, deep-seated, with inner pools of merriment, his nose, straight and rather... Another branch caught her. She lifted her foot to free it. It did not come free. Another tentacle moved around her, pinioning her right arm to her side. She whirled in terror and found herself in the grip of the horals. There were a dozen of the horrors, their antennae ears erect, mandibles open. They exuded an acid odor, a sign of hunger. Candy screamed. She fought to reach her pistol, strapped to her right hip. More tentacles stopped her. She screamed and screamed again, throwing her body to shake off the grip, trying to kick with her feet. There was movement in the road at the top of the rise. For a moment, elation surged in Candy, almost stiffening her. Perhaps some expedition member had heard her, was trying to rescue her. Then she saw the newcomers were Quxas. Hope vanished, leaving her limp and hollow. To be killed by these horrors was bad enough, but to be killed in the presence of a group of piebald morons who would stand and watch and moan but not lift a hand. In her agitation, she did not notice the Quxas were 9 in number and wore baseball caps. They drew short clubs shaped like bats. "Kill the umpire!" they shouted, hatred born of diamond conflicts in their cry. "Kill the umpire!" they yelled and charged. In military formation, they clubbed their way through their enemies, battering and smashing until Candy was free, with a dozen dying horals on the ground, their tentacles contracting and writhing. The Quetzal leader made his bobbling bow to her. "How do?" he said politely. "We dip them in calcimine vat, you bet. We hang 'em out like wash. Now we give team yell." The Quxas put their arm around one another's shoulders. In unison they chanted, "Ho tomato, ho potato, half-past alligator, bum bulligata, chickala-da, pussycats, pussycats, rah, rah, rah." "Pussycats," the leader explained to Candy, "are honored animal on planet where Billbrad is head cheese." "I'll bet you play baseball nicely," Candy said. Woe broke forth on 9 broad faces. "Misfortunately not," confessed the captain. 33 teams in Quxatown, Pussycats in 33rd place. He brightened. "Go ivory hunt now. Catch 9 new Quxas. Teach 'em baseball. Then maybe we beat 'em and not be in cellar anymore." Together the team bobbed politely to Candy and trotted down the road. Happily, Candy went up the rise, then stopped in astonishment, looking at Quxatown. Gone was the straggling, haphazard settlement, with the flimsy huts and unattended starvation patches where individual Quxas tried to raise their own food. Instead, building sites were laid out in straight, broad rows, and the Quxas were working, 3 and 4 in a group, raising substantial homes of timber. Others were surrounding the settlement with a wall of brambles, impenetrable to horals. Teams of men, 2 to a thrag, were plowing, preparing large fields for tillage. And down the side of the settlement, affectionately tended, ran a line of baseball fields. Just off the road, a Quxa squatted, ball cap on his head, watching a crude sundial. "Nice day for a game," he greeted Candy. Speechless with surprise, the girl made a dazed, questioning gesture toward the improvements. "Billbrad do it," the Quxa informed her. "He tell us how. Work 1 by 1, he says. Work all time to fill belly. Maybe fill horal belly instead. Work all by all. Do more quickly. Have time in afternoon. Batter up. Sock it, boy. Wing it home. He's sliding." The sun's shadow touched a peg. 5 minutes, bawled the Quxa. The laborers quit work, put away their tools. The farmers herded their thrags into a strongly constructed corral. The natives gathered in knots at the settlement's edge and looked longingly at the baseball fields. "Yesterday I fool Billbrad," confided a Quxa. "I hit ball, catch him off second. Billbrad get all red-face and say—" "Never mind what Bill said," Candy interjected hastily. The shadow touched another peg. "Play ball!" the Quxa yelled. "Play ball! Play ball! Play ball!" He sprang up, produced a baseball glove, and spat into it reverently. "I go play now. You come see. Get scorecard, no players." He looked at Candy hopefully. "Especially me," he added. Out of the moil of Quxas came the lank form of Bill Bradley, He spied the girl, whooped, and came running to her. For a few moments they talked at once, in an incoherent and ecstatic jumble. Then Candy, catching control of herself, cited in admiration the change in the Quxa village. "And you've done all this?" she concluded. "I didn't do anything," Bill protested. "They like to play baseball, and this sort of happened. We're getting representative government into action now. Each team elects a captain, and the captains are the town council. Tonight, they're going to vote on naming the settlement Brooklyn." "You know," said Candy, "I bet they'll make you a culture god." The tanned face of Bill Bradley took on the rose hue of a blush. "Well, Moalo carved a statue, and they've put it in front of the League headquarters. That's their city hall," he admitted uncomfortably. "It doesn't look much like me. I've got 6 arms because they wanted me batting, pitching, and catching a ball all at the same time." Candy slipped a hand into his. "Is there a place around here," she asked in a small tone, "where a culture god can take a girl and, well, talk to her?" "Is there?" said Bill. "You just come with me." A heavy object bumped into him. He whirled at the touch. "Oh! Hi, Ratakka," he said in a flat voice. Montgomery's king had returned to his subjects. He was alone, his captives having escaped off the ride over. He was in a vile temper. Glaring evilly, he motioned at the baseball players. He was recalling an advice of Montgomery. "Whatever your subjects like to do most, do it better than they can. In that way, you'll get their respect and find it easier to take over." "What that fool doing's on?" snarled Ratakka. "Ratakka do too." Bill's already sagging spirits sank again. With Ratakka's strength and reflexes, the great brute undoubtedly would become a star of stars, gathering admirers to himself, and destroying all the pleasant prospects now so happily started. Still, it was Bill's duty to give him every chance. "I see that the team has an opening, Ratakka. Perhaps you'd better bat 7th for a few days. Then you can move up to cleanup spot." The giant stopped him. "Ratakka not ordinary Quxa. Ratakka a king. Ratakka not play like those serfs. Want special job." A wild thought struck Bill. On the playing fields were more than 200 Quxas, most of them with a justified and carefully nurtured dislike of the surly slab of muscle before him. In the old days, they could do nothing individually against him, but the Quxas had learned to fight as a team. If he could only give them a shadow of an excuse, trap Ratakka into rousing their joint anger, take advantage of the prejudices of their newfound love of baseball, then Ratakka would get the reckoning that he deserved. The days of his supremacy would be over. The threat of his tyranny would be removed from the happy race. Bill grinned broadly. "Sure thing, old pal," he said. He took off his own baseball cap and put it backward on Ratakka's head. He signaled for someone to bring over a mask and chest protector. "There's only one of these in each playing field," Bill explained. "In a way, he's boss of the game. Are you sure you want to do it? Sometimes the players argue with you." "Anybody argue with Ratakka," the giant said, raising a huge fist. "Ratakka knock 'em down. Ratakka a king, boss of game." "Okay, boy, you asked for it," Bill said. He thrust a whisk broom into Ratakka's hand. "You can be umpire," said Bill Bradley. The end of Half Past Alligator by Donald Coven. The Holes Around Mars by Jerome Bixby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Science said it could not be, but there it was. And whoosh! Look out! Here it is again. The Holes Around Mars by Jerome Bixby. Spaceship crews should be selected on the basis of their non-irritating qualities as individuals. No chronic complainers, no hypochondriacs, no bugs on cleanliness, particularly no one-man parties. I speak from bitter experience. Because on the first expedition to Mars, Hugh Allenby damn near drove us nuts with his puns. We finally got so we just ignored them. But no one could ignore that classic last one. It's written right into the annals of astronomy, and it's there to stay. Allenby, in command of the expedition, was the first to set foot outside the ship. As he stepped down from the airlock of the Mars 1, he placed that foot on a convenient rock, caught the toe of his weighted boot in a hole in the rock, wrenched his ankle, and smote the ground with his pants. Sitting there, eyes pained behind the transparent shield of his oxygen mask, he stared at the rock. It was about 5 feet high, ordinary granite, no special shape, and several inches below its summit, running straight through it in a northeasterly direction, was a neat, round, 4-inch hole. "I'm upset by the whole thing," he grunted. The rest of us scrambled out of the ship and gathered around his plump form. Only 1 or 2 of us winced at his miserable double pun. "Break anything, Hugh?" asked Burton, our pilot, kneeling beside him. "Get out of my way, Burton," said Allenby. "You're obstructing my view." Burton blinked. A man constructed of long bones and caution, he angled out of the way, looking round to see what he was obstructing the view of. He saw the rock and the round hole through it. He stood very still, staring. So did the rest of us. "Well, I'll be damned," said Janus, our photographer. "A hole." "In a rock," added Gonzales, our botanist. "Round," said Randolph, our biologist. "An artifact," finished Allenby softly. Burton helped him to his feet. Silently, we gathered around the rock. Janus bent down and put an eye on one end of the hole. I bent down and looked through the other end. We squinted at each other. As a mineralogist, I was expected to opinionate. "Not drilled," I said slowly. "Not chipped, not melted, certainly not eroded." I heard a rasping sound by my ear and straightened. Burton was scratching a thumbnail along the rim of the hole. "Weathered," he said. "Pretty old. And I'll bet it's a perfect circle if we measure." Janus was already fiddling with his camera, testing the cooperation of the tiny distant sun with a light meter. "Let us see whether it is or not," Allenby said. Burton brought out a steel tape measure. The hole was 4 3/8 inches across. It was perfectly circular and about 16 inches long, and 4 feet above the ground. "But why?" said Randolph. "Why should anyone bore a 4-inch tunnel through a rock way out in the middle of the desert?" "Religious symbol," said Janus. He looked around, one hand on his gun. "We'd better keep an eye out. Maybe we've landed on sacred ground or something." "A totem hole, perhaps?" Allenby suggested. "Oh, I don't know," Randolph said, to Janus, not Allenby. As I've mentioned, we always ignored Allenby's puns. "Note the lack of ornamentation, not at all typical of religious articles." "On Earth," Gonzales reminded him. "Besides, it could be utilitarian, not symbolic." "Utilitarian how?" asked Janus. "An altar for snakes," Burton said dryly. "Well," said Allenby, "you can't deny that it has holy aspects." "Get your hands away, will you, Peters?" asked Janus. I did. When Janus' camera had clicked, I bent again and peered through the hole. "It sights on that low ridge over there," I said. "Maybe it's some kind of surveying setup. I'm going to take a look." "Careful," warned Janus. "Remember, it may be sacred." As I walked away, I heard Allenby say, "Take some scrapings from the inside of the hole, Gonzales. We might be able to determine if anything was kept in it." One of the stumpy, purplish, barrel-type cacti on the ridge had a long vertical bite taken out of it, as if someone had carefully carved out a narrow U-shaped section from the top down, finishing the bottom of the U in a neat semicircle. It was as flat and clean-cut as the inside surface of a horseshoe magnet. I hollered. The others came running. I pointed. "Oh, my God," said Allenby. "Another one." The pulp of the cactus in and around the U-hole was dried and dead-looking. Silently, Burton used his tape measure. The hole measured 4 3/8 inches across. It was 11 inches deep. The semicircular bottom was about a foot above the ground. "This ridge," I said, "is about 3 feet higher than where we landed the ship. I'll bet the hole in the rock and the hole in this cactus are on the same level." Gonzales said slowly, "This was not done all at once. It is a result of periodic attacks. Look, here and here. These overlapping depressions along the outer edges of the hole," he pointed, "on this side of the cactus. They are signs of repeated impact. And the scalloped effect on this edge, where whatever made the hole emerged. There are juices still oozing, not at the point of impact, where the plant is desiccated, but below, where the shock was transmitted." A distant shout turned us around. Burton was at the rock, beside the ship. He was bending down, his eye to the far side of the mysterious hole. He looked for another second, then straightened and came toward us at a lope. "They line up," he said when he reached us. "The bottom of the hole in the cactus is right in the middle when you sight through the hole in the rock." "As if someone came around and whacked the cactus regularly," Janus said, looking around warily. "To keep the line of sight through the holes clear?" I wondered. "Why not just remove the cactus?" "Religious," Janus explained. The gauntlet he had discarded lay ignored on the ground, in the shadow of the cactus. We went on past the ridge toward the outcropping of rock about 100 yards further on. We walked silently, each of us wondering if what we half expected would really be there. It was. In one of the tall, weathered spires in the outcropping, some 10 feet below its peak and 4 feet above the ground, was a round 4-inch hole. Allenby sat down on the rock, nursing his ankle, and remarked that anybody who believed this crazy business was really happening must have holes in the rocks in his head. Burton put his eye to the hole and whistled. 60 feet long if it's an inch, he said. The other end's just a pinpoint. But you can see it. The damn thing's perfectly straight. I looked back the way we had come. The cactus stood on the ridge with its U-shaped bite, and beyond was the ship, and beside it the perforated rock. "If we surveyed," I said, "I bet the holes would all line up right to the last millimeter." "But," Randolph complained, "why would anybody go out and bore holes in things all along a line through the desert?" "Religious," Janus muttered. "It doesn't have to make sense." We stood there by the outcropping and looked out along the wide, red desert beyond. It stretched flatly for miles from this point, south toward Mars' equator. Dead, sandy wastes crisscrossed by the canals which we had observed while landing to be great, shaggy patches of vegetation, probably strung along underground water flows. Blong! We jumped half out of our skin. Ozone bit at our nostrils. Our hair stirred in the electrical uproar. "Look!" Janus clattered, lowering his smoking gun. About 40 feet to our left, a small, rabbity creature poked its head from behind a rock and stared at us in utter horror. Janus raised his gun again. "Don't bother," said Allenby tiredly. "I don't think it intends to attack. But I'm sure it isn't a Martian with religious convictions." Janus wet his lips and looked a little shamefaced. "I guess I'm kind of taut." "That's what I thought," said Allenby. The creature darted from behind its rock and looked at us over its shoulder, employing 6 legs to make small but very fast tracks. We turned our attention again to the desert. Far out, black against Mars' azure horizon, was a line of low hills. "Shall we go look?" asked Burton, eyes gleaming at the mystery. Janus hefted his gun nervously. It was still crackling faintly from the discharge. "I say, let's get back to the ship." Allenby sighed. "My leg hurts." He studied the hills. "Give me the field glasses." Randolph handed them over. Allenby put them on the shield of his mask and adjusted them. After a moment he sighed again. "There's a hole, on a plane surface that catches the sun. A lousy, damn little impossible hole." "Those hills," Burton observed, "must be thousands of feet thick." The argument lasted all the way back to the ship. Janus, holding out for his belief that the whole thing was of religious origin, kept looking around for Martians, as if he expected them to pour screaming from the hills. Burton came up with the suggestion that perhaps the holes were made by a disintegrator ray. "It's possible," Allenby admitted. "This might be the scene of some great battle." "With only one weapon?" I objected. Allenby swore as he stumbled. "What do you mean?" "I haven't seen any other lines of holes, only the one. In a battle, the whole joint should be cut out." That was good for a few moments' silent thought. Then Allenby said, "It might have been brought out by one side as a last resort. Sort of an ace in the hole." I resisted the temptation to mutiny. "But would even one such weapon, in battle, make only one line of holes? Wouldn't it be played in an arc against the enemy? You know it would." "Well, wouldn't it cut slices out of the landscape instead of boring holes? And wouldn't it sway or vibrate enough to make the holes miles away from it something less than perfect circles?" It could have been very firmly mounted. "Hugh, does that sound like a practical weapon to you?" 2 seconds silence. "On the other hand," he said, "instead of a war, the whole thing might have been designed to frighten some primitive race, or even some kind of beast. The whole out of here. A demonstration." "Religious," Janus grumbled, still looking around. We walked on, passing the cactus on the low ridge. "Interesting," said Gonzales. "The evidence that whatever caused the phenomenon has happened again and again. I'm afraid that the war theory—" "Oh, my God!" gasped Burton. We stared at him. "The ship," he whispered. "It's right in line with the holes. If whatever made them is still in operation—" "Run!" yelled Allenby, and we ran like fiends. We got the ship into the air, out of the line with the holes, to what we fervently hoped was safety. And then we realized we were admitting our fear that the mysterious hole-maker might still be lurking around. Well, the evidence was all for it, as Gonzales had reminded us. That cactus had been oozing. We cruised at 20,000 feet and thought it over. Janus, whose only training was in photography, said, "Some kind of omnivorous animal? Or bird? Eats rocks and everything?" "I will not totally discount the notion of such an animal," Randolph said, "but I will resist to the death the suggestion that it forages with geometric precision." After a while, Allenby said, "Land, Burton, by that canal. Lots of plant life, fauna too. We'll do a little collecting." Burton set us down, feather light, at the very edge of the sprawling flat expanse of vegetation, commenting that the scene reminded him of his native Texas pear flats. We wandered in the chilly air, each of us except Burton pursuing his specialty. Randolph relentlessly stalked another of the rabbity creatures. Gonzales was carefully digging up plants and stowing them in jars. Janus was busy with his cameras, recording every aspect of Mars transferable to film. Allenby walked around, helping anybody who needed it. An astronomer, he'd done half his work on the way to Mars, and would do the other half on the return trip. Burton lounged in the sun, his back against the ship's fin, and played chess with Allenby, who was calling out his moves in a bull roar. I grubbed for rocks. My search took me further and further away from the others. All I could find around the canal was gravel, and I wanted to chip at some big stuff. I walked toward a long rise a half a mile or so away, beyond which rose an enticing array of house-sized boulders. As I moved out of earshot, I heard Randolph snarl, "Burton, will you stop yelling KT to B2 and check? Every time you open your yap, this critter takes off on me." Then I saw the groove. It started right where the ground began to rise, a thin, shallow, curved bottom groove in the dirt at my feet, about a half an inch across, running off straight toward higher ground. With my eyes glued to it, I walked. The ground slowly rose. The groove deepened, widened, and now it was about 3 inches across, about 1½ deep. I walked on, holding my breath. 4 inches wide, 2 inches deep. The ground rose some more, 4 3/8 inches wide. I didn't have to measure it, I knew it. Now, as the ground rose, the edges of the groove began to curve inward over the groove. They touched. No more groove. The ground had risen. The groove had stayed level and gone underground, except that now it wasn't a groove. It was a round tunnel, a hole. A few paces further on, I thumped the ground with my heel where the hole ought to be. The dirt crumbled, and there was a little dark tunnel, running straight in both directions. I walked on, the ground falling away gradually again. The entire process was repeated in reverse. A hairline appeared in the dirt, widened, became lips that drew slowly apart to reveal a neat, straight, 4-inch groove, which shrank as slowly to the shallow line of the ground and vanished. I looked ahead of me. There was one low ridge of ground between me and the enormous boulders. A neat 4-inch semicircle was bitten out of the very top of the ridge. In the house-sized boulders directly beyond was a 4-inch hole. Allenby winced and called the others when I came back and reported. "The mystery deepens," he told them. He turned to me. "Lead on, Peters. You're temporary drill leader." Thank God he didn't say fall in. The holes went straight through the nest of boulders. There'd be a hole in one, and 10 or 20 feet further, on the next boulder, another hole, and then another, and another, right through the nest in a line, about 30 holes in all. Burton, standing by the boulder I'd first seen, flashed his flashlight into the hole. Randolph, clear on the other side of the jumbled nest, eye to hole, saw it. Straight as a string. The ground sloped away on the far side of the nest. No holes were visible in that direction, just miles of desert. So, after we'd stared at the holes for a while, and they didn't go away, we headed back for the canal. "Is there any possibility," asked Janus as we walked, "that this could be a natural phenomenon?" "There are no straight lines in nature," Randolph said, a little shortly, "and that goes for a bunch of circles in a straight line, and for perfect circles, too." "A planet is a circle," objected Janus. "An oblate spheroid," Allenby corrected. "The planet's orbit? An ellipse." Janus walked a few steps, frowning. Then he said, "I remember reading that there is something darn near a perfect circle in nature." He paused a moment. "Potholes." And he looked at me, as mineralogist, to corroborate. "What kind of potholes?" I asked cautiously. "Do you mean where part of a limestone deposit has No, I once read that where a glacier passes over a hard rock that's lying on some softer rock, it grinds the hard rock down into the softer, and both of them sort of wear down to fit together, and it all ends up with a round hole in the soft rock." "Probably neither stone," I told Janus, "would be homogeneous. The softer parts would abrade faster in the soft stone. The end result wouldn't be a perfect circle." Janus' face fell. "Now," I said, "would anyone care to define this term, perfect circle, we're throwing around so blithely? Because such holes as Janus describes are often pretty damned round." Randolph said, "Well, it is settled then," Gonzalez said a little sarcastically. "Your discussion, gentlemen, has established that the long, horizontal holes we have found were caused by glacial action." "Oh, no," Janus argued seriously. "I once read that Mars never had any glaciers." All of us shuddered. Half an hour later, we spotted more holes, about a mile down the canal, still on a line marching along the desert, through cacti, rocks, hills, even through one edge of the low vegetation of the canal for 30 feet or so. It was the damnedest thing to bend down and look straight through all that curling, twisting growth, a round tunnel from either end. We followed the holes for about a mile, to the rim of an enormous saucer-like valley that sank gradually before us until, miles away, it was thousands of feet deep. We stared out across it, wondering about the other side. Allenby said determinedly, "We'll burrow back to the bottom of these holes once and for all. Back to the ship, men." We hiked back, climbed in, and took off. At an altitude of 50 feet, Burton lined the nose of the ship on the most recent line of holes, and we flew out over the valley. On the other side was a range of hefty hills. The holes went through them, straight through. We would approach one hill. Burton would manipulate the front view screen until we spotted the hole. We would pass over the hill and spot the other end of the hole in the rear screen. One hole was 280 miles long. 4 hours later, we were halfway around Mars. Randolph was sitting by the side port, chin on one hand, his eyes unbelieving. "All around the planet," he kept repeating. "All around the planet." "Halfway at least," Allenby mused. "And we can assume that it continues in a straight line, through anything and everything that gets in its way." He gazed out the front port at the uneven blue-green haze of the canal off to our left. "For the love of heaven, why?" Then Allenby fell down. We all did. Burton had suddenly slapped at the control board, and the ship braked and sank like a plucked duck. At the last second, Burton propped up the nose with a short burst. The 10-foot wheels hit desert sand, and in 500 yards we had jounced to a stop. Allenby got up from the floor. "Why did you do that?" he asked Burton politely, nursing a bruised elbow. Burton's nose was almost touching the front port. "Look," he said, and pointed. About 2 miles away, the Martian village looked like a handful of yellow marbles flung on the desert. We checked our guns. We put on our oxygen masks. We checked our guns again. We got out of the ship and made damn sure the airlock was locked. An hour later, we crawled inch by painstaking inch up a high sand dune and poked our heads over the top. The Martians were runts, the tallest of them less than 5 feet tall, and skinny as a pencil. Dried up and brown, they wore loincloths of woven fiber. They stood among the dusty-looking, inverted bowl buildings of their village, and every one of them was looking straight up at us with unblinking brown eyes. The 6 safeties of our 6 guns clicked off like a rattle of dice. The Martians stood there and gawked. "Probably a highly developed sense of hearing in this thin atmosphere," Allenby murmured. "Heard us coming." "They thought that landing of Burton's was an earthquake," Randolph grumbled sourly. "Marsquake," corrected Janus. One look at the village's scrawny occupants seemed to have convinced him that his life was in no danger. Holding the Martians covered, we examined the village from atop a 30-foot dune. The dome-like buildings were constructed of something that looked like adobe. No windows, probably built with sandstorms in mind. The doors were about halfway up the sloping sides, and from each door a stone ramp wound down around the house to the ground. Again, with sandstorms in mind, no doubt, so drifting dunes wouldn't block the entrances. The center of the village was a wide street, a long sandy area some 30 feet wide. On either side of it, the houses were scattered at random, as if each Martian had simply hunted for a comfortable place to sit and then built a house around it. "Look," whispered Randolph. One Martian had stepped from the group situated on the far side of the street from us. He started to cross the street, his round brown eyes on us, his small bare feet plodding sand, and we saw that in addition to a loincloth he wore jewelry, a hammered metal ring, a bracelet on one skinny ankle. The sun caught the copperish gleam on his bald, narrow head, and we saw a band of metal there, just above where his eyebrows should have been. "The super chief," Allenby mumbled. "Oh, shaman me." As the bejeweled Martian approached the center of the street, he glanced briefly at the ground at his feet. Then he raised his head, stepped with dignity across the exact center of the street and came toward us, passing the dusty-looking buildings of his realm and the dusty-looking groups of his subjects. He reached the slope of the dune we lay on, paused, and raised small hands over his head, palms toward us. "I think," Allenby said, "that an anthropologist would give odds on that gesture meaning peace." He stood up, holstered his gun without buttoning the flap, and raised his own hands over his head. We all did. The Martian language consists of squeaks. We made friendly noises, the chief squeaked, and pretty soon we were at the center of a group of wide-eyed Martians, none of whom made a sound. Evidently no one dared peep while the chief spoke. Very likely the most articulate Martians simply squeaked themselves into the job. Allenby, of course, said they just squeaked by. He was going through the business of drawing concentric circles in the sand, pointing at the third orbit away from the sun, and thumping his chest. The crowd around us kept growing as more Martians emerged from the dome buildings to see what was going on. Down the winding ramps of the buildings on our side of the wide, sandy street they came, and from the buildings on the other side of the street, plodding through the sand, blinking brown eyes at us, not making a sound. Allenby pointed at the third orbit and thumped his chest. The chief squeaked and thumped his own chest, and pointed at the copperish band around his head. Then he pointed at Allenby. "I seem to have conveyed to him," Allenby said dryly, "the fact that I'm the chief of our party. Well, let's try again." He started over on the orbits. He didn't seem to be getting any place, so the rest of us watched the Martians instead. A last handful was straggling across the wide street. "Curious," said Gonzales. "Note what happens when they reach the center of the street." Each Martian, upon reaching the center of the street, glanced at his feet, just for a moment, without even breaking stride, and then came on. "What can they be looking at?" Gonzales wondered. "The chief did it too," Burton mused. "Remember when he first came toward us?" We all stared intently at the middle of the street. We saw absolutely nothing but sand. The Martians milled around us and watched Allenby in his orbits. A Martian child appeared between two buildings across the street. On 6-inch legs it started across, got halfway, glanced downward, and came on. "I don't get it," Burton said. "What the hell are they looking at?" The child reached the crowd and squeaked a thin, high note. A number of things happened at once. Several members of the group around us glanced down, and along the edge of the crowd nearest the center of the street there was a mild stir as individuals drifted off to either side. Quite casually, nothing at all urgent about it. They just moved concertedly to get further away from the center of the street, not taking their interested gaze off us for a second in the process. Even the chief glanced up from Allenby's concentric circles at the child's squeak, and Randolph, who had been fidgeting uncomfortably and paying very little attention to our conversation, decided that he must answer nature's call. He moved off into the dunes surrounding the village, or rather, he started to move. The moment he set off across the wide street, the little Martian chief was in front of him, brown eyes wide, hands out before him, as if to thrust Randolph back. Again, 6 safeties clicked. The Martians didn't even blink at the sudden appearance of our guns. Probably the only weapons they recognized was a club, maybe a rock. "What can the matter be?" Randolph said. He took another step forward. The chief squeaked and stood his ground. Randolph had to stop or bump into him. Randolph stopped. The chief squeaked, looked right into the bore of Randolph's gun. "Hold still," Allenby told Randolph, "till we know what's up." Allenby made an interrogative sound at the chief. The chief squeaked and pointed at the ground. We looked. He was pointing at his shadow. Randolph stirred uncomfortably. "Hold still," Allenby warned him, and again he made the questioning sound. The chief pointed up the street. Then he pointed down the street. He bent to touch his shadow, thumping it with thin fingers. Then he pointed to the wall of a house nearby. We all looked. Straight lines had been painted on the curved, brick-colored wall, up and down and across, to form many small squares about 4 inches across. In each square was a bit of squiggly writing, in blackish paint, and a small wooden peg jutted out from the wall. Burton said, "Looks like a damn crossword puzzle." "Look," said Janus, "in the lower right corner. A metal ring hanging from one of the pegs." And that was all we saw on the wall. Hundreds of squares with figures in them, a small peg set in each, and a ring hanging on one of the pegs. "You know what?" Allenby said slowly. "I think it's a calendar. Just a second. 30 squares wide by 22 high. That's 660. And that bottom line has 27 squares. 687 squares in all. That's how many days there are in a Martian year." He looked thoughtfully at the metal ring. "I'll bet that ring is hanging from the peg in the square that represents today. They must move it along every day to keep track." "What's a calendar got to do with my crossing the street?" Randolph asked in a pained tone. He started to take another step. The chief squeaked, as if it were a matter of desperate concern that he make us understand. Randolph stopped again and swore impatiently. Allenby made his questioning sound again. The chief pointed emphatically at his shadow, then at the communal calendar, and we could see now that he was pointing at the metal ring. Burton said slowly, "I think he's trying to tell us that this is today, and such a time of day. I bet he's using his shadow as a sundial." "Perhaps," Allenby granted. Randolph said, "If this monkey doesn't let me go in another minute—" The chief squeaked, eyes concerned. "Stand still," Allenby ordered. "He's trying to warn you of some danger." The chief pointed down the street again, and instead of squeaking, revealed that there was another sound at his command. He said, "Whoosh!" We all stared at the end of the street. Nothing, just a wide avenue between the houses, and a high sand dune down at the end of it, from which we had first looked upon the village. The chief described a large circle with one hand, sweeping the hand above his head, down to his knees, up again, as fast as he could. He pursed his monkey lips and said, "Whoosh!" and made the circle again. A Martian emerged from the door in the side of a house across the avenue and blinked at the sun, as if he had just awakened. Then he saw what was going on below and blinked again, this time in interest. He made his way down across the winding ramp and started to cross the street. About halfway, he paused, eyed the calendar on the house wall, glanced at his shadow. Then he got on his hands and knees and crawled across the middle of the street. Once past the middle, he rose, walked the rest of the way to join one of the groups, and calmly stared at us along with the rest of them. "They're all crazy," Randolph said disgustedly. "I'm going to cross that street." "Shut up," So it's a certain time of a certain day, Allenby mused. And from the way the chief is acting, he's afraid for you to cross the street. And that other one just crawled. By God, do you know what this might tie in with? We were silent for a moment. Then Gonzales said, Of course. And Burton said, The holes. Exactly, said Allenby. Maybe whatever made or makes the holes comes right down the center of the street here. Maybe that's why they built the village this way, to make room for... For what? Randolph asked unhappily, shifting his feet. I don't know, Allenby said. He looked thoughtfully at the chief. That circular motion he made, could he be describing something that went around and around the planet? Something like... Oh, no. Allenby's eyes were glazed. I wouldn't believe it in a million years. His gaze went to the far end of the street, to the high sand dune that rose there. The chief seemed to be waiting for something to happen. I'm going to crawl, Randolph stated. He got to his hands and knees and began to creep across the center of the avenue. The chief let him go. The sand dune at the end of the street suddenly erupted. A 40-foot spout of dust shot straight out from the sloping side, as if a bullet had emerged. Powdered sand hazed the air, yellowed it almost the full length of the avenue. Grains of sand stung the skin and rattled minutely on the houses. Whoosh! Randolph dropped on his belly. He didn't have to continue his trip. He had made other arrangements. That night in the ship, while we all sat around still shaking our heads every once in a while, Allenby talked with Earth. He sat there wearing the headphones, trying to make himself understood above the god-awful static. An exceedingly small body, he repeated wearily to his unbelieving audience, about 4 inches in diameter. It traveled at a mean distance of 4 feet above the surface of the planet at a velocity yet to be calculated. Its unique nature results in many hitherto unobserved, I might even say unimagined, phenomena. He stared blankly in front of him for a moment and then delivered the understatement of his life. The discovery may necessitate a re-examination of many of our basic postulates in the physical sciences. The headphones squawked. Patiently, Allenby assured Earth that he was entirely serious, and reiterated the results of his observations. I suppose that he, an astronomer, was twice as flabbergasted as the rest of us. On the other hand, perhaps he was better equipped to adjust to the evidence. Evidently, he said, when the body was formed, it traveled at such a fantastic velocity as to enable it to, his voice almost a whisper, to punch holes in things. The headphones squawked. In rocks, Allenby said, in mountains, in anything that got in its way. And now the holes form a large portion of its fixed orbit. Squawk. Its mass must be in the order of... Squawk. Process of making the holes slowed it, so now it travels just fast enough... Squawk. Maintain its orbit and penetrate occasional objects such as... Squawk. And sand dunes. Squawk. My God, I know it's mathematically monstrous, Allenby snarled. I didn't put it there. Squawk. Allenby was silent for a moment. Then he said slowly, A name? Squawk. Said Allenby. Well, well. He appeared to brighten just a little. So it's up to me as the leader of the expedition to name it? Squawk. Well, well, he said. That chop-licking tone was in his voice. We'd heard it all too often before. We shuddered, waiting. Inasmuch as Mars' outermost moon is named Deimos, and the next Phobos, he said, I think I shall name the third moon of Mars Bottomos. The End of the Holes Around Mars by Jerome Bixby.
The Jameson Satellite by Neil R. Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Horowitz. The Jameson Satellite by Neil R. Jones. The mammoths of the ancient world have been wonderfully preserved in the ice of Siberia. The cold, only a few miles out in space, will be far more intense than in the polar regions, and its power of preserving the dead body would most probably be correspondingly increased. When the hero scientist of this story knew he must die, he conceived a brilliant idea for the preservation of his body, the result of which even exceeded his expectations. What, how, and why are cleverly told here. Prologue. The Rocket Satellite. In the depths of space, some 20,000 miles from the Earth, the body of Professor Jameson, within its rocket container, cruised upon an endless journey, circling the gigantic sphere. The rocket was a satellite of the huge revolving world around which it held to its orbit. In the year 1958, Professor Jameson had sought for a plan whereby he might preserve his body indefinitely after his death. He had worked long and hard upon the subject. Since the time of the pharaohs, the human race had looked for a means by which the dead might be preserved against the ravages of time. Great had been the art of the Egyptians in the embalming of their deceased, a practice which was later lost to humanity of the ensuing mechanical age, never to be rediscovered. But even the embalming of the Egyptians, so Professor Jameson had argued, would be futile in the face of millions of years, the dissolution of the corpses being just as eventual as immediate cremation following death. The professor had looked for a means by which the body could be preserved perfectly forever. But eventually he had come to the conclusion that nothing on earth is unchangeable beyond a certain limit of time. Just as long as he sought an earthly means of preservation, he was doomed to disappointment. All earthly elements are composed of atoms, which are forever breaking down and building up, but never destroying themselves. A match may be burned, but the atoms are still unchanged, having resolved themselves into smoke, carbon dioxide, ashes, and certain basic elements. It was clear to the professor that he could never accomplish his purpose if he were to employ one system of atomic structure, such as embalming fluid or other concoction, to preserve another system of atomic structure, such as the human body, when all atomic structure is subject to universal change, no matter how slow. He had then soliloquized upon the possibility of preserving the human body in its state of death until the end of all earthly time, to that day when the earth would return to the sun from which it had sprung. Quite suddenly one day he had conceived the answer to the puzzling problem which obsessed his mind, leaving him awed with its wild, uncanny potentialities. He would have his body shot into space, enclosed in a rocket to become a satellite of the earth as long as the earth continued to exist. He reasoned logically. Any material substance, whether of organic or inorganic origin, cast into the depths of space would exist indefinitely. He had visualized his dead body enclosed in a rocket, flying off into the illimitable maw of space. He would remain in perfect preservation, while on Earth millions of generations of mankind would live and die, their bodies to molder into the dust of the forgotten past. He would exist in this unchanged manner until the day when mankind, beneath a cooling sun, should fade out forever in the chill, thin atmosphere of a dying world. And still, his body would remain intact, and as perfect in its rocket container as on that day of the far-gone past when it had left the earth to be hurled out on its career. What a magnificent idea! At first, he had been assailed with doubts. Suppose his funeral rocket landed upon some other planet, or, drawn by the pull of the great sun, were thrown into the flaming folds of the incandescent sphere. Then the rocket might continue on out of the solar system, plunging through the endless seas of space for millions of years, to finally enter the solar system of some far-off star, as meteors often enter ours. Suppose his rocket crashed upon a planet, or the star itself, or became a captive satellite of some celestial body. It had been at this juncture that the idea of his rocket becoming the satellite of the Earth had presented itself, and he had immediately incorporated it into his scheme. The professor had figured out the amount of radium necessary to carry the rocket far enough away from the Earth so that it would not turn around and crash, and still not be so far away but what the Earth's gravitational attraction would keep it from leaving the vicinity of the Earth in the solar system. Like the moon, it would forever revolve around the Earth. He had chosen an orbit 65,000 miles from the Earth for his rocket to follow. The only fears he had entertained concerned the huge meteors which careened through space at tremendous rates of speed. He had overcome this obstacle, however, and had eliminated the possibilities of a collision with these stellar juggernauts. In the rocket were installed radium repulsion rays, which swerved all approaching meteors from the path of the rocket as they entered the vicinity of the space wanderer. The aged professor had prepared for every contingency, and had sat down to rest from his labors, reveling in the stupendous, unparalleled results he would obtain. Never would his body undergo decay, and never would his bones bleach to return to the dust of the earth from which all men originally came, and to which they must return. His body would remain millions of years in a perfectly preserved state, untouched by the hoary palm of such time as only geologists and astronomers can conceive. His efforts would surpass even the wildest dreams of H. Rider Haggard, who depicted the wondrous embalming practices of the ancient nation of Kor in his immortal novel She, wherein Holly, under the escort of the incomparable Aisha, looked upon the magnificent, lifelike masterpieces of embalming by the long-gone peoples of Kor. With the able assistance of a nephew who carried out his instructions and wishes following his death, Professor Jameson was sent upon his pilgrimage into space within the rocket he himself had built. The nephew and heir kept the secret forever locked in his heart. Generation after generation had passed upon its way. Gradually, humanity had come to die out, finally disappearing from the earth altogether. Mankind was later replaced by various other forms of life which dominated the globe for their allotted spaces of time before they too became extinct. The years piled up on one another, running into millions, and still the Jameson satellite kept its lonely vigil around the earth, gradually closing the distance between satellite and planet, yielding reluctantly to the latter's powerful attraction. 40 million years later, its orbit ranged some 20,000 miles from the Earth, while the dead world edged ever nearer the cooling sun whose dull red ball covered a large expanse of the sky. Surrounding the flaming sphere, many of the stars could be perceived through the Earth's thin, rarefied atmosphere. As the Earth cut in slowly and gradually toward the solar luminary, so was the moon revolving ever nearer the Earth, appearing like a great gem glowing in the twilight sky. The rocket containing the remains of Professor Jameson continued its endless travel around the great ball of the Earth, whose rotation had now ceased entirely, one side forever facing the dying sun. There it pursued its lonely way, a cosmic coffin, accompanied by its funeral cortege of scintillating stars amid the deep silence of the eternal space which enshrouded it. Solitary it remained, except for the occasional passing of a meteor flitting by at remarkable speed on its aimless journey through the vacuum between the far-flung worlds. Would the satellite follow its orbit to the world's end, or would its supply of radium soon exhaust itself after so many eons of time, converting the rocket into the prey of the first large meteor which chanced that way? Would it some day return to the Earth as its nearer approach portended, and increase its acceleration in a long arc to crash upon the surface of the dead planet? And when the rocket terminated its career, would the body of Professor Jameson be found perfectly preserved, or merely a crumbled mound of dust? Chapter 1. 40 million years after. Entering within the boundaries of the solar system, a long, dark, pointed craft sped across the realms of space toward the tiny point of light which marked the dull red ball of the dying sun, which would someday lie cold and dark forever. Like a huge meteor, it flashed into the solar system from another chain of planets far out in the illimitable universe of stars and worlds, heading toward the great red sun at an inconceivable speed. Within the interior of the space traveler, queer creatures of metal labored at the controls of the space flyer, which juggernauted on its way toward the far-off solar luminary. Rapidly it crossed the orbits of Neptune and Uranus and headed sunward. The The bodies of these queer creatures were square blocks of a metal closely resembling steel, while for appendages the metal cube was upheld by 4 jointed legs capable of movement. A set of 6 tentacles, all metal, like the rest of the body, curved outward from the upper half of the cubic body. Surmounting it was a queer-shaped head rising to a peak in the center and equipped with a circle of eyes all the way around the head. The creatures, with their mechanical eyes equipped with metal shutters, could see in all directions. A single eye pointed directly upward, being situated in the space of the peaked head, resting in a slight depression of the cranium. These were the Zoromes of the planet Zor, which rotated on its way around a star millions of light years distant from our solar system. The Zoromes, several 100,000 years before, had reached a stage in science where they searched for immortality and eternal relief from bodily ills and various deficiencies of flesh and blood anatomy. They had sought freedom from death, and had found it, but at the same time they had destroyed the propensities for birth. And for several 100,000 years there had been no births and few deaths in the history of the Zoromes. This strange race of people had built their own mechanical bodies, and by operation upon one another had removed their brains to the metal heads from which they directed the functions and movements of their inorganic anatomies. There had been no deaths due to worn-out bodies. When one part of the mechanical men wore out, it was replaced by a new part, and so the Zoromes continued living their immortal lives, which saw few casualties. It was true that since the innovation of the machines, there had been a few accidents which had seen the destruction of the metal heads with their brains. These were irreparable. Such cases had been few, however, and the population of Zor had decreased but little. The machine men of Zor had no use for atmosphere, and had it not been for the terrible coldness of space, could have just as well existed in the ether void as upon some planet. Their metal bodies, especially their metal-encased brains, did require a certain amount of heat, even though they were able to exist comfortably in temperatures which would instantly have frozen to death a flesh-and-blood creature. The most popular pastime among the machine men of Zor was the exploration of the universe. This afforded them a never-ending source of interest in the discovery of the variegated inhabitants and conditions of the various planets on which they came to rest. Hundreds of spaceships were sent out in all directions, many of them being upon their expeditions for hundreds of years before they returned once more to the home planet of far-off Zor. This particular spacecraft of the Zoromes had entered the solar system whose planets were gradually circling in closer to the dull red ball of the declining sun. Several of the machine men of the spacecraft's crew, which numbered some 50 individuals, were examining the various planets of this particular planetary system carefully through telescopes possessing immense power. These machine men had no names and were indexed according to letters and numbers. They conversed by means of thought impulses, and were neither capable of making a sound vocally nor of hearing one uttered. "Where shall we go?" queried one of the men at the controls, questioning another who stood by his side examining a chart on the wall.
"They all appear to be dead worlds, 4R3579, replied the one addressed. "But the second planet from the sun appears to have an atmosphere which might sustain a few living creatures, and the third planet may also prove interesting, for it has a satellite. We shall examine the inner planets first of all, and explore the outer ones later if we decide it is worth the time."
"Too much trouble for nothing," ventured 9G721. "This system of planets offers us little but what we have seen many times before in our travels. The sun is so cooled that it cannot sustain the more common life on its planets, the type of life form we usually find in our travels. We should have visited a planetary system with a brighter sun."
"You speak of common life," remarked 25X987. "What of the uncommon life? Have we not found life existent on cold dead planets with no sunlight and atmosphere at all?"
"Yes, we have," admitted 9G721. "But such occasions are exceedingly rare." "The possibility exists, however, even in this case," reminded 4R3579. "And what if we do spend a bit of unprofitable time in this one planetary system? Haven't we all an endless lifetime before us? Eternity is ours."
"We shall visit the second planet first of all,"
directed 25X987, who was in charge of this particular expedition of the Zoromes.
"And on the way there we shall cruise along near the third planet to see what we can of the surface. We may be able to tell whether or not it holds anything of interest to us. If it does, after visiting the second planet, we shall return to the third. The first world is not worth bothering with.
The spaceship from Zor raced on in a direction which would take it several thousand miles above the Earth and then onto the planet which we know as Venus. As the spaceship rapidly neared the Earth, it slackened its speed so that the Zoromes might examine it closely with their glasses as the ship passed the third planet. Suddenly, one of the machine men ran excitedly into the room where 25X987 stood watching the topography of the world beneath him.
"We have found something," he exclaimed.
"What?"
"Another spaceship."
"Where?"
"But a short distance ahead of us on our course. Come into the forepart of the ship, and you can pick it up with the glass."
"Which way is it going?"
asked 25X987.
"It is behaving queerly," replied the machine man of Zor. "It appears to be in the act of circling the planet."
"Do you suppose that there really is life on that dead world? Intelligent beings like ourselves, and that this is one of their spacecraft?"
"Perhaps it is another exploration craft like our own from some other world," was a suggestion.
"But not of ours,"
said 25X987. The two Zoromes now hastened into the observation room of the spaceship, where more of the machine men were excitedly examining the mysterious spacecraft, their thought impulses flying thick and fast like bodiless bullets.
"It is very small." "Its speed is slow."
"The craft can hold but few men," observed one.
"We do not yet know of what size the creatures are," reminded another. "Perhaps there are thousands of them in that spacecraft out there. They may be of such a small size that it will be necessary to look twice before finding one of them. Such beings are not unknown." "We shall soon overtake it and see." "I wonder if they have seen us." "Where do you suppose it came from?" "From the world beneath us,"
was a suggestion.
"Perhaps."
Chapter 2: The Mysterious Spacecraft. The machine men made way for their leader, 25X987, who regarded the spacecraft ahead of them critically.
"Have you tried communicating with it yet?"
he asked.
"There is no reply to any of our signals," came the answer.
"Come alongside of it, then,"
ordered their commander.
"It is small enough to be brought inside our carrying compartment, and we can see with our penetration rays just what manner of creature it holds. They are intelligent, that is certain, for their spaceship does imply as much."
The space flyer of the Zoromes slowed up as it approached the mysterious wanderer of the cosmic void which hovered in the vicinity of the dying world.
"What a queer shape it has,"
remarked 25X987.
"It is even smaller than I had previously calculated."
A rare occurrence had taken place among the machine men of Zor. They were overcome by a great curiosity which they could not allow to remain unsatiated. Accustomed as they were to witnessing strange sights and still stranger creatures, meeting up with weird adventures in various corners of the universe, they had now become hardened to the usual run of experiences which they were in the habit of encountering. It took a great deal to arouse their unperturbed attitudes. Something new, however, about this queer spacecraft had gripped their imaginations, and perhaps a subconscious influence asserted to their minds that here they have come across an adventure radically unusual.
"Come alongside it,"
repeated 25X987 to the operator as he returned to the control room and gazed through the side of the spaceship in the direction of the smaller cosmic wanderer.
"I'm trying to," replied the machine man, "but it seems to jump away a bit every time I get within a certain distance of it. Our ship seems to jump backward a bit too."
"Are they trying to elude us?"
"I don't know. They should pick up more speed if that is their object."
"Perhaps they are now progressing at their maximum speed and cannot increase their acceleration anymore."
"Look!" exclaimed the operator. "Did you just see that? The thing has jumped away from us again."
"Our ship moved also,"
said 25X987.
"I saw a flash of light shoot from the side of the other craft as it jumped."
Another machine man now entered and spoke to the commander of the Zorome expedition.
"They are using radium repellent rays to keep us from approaching," he informed.
"Counteract it,"
instructed 25X987. The man left, and now the machine man at the controls of the craft tried again to close with the mysterious wanderer of the space between planets. The effort was successful, and this time there was no glow of repulsion rays from the side of the long metal cylinder. They now entered the compartment where various objects were transferred from out the depths of space to the interplanetary craft. Then patiently they waited for the rest of the machine men to open the side of their spaceship and bring in the queer elongated cylinder.
"Put it under the penetration ray,"
ordered 25X-987.
"Then we shall see what it contains."
The entire group of Zoromes were assembled about the long cylinder, whose low nickel-plated sides shone brilliantly. With interest, they regarded the 15-foot object which tapered a bit toward its base. The nose was pointed like a bullet. 8 cylindrical protuberances were affixed to the base, while the 4 sides were equipped with fins such as are seen on aerial bombs to guide them in a direct, unswerving line through the atmosphere. At the base of the strange craft there projected a lever, while in one side was a door which, apparently, opened outward. One of the machine men reached forward to open it, but was halted by the admonition of the commander.
"Do not open it up yet," he warned. "We are not aware of what it contains."
Guided by the hand of one of the machine men, a series of lights shone down upon the cylinder. It became enveloped in a haze of light, which rendered the metal sides of the mysterious spacecraft dim and indistinct, while the interior of the cylinder was as clearly revealed as if there had been no covering. The machine men, expecting to see at least several, perhaps many strange creatures moving about within the metal cylinder, stared aghast at the sight they beheld. There was but one creature, and he was lying perfectly still, either in a state of suspended animation or else of death. He was about twice the height of the mechanical men of Zor. For a long time they gazed at him in a silence of thought, and then their leader instructed them.
"Take him out of the container."
The penetration rays were turned off, and 2 of the machine men stepped eagerly forward and opened the door. One of them peered within at the recumbent body of the weird-looking individual with the 4 appendages. The creature lay up against a luxuriously upholstered interior, a strap affixed to his chin, while 4 more straps held both the upper and lower appendages securely to the insides of the cylinder. The machine man released these, and with the help of his comrade, removed the body of the creature from the cosmic coffin in which they had found it.
"He is dead,"
pronounced one of the machine men after a long and careful examination of the corpse.
"He has been like this for a long time."
"There are strange thought impressions left upon his mind,"
remarked another. One of the machine men, whose metal body was of a different shade than that of his companions, stepped forward, his cubic body bent over that of the strange, cold creature who was garbed in fantastic accoutrements. He examined the dead organism a moment, and then he turned to his companions.
"Would you like to hear his story?" he asked.
"Yes," came the concerted reply.
"You shall, then,"
was the ultimatum.
"Bring him into my laboratory. I shall remove his brain and stimulate the cells into activity once more. We shall give him life again, transplanting his brain into the head of one of our machines."
With these words, he directed 2 of the Zoromes to carry the corpse into the laboratory. As the spaceship cruised about in the vicinity of this 3rd planet, which 25X-987 had decided to visit on finding the metal cylinder with its queer inhabitant, 8B-52, the experimenter, worked unceasingly in his laboratory to revive the long-dead brain cells to action once more. Finally, after consummating his desires and having his efforts crowned with success, he placed the brain within the head of a machine. The brain was brought to consciousness. The creature's body was discarded after the all-important brain had been removed. Chapter 3. Recalled to Life. As Professor Jameson came to, he became aware of a strange feeling. He was sick. The doctors had not expected him to live. They had frankly told him so, but he had cared little in view of the long, happy years stretched out behind him. Perhaps he was not to die yet. He wondered how long he had slept, how strange he felt, as if he had no body. Why couldn't he open his eyes? He tried very hard. A mist swam before him. His eyes had been open all the time, but he had not seen before. That was queer, he ruminated. All was silent about his bedside. Had all the doctors and nurses left him to sleep, or to die? Devil take that mist which now swam before him, obscuring everything in line of vision. He would call his nephew. Vainly he attempted to shout the word, "Douglas!" but to no avail. Where was his mouth? It seemed as if he had none. Was it all delirium? The strange silence. Perhaps he had lost his sense of hearing along with his ability to speak, and he could see nothing distinctly. The mist had transferred itself into a confused jumble of indistinct objects, some of which moved about before him. He was now conscious of some impulse in his mind which kept questioning him as to how he felt. He was conscious of other strange ideas which seemed to be impressed upon his brain, but this one thought concerning his indisposition clambered insistently over the lesser ideas. It even seemed just as if someone was addressing him, and impulsively he attempted to utter a sound and tell them how queer he felt. It seemed as if speech had been taken from him. He could not talk, no matter how hard he tried. It was no use. Strange to say, however, the impulse within his mind appeared to be satisfied with the effort, and it now put another question to him. Where was he from? What a strange question, when he was at home. He told them as much. Had he always lived there? Why, yes, of course. The aged professor was now becoming more astute as to his condition. At first, it was only a mild passive wonderment at his helplessness and the strange thoughts which raced through his mind. Now he attempted to arouse himself from the lethargy. Quite suddenly his sight cleared, and what a surprise! He could see all the way around him without moving his head, and he could look at the ceiling of his room. His room? Was it his room? No, it just couldn't be. Where was he? What were those queer machines before him? They moved on 4 legs. 6 tentacles curled outward from their cubical bodies. One of the machines stood close before him. A tentacle shot out from the object and rubbed his head. How strange it felt upon his brow. Instinctively, he obeyed the impulse to shove the contraption of metal from him with his hands. His arms did not rise. Instead, 6 tentacles projected upward to force back the machine. Professor Jameson gasped mentally in surprise as he gazed at the result of his urge to push the strange, unearthly-looking machine caricature from him. With trepidation, he looked down at his own body to see where the tentacles had come from, and his surprise turned to sheer fright and amazement. His body was like the moving machine which stood before him. Where was he? What ever had happened to him so suddenly? Only a few moments ago he had been in his bed, with the doctors and his nephew bending over him, expecting him to die. The last words he had remembered hearing was the cryptic announcement of one of the doctors. "He is going now." But he hadn't died after all, apparently. A horrible thought struck him. Was this the life after death? Or was it an illusion of the mind? He became aware that the machine in front of him was attempting to communicate something to him. How could it, thought the professor, when he had no mouth? The desire to communicate an idea to him became more insistent. The suggestion of the machine man's question was in his mind. Telepathy, thought he. The creature was asking about the place whence he had come. He didn't know. His mind was in such a turmoil of thoughts and conflicting ideas. He allowed himself to be led to a window, where the machine, with waving tentacle, pointed toward an object outside. It was a queer sensation to be walking on the 4 metal legs. He looked from the window, and he saw that which caused him to nearly drop over, so astounded was he. The professor found himself gazing out from the boundless depths of space, across the cosmic void to where a huge planet lay quiet. Now he was sure it was an illusion which made his mind and sight behave so queerly. He was troubled by a very strange dream. Carefully he examined the topography of the gigantic globe which rested off in the distance. At the same time, he could see back of him the concourse of mechanical creatures crowding up behind him, and he was aware of a telepathic conversation which was being carried on behind him, or just before him. Which was it now? Eyes extended all the way around his head, while there existed no difference on any of the 4 sides of his cubed body. His mechanical legs were capable of moving in any of the 4 given directions with perfect ease, he discovered. The planet was not the Earth, of that he was sure. None of the familiar continents lay before his eyes. And then he saw the great dull red ball of the dying sun. That was not the sun of his Earth. It had been a great deal more brilliant.
"Did you come from that planet?"
came the thought impulse from the mechanism by his side.
"No,"
he returned. He then allowed the machine men, for he assumed that they were machine men, and he reasoned that somehow or other they had by some marvelous transformation made him over just as they were, to lead him through the craft of which he now took notice for the first time. It was an interplanetary flyer, or spaceship, he firmly believed. 25X987 now took him to the compartment which they had removed him to from the strange container they had found wandering in the vicinity of the nearby world. There they showed him the long cylinder.
"It's my rocket satellite,"
exclaimed Professor Jameson to himself, though in reality every one of the machine men received his thoughts plainly.
"What is it doing here?"
"We found your dead body within it,"
answered 25X987.
"Your brain was removed to the machine after having been stimulated into activity once more. Your carcass was thrown away."
Professor Jameson just stood dumbfounded by the words of the machine men.
"So I did die,"
exclaimed the professor.
"and my body was placed within the rocket to remain in everlasting preservation until the end of all earthly time. Success! I have attained unrivaled success."
He then turned to the machine man.
"How long have I been that way?"
he asked excitedly.
"How should we know?" replied the Zorom. "We picked up your rocket only a short time ago, which according to your computation would be less than a day. This is our first visit to your planetary system, and we chanced upon your rocket. So it is a satellite. We didn't watch it long enough to discover whether or not it was a satellite. At first we thought it to be another traveling spacecraft, but when it refused to answer our signals, we investigated."
"And so that was the Earth at which I looked,"
mused the professor.
"No wonder I didn't recognize it. The topography has changed so much. How different the sun appears. It must have been over 1,000,000 years ago when I died."
"Many millions,"
corrected 25X987.
"Suns of such size as this one do not cool in so short a time as you suggest."
Professor Jameson, in spite of all his amazing computations before his death, was staggered by the reality.
"Who are you?"
he suddenly asked.
"We are the Zoromes from Zor, a planet of a sun far across the universe."
25X987 then went on to tell Professor Jameson something about how the Zoromes had attained their high stage of development and had instantly put a stop to all birth, evolution, and death of their people by becoming machine men. Chapter 4. The Dying World.
"And now tell us of yourself," said 25X987, "and about your world."
Professor Jameson, noted in college as a lecturer of no mean ability and perfectly capable of relating intelligently to them the story of Earth's history, evolution, and march of events following the birth of civilization up until the time when he died, began his story. The mental speech hampered him for a time, but he soon became accustomed to it so as to use it easily, and he found it preferable to vocal speech after a while. The Zoromes listened interestedly to the long account until Professor Jameson had finished.
"My nephew," concluded the professor, "evidently obeyed my instructions and placed my body in the rocket I had built, shooting it out into space where I became the satellite of the Earth for these many millions of years."
"Do you really want to know how long you were dead before we found you?" asked 25X987. "It would be interesting to find out."
"Yes, I should like very much to know," replied the professor.
"Our greatest mathematician, 459C79, will tell it to you."
The mathematician stepped forward. Upon one side of his cube were many buttons arranged in long columns and squares.
"What is your unit of measuring?" he asked.
"A mile."
"How many times more is a mile than is the length of your rocket satellite?"
"My rocket is 15 feet long. A mile is 5,280 feet.
The mathematician depressed a few buttons.
"How far or how many miles from the sun was your planet at the time?"
93 million miles,
was the reply.
"And your world satellite, which you call Moon from your planet, Earth?"
240,000 miles.
"And your rocket?"
"I figured it to go about 65,000 miles from the Earth."
"It was only 20,000 miles from the Earth when we picked it up," said the mathematician, depressing a few more buttons. "The Moon and Sun are also much nearer your planet now."
Professor Jameson gave way to a mental ejaculation of amazement.
"Do you know how long you have cruised around the planet in your own satellite?" said the mathematician.
Since you began that journey, the planet which you call the Earth has revolved around the sun over 40 million times. 40 million years! Exclaimed Professor Jameson haltingly. Humanity must then have all perished from the Earth long ago. I'm the last man on Earth.
It's a dead world now,
interjected 25X987. Of course, elucidated the mathematician, those last few million years are much shorter than the ones in which you lived. The Earth's orbit is of less diameter, and its speed of revolution is greatly increased due to its proximity to the cooling sun. I should say that your year was some 4 times as long as the time in which it now takes your old planet to circumnavigate the sun. How many days were there in your year? 365. The planet has now ceased rotating entirely. Seems queer that your rocket satellite should avoid the meteor so long, observed 459C79, the mathematician. Automatic radium repulsion rays, explained the professor. The very rays which kept us from approaching your rocket, stated 25X987, until we neutralized them.
You died and were shot out into space long before any life occurred on Zor, soliloquized one of the machine men. Our people had not yet even been born when yours had probably disappeared entirely from the face of the earth. Hearken to 72N4783, said 25X987. He is our philosopher, and he just loves to dwell on the past lives of Zor when we were flesh and blood creatures, with the threat of death hanging always over our heads. At that time, like the life you knew, we were born, we lived, and died, all within a very short time comparatively. Of course, time has come to mean nothing to us, especially when we were out in space, observed 72N4783. We never kept track of it on our expeditions, though back in Zor such accounts are accurately kept. By the way, do you know how long we stood here while you recounted to us the history of your planet? Our machine bodies never get tired, you know.
Well, ruminated Professor Jameson, giving a generous allowance of time, I should say about half a day, although it seems scarcely as long as that.
We listened to you for 4 days, replied 72N4783.
Professor Jameson was really aghast. Really, I hadn't meant to be such a bore, he apologized.
That is nothing, replied the other. Your story was interesting, and if it had been twice as long, it would not have mattered, nor would it have seemed any longer. Time is merely relative, and in space, actual time does not exist at all. Any more than your 40 million years' cessation of life seemed more than a few moments to you. We saw that it was so when your first thought impressions reached us following your revival. Let us continue on to your planet Earth, then said 25X987. Perhaps we shall find more startling disclosures there.
As the spaceship of the Zoromes approached the sphere from which Professor Jameson had been hurled in his rocket 40 million years before, the professor was wondering how the Earth would appear, and what radical changes he would find. Already he knew that the geographical conditions of the various continents were changed. He had seen as much from the spaceship. A short time later, the Earth was reached. The space travelers from Zor, as well as Professor Jameson, emerged from the cosmic flyer to walk upon the surface of the planet. The Earth had ceased rotating, leaving one half its surface always toward the sun. This side of the Earth was heated to a considerable degree, while its antipodes, turned always away from the solar luminary, was a cold, frigid, desolate waste. The space travelers from Zor did not dare to advance very far into either hemisphere, but landed on the narrow 1,000-mile strip of territory separating the Earth's frozen half from its sun-baked antipodes. As Professor Jameson emerged from the spaceship with 25X987, he stared in awe at the great transformation 400,000 centuries had wrought. The Earth's surface, its sky, and the sun were all so changed and unearthly appearing. Off to the east, the blood-red ball of the slowly cooling sun rested upon the horizon, lighting up the eternal day. The Earth's rotation had ceased entirely, and it hung motionless in the sky as it revolved around its solar parent, its orbit slowly but surely cutting in toward the great body of the sun. The two inner planets, Mercury and Venus, were now very close to the blood-red orb whose scintillating, dazzling brilliance had been lost in its cooling process. Soon, the two nearer planets would succumb to the great pull of the solar luminary and return to the flaming folds from which they had been hurled out as gaseous bodies in the dim, age-old past, when their careers had just begun. The atmosphere was nearly gone, so rarefied had it become, and through it Professor Jameson could view with amazing clarity without discomfort to his eyes the bloated body of the dying sun. It appeared many times the size he had seen it at the time of his death, on account of its relative nearness. The Earth had advanced a great deal closer to the great star around which it swung. The sky towards the west was pitch black except for the iridescent twinkle of the fiery stars which studded that section of the heavens. As he watched, a faint glow suffused the western sky, gradually growing brighter. The full moon majestically lifted itself above the horizon, casting its pale ethereal radiance upon the dying world beneath. It was increased to many times the size Professor Jameson had ever seen it during his natural lifetime. The Earth's greater attraction was drawing upon the moon just as the sun was pulling the Earth ever nearer itself. This cheerless landscape confronting the professor represented the state of existence to which the Earth had come. It was a magnificent spread of loneliness, which bore no witness to the fact that it had seen the teeming of life in better ages long ago. The weird yet beautiful scene, spread in a melancholy panorama before his eyes, drove his thoughts into gloomy abstraction, with its dismal, depressing influence. Its funereal, oppressive aspect smote him suddenly with the chill of a terrible loneliness. 25X-987 aroused Professor Jameson from his lethargic reverie.
"Let us walk around and see what we can find. I can understand how you feel in regard to the past. It is quite a shock, but it must happen to all worlds sooner or later, even to Zor. When that time comes, the Zoromes will find a new planet on which to live. If you travel with us, you will become accustomed to the sight of seeing dead, lifeless worlds, as well as new and beautiful ones, pulsating with life and energy. Of course, this world being your own holds a peculiar sentimental value to you, but it is really one planet among billions."
Professor Jameson was silent.
"I wonder whether or not there are any ruins here to be found?"
queried 25X-987.
"I don't believe so,"
replied the professor. "I remember hearing an eminent scientist of my day state that, given 50,000 years, every structure and other creation of man would be obliterated entirely from off the Earth's surface."
"And he was right," endorsed the machine man of Zor. "Time is a great effacer."
For a long time the machine men wandered over the dreary surface of the Earth, and then 25X-987 suggested a change of territory to explore. In the spaceship, they moved around the Earth to the other side, still keeping to the belt of the Shadowland, which completely encircled the globe like some gigantic ring. Where they now landed arose a series of cones with hollow peaks.
"Volcanoes!"
exclaimed the professor.
"Extinct ones,"
added the machine man. Leaving the spaceship, the 50 or more machine men, including also Professor Jameson, were soon exploring the curiously shaped peaks. The professor, in his wanderings, had strayed away from the rest, and now advanced into one of the cup-like depressions of the peak, out of sight of his companions, the Zoromes. Chapter 5. Eternity or Death. He was well in the center of the cavity when the soft ground beneath him gave way suddenly, and he catapulted below into the darkness. Through the Stygian gloom, he fell in what seemed to be an endless drop. He finally crashed upon something hard. The thin crust of the volcano's mouth had broken through, precipitating him in the deep, hollow interior. It must have been a long ways to fall, or so it had seemed. Why was he not knocked senseless or killed? Then he felt himself over with 3 tentacles. His metal legs were 4 broken, twisted masses of metal, while the lower half of his cubic body was jammed out of shape and split. He could not move, and half of his 6 tentacles were paralyzed. How would he ever get out of there, he wondered. The machine men of Zor might never find him. What would happen to him then? He would remain in this deathless, monotonous state forever in the black hole of the volcano's interior, unable to move. What a horrible thought! He could not starve to death. Eating was unknown among the Zoromes, the machines requiring no food. He could not even commit suicide. The only way for him to die would be to smash the strong metal head, and in his present immovable condition, this was impossible. It suddenly occurred to him to radiate thoughts for help. Would the Zoromes receive his messages? He wondered how far the telepathic messages would carry. He concentrated the powers of his mind upon the call for help, and repeatedly stated his position and plight. He then left his mind clear to receive the thought answers of the Zoromes. He received none. Again he tried. Still he received no welcoming answer. Professor Jameson became dejected. It was hopeless. The telepathic messages had not reached the machine men of Zor. They were too far away, just as one person may be out of earshot of another's voice. He was doomed to a terrible fate of existence. It were better that his rocket had never been found. He wished that the Zoromes had destroyed him instead of bringing him back to life, back to this. His thoughts were suddenly broken in upon. "We're coming! Don't give up hope!" If the professor's machine body had been equipped with a heart, it would have sung for joy at these welcome thought impressions. A short time later, there appeared in the ragged break of the volcano's mouth, where he had fallen through, the metal head of one of the machine men. "We shall have you out of there soon," he said. The professor never knew how they managed it, for he lost consciousness under some strange ray of light they projected down upon him in his prison. When he came to consciousness once more, it was to find himself inside the spaceship. "If you had fallen and smashed your head, it would have been all over with you," were the first thought impulses which greeted him. "As it is, however, we can fix you up first rate." "Why didn't you answer the first time I called to you?" asked the professor. "Didn't you hear me?" "We heard you, and we answered, but you didn't hear us. You see, your brain is different than ours, and though you can send thought waves as far as we can, you cannot receive them from such a great distance." "I'm wrecked," said the professor, gazing at his twisted limbs, paralyzed tentacles, and jammed body. "We shall repair you," came the reply. "It is your good fortune that your head was not crushed." "What are you going to do with me?" queried the professor. "Will you remove my brains to another machine?" "No, it isn't necessary. We shall merely remove your head and place it upon another machine body." The Zoromes immediately set to work upon the task, and soon had Professor Jameson's metal head removed from the machine which he had wrecked in his fall down the crater. All during the painless operation, the professor kept up a series of thought exchanges and conversation with the Zoromes, and it seemed but a short time before his head surmounted a new machine and he was ready for further exploration. In the course of his operation, the spaceship had moved to a new position, and now as they emerged, 25X-987 kept company with Professor Jameson. "I must keep an eye on you," he said. "You will be getting into more trouble before you get accustomed to the metal bodies." But Professor Jameson was doing a great deal of thinking. Doubtlessly, these strange machine men who had picked up his rocket in the depths of space and had brought him back to life were expecting him to travel with them and become adopted into the ranks of the Zoromes. Did he want to go with them? He couldn't decide. He had forgotten that the machine men could read his innermost thoughts. "You wish to remain here alone upon the earth?" asked 25X-987. "It is your privilege if you really want it so." "I don't know," replied Professor Jameson truthfully. He gazed at the dust around his feet. It had probably been the composition of men, and had changed from time to time into various other atomic structures, of other queer forms of life which had succeeded mankind. It was the law of the atom which never died, and now he had within his power perpetual existence. He could be immortal if he wished. It would be an immortality of never-ending adventures in the vast, endless universe among the galaxy of stars and planets. A great loneliness seized him. Would he be happy among these machine men of another far-off world, among these Zoromes? They were kindly and solicitous of his welfare. What better fate could he expect? Still, a longing for his own kind arose in him, the call of humanity. It was irresistible. What could he do? Was it not in vain? Humanity had long since disappeared from the earth, millions of years ago. He wondered what lay beyond the pales of death, the real death, where the body decomposed and wasted away to return to the dust of the earth and assume new atomic structures. He had begun to wonder whether or not he had been dead all these 40 millions of years. Suppose he had been merely in a state of suspended animation? He had remembered a scientist of his day who had claimed that the body does not die at the point of official death. According to the claims of this man, the cells of the body did not die at the moment at which respiration, heartbeats, and the blood circulation ceased, but it existed in the semblance of life for several days afterward, especially in the cells of the bones, which died last of all. Perhaps when he had been sent out into space in his rocket right after his death, the action of the cosmic void was to halt his slow death of the cells in his body, and hold him in suspended animation during the ensuing millions of years. Suppose he should really die, destroying his own brain. What lay beyond a real death? Would it be a better plane of existence than the Zoromes could offer him? Would he rediscover humanity, or had they long since arisen to higher planes of existence or reincarnation? Did time exist beyond the mysterious portals of death? If not, then it was possible for him to join the souls of the human race. Had he really been dead all this time? If so, he knew what to expect in case he really destroyed his own brain. Oblivion. Again, the intense feeling of loneliness surged over him and held him within its melancholy grasp. Desperately, he decided to find the nearest cliff and jump from it, head first. Humanity called. No man lived to companion him. His 4 metal limbs carried him swiftly to the summit of a nearby precipice. Why not gamble on the hereafter? 25X-987, understanding his trend of thought, did not attempt to restrain him. Instead, the machine man of Zor waited patiently. As Professor Jameson stood there meditating upon the jump which would hurl him now into a new plane of existence, or into oblivion, the thought transference of 25X-987 reached him. It was laden with the wisdom born of many planets and thousands of centuries' experience.
"Why jump?" asked the machine man. "The dying world holds your imagination within a morbid clutch. It is all a matter of mental condition. Free your mind of this fascinating influence, and come with us to visit other worlds. Many of them are both beautiful and new. You will then feel a great difference. Will you come?"
The professor considered for a moment as he resisted the impulse to dive off the declivity to the enticing rocks far below. An inspiration seized him. Backing away from the edge of the cliff, he joined 25X-987 once more. "I shall come," he stated. He would become an immortal after all, and join the Zoromes in their never-ending adventures from world to world. They hastened to the spaceship to escape the depressing, dreary influence of the dying world, which had nearly driven Professor Jameson to take the fatal leap to oblivion. End of The Jameson Satellite by Neil R. Jones. Recording by Josh Horowitz, Los Angeles.
Junior by Robert Abernethy. All younger generations have been going to the dogs, but this one was genuinely sunk. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Junior by Robert Abernethy. "Junior," bellowed Pater. "Junior," squeaked Mater in a quavering echo. Strayed off again, the young idiot. If he's playing in the shallows with this tide going out. Pater let the sentence hang blackly. He leaned upslope as far as he could stretch, angrily scanning the shoreward reaches where the light filtered more brightly down through the murky water, where the sea surface glinted like bits of broken mirror. No sign of Junior. Mater was peering fearfully in the other direction, toward where, as the daylight faded, the slope of the coastal shelf was fast losing itself in green profundity. Out there, out of sight at this hour, the reef that loomed sheltering above them fell away in an abrupt cliffhead, and the abyss began. "Oh, oh!" sobbed Mater. "He's lost! He's swum into the abyss and been eaten by a sea monster." Her slender stem rippled and swayed on its base, and her delicate crown of pinkish tentacles trailed disheveledly in the pull of the ebb tide. "Pish, my dear," said Pater. "There are no sea monsters. At worst," he consoled her stoutly, "Junior may have been trapped in a tide pool." "Oh, oh!" gulped Mater. "He's been eaten by a land monster." "There are no land monsters," snorted Pater. He straightened his stalk so abruptly that the stone to which he and Mater were conjugally attached creaked under them. "How often must I assure you, my dear, that we are the highest form of life?" And as for his world and geologic epoch, he was quite right. "Oh, oh!" gulped Mater. Her spouse gave her up. "Junior!" he roared in a voice that loosened the coral above the reef. Round about, the couple's bereavement had begun to attract attention. In the thickening dusk, tentacles paused from winnowing the sea for their masters' suppers. Stalked heads turned curiously here and there in the colony. Not far away, a threesome of maiden aunts, rooted en brosse to a single substantial boulder, twittered condolences and watched Mater avidly. "Discipline," growled Pater. "That's what he needs. Just wait till I—" "Now, dear—" began Mater shakily. "Hi, folks!" piped Junior from overhead. His parents swiveled as if on a single stalk. Their offspring was floating a few fathoms above them, paddling lazily against the ebb. Plainly he had just swum from some crevice in the reef nearby. In one pair of dangling tentacles he absently hugged a roundish stone, worn sensuously smooth by the pounding surf. "Where have you been?" "Nowhere," said Junior innocently. "Just playing hide-and-go-sink with the squids." "With the other polyps," Mater corrected him primly. She detested slang. Pater was eyeing Junior with an ominous calm. "And where," he asked, "did you get that stone?" Junior contracted guiltily. The surf stone slipped from his tentacles and plummeted to the sea floor in a flurry of sand. He edged away, stammering. "Well, I guess maybe I might have gone a little ways toward the beach." "You guess? When I was a polyp," said Pater, "the small fry obeyed their elders, and no guess about it." "Now, dear," said Mater. "No spawn of mine," Pater warmed to his lecture, "is going to flout my words. Junior, come here." Junior paddled cautiously around the home site, just out of tentacle reach. He said in a small voice, "I won't." "Did you hear me?" "Yes," admitted Junior. The neighbors stared. The three maiden aunts clutched one another with muted shrieks, savoring beforehand the language Pater would now use. But Pater said, "Oh," no more. "Now, dear," put in Mater quickly, "we must be patient. You know all children go through larval stages." "When I was a polyp," Pater began rustily. He coughed out an accidentally inhaled crustacean and started over. "No spawn of mine—" Trailing off, he only glared, then roared abruptly, "Sprat!" "I won't," said Junior reflexively, and back-paddled into the coral shadows of the reef. "That wallop," seethed Pater, "wants a good polyping. I mean—" He glowered suspiciously at Mater and the neighbors. "Dear," soothed Mater, "didn't you notice?" "Of course I— Notice what?" "What Junior was doing. Carrying a stone. I don't suppose he understands why, just yet, but—" "A stone? To be sure, a stone. Why, my dear, do you realize what this means?" Pater was once more occupied with improving Mater's mind. It was a long job without foreseeable end, especially since he and his helpmate were both firmly rooted for life to the same tastefully decorated home site, garnished by Pater himself with colored pebbles, shells, urchins, and bits of coral in a rather rococo style that had prevailed during Pater's courting days as a free-swimming polyp. "Intelligence, my dear," pronounced Pater, "is quite incompatible with motility. Just think, how could ideals congeal in a brain scuttling hither and yon, bombarded by ever-changing sense impressions? Look at the lower species which swim about all their life, incapable of taking root or thought. True intelligence, my dear, as distinguished from instinct, of course, presupposes the fixed viewpoint. He paused. Mater muttered, "Yes, dear," as she always did obediently at this point. Junior undulated past, swimming toward the abyss. He moved a bit heavily now. It was growing harder for him to keep his maturely thickening afterbody in a horizontal position. "Just look at the young of our own kind," said Pater. "Scatter-brained larvae, wandering greedily about in search of new stimuli. But, praise be, they mature at last into sensible, sensile adults. While yet the unformed intellect rebels against the end of carefree polyphood. Instinct, the wisdom of nature, instructs them to prepare for the great change." He nodded wisely as Junior came gliding back out of the gloom of deep water. Junior's tentacles clutched an irregular basalt fragment, which he must have picked up down the rubble-strewn slope. As he paddled slowly along the rim of the reef, the adult anthiozoans located directly below looked up and hissed irritable warnings. He was swimming a bit more easily now, and, if Pater had not been a firm believer in instinct, he might have been reminded of the grossly materialistic theory propounded by some iconoclasts, according to which a mature polyp's tendency to grapple objects was merely a matter of taking on ballast. "See," declared Pater triumphantly, "I don't suppose he understands why just yet, but instinct urges him infallibly to assemble the materials for his future homesite." Junior let the rock fragment fall and began plucking restlessly at the coral outcropping. "Dear," said Mater, "don't you think you ought to tell him?" "Ahem," said Pater. "The wisdom of instinct." "As you've always said, a polyp needs a parent's guidance," remarked Mater. "Ahem," repeated Pater. He straightened his stalk and bellowed authoritatively, "Junior, come here." The prodigal polyp swung wearily close. "Yes, Pater?" "Junior," said his parent solemnly, "now that you're about to grow down, it behooves you to know certain facts." Mater blushed a delicate lavender and turned away on her side of the rock. "Very soon now," said Pater, "you will begin to feel an irresistible urge to sink to the bottom, to take root there in some sheltered location that will be your lifetime site. Perhaps you even have an understanding already with some, charming young polyp of the opposite gender whom you would invite to share your home site. Or, if not, you should take all the more pains to make the site as attractive as possible, in order that such a one may decide to grace it with—" "Aha," said Junior understandingly. "That's what the fellows mean when they say any of 'em'll fall for a few high-class rocks." Pater marshaled his thoughts again. "Well, quite apart from such material considerations as selecting the right rocks, there are certain, matters we do not ordinarily discuss." Mater blushed a more pronounced lavender. The three maiden aunts rooted to their boulder within easy earshot of Pater's carrying voice put up a respectable pretense of searching one another for non-existent water fleas. "No doubt," said Pater, "in the course of your harum-scarum adventurings as a normal polyp among polyps, you've noticed the ways in which the lower orders reproduce themselves. The activities of fishes, the crustacea, the marine worms will not have escaped your attention." "Uh-huh," said Junior, treading water. "You will have observed that among these there takes place a good deal of, maneuvering for position. But among intelligent, firmly rooted beings like ourselves, matters are, of course, on a less crude and direct plane. What among lesser creatures is a question of tactics belongs, for us, to the realm of strategy." Pater's tone grew confiding. "Now, Junior, once you've settled, you'll realize the importance of being easy in your mind about your offspring's parentage. Remember, a niche in brine saves trying. Nothing like choosing your location well in the first place. Study the currents around your prospective site, particularly their direction and force at such critical times as flood tide. Try to make sure that you and your future mate won't be too close down current from anybody else's site, since in a case like that accidents can happen. You understand, Junior?" "Uh-huh," acknowledged Junior. "That's what the fellows mean when they say don't let anybody get the drop on you." "Well," said Pater in flat disapproval, But it all seems sort of silly, said Junior stubbornly. I'd rather just keep moving around and not have to do all that figuring. And the ocean's full of things I haven't seen yet. I don't want to grow down. Mater paled with shock. Pater gave his spawn a scalding, scandalized look. You'll learn. You can't beat biology, he said thickly, creditably keeping his voice down. Junior, you may go. Junior bobbled off, and Pater admonished Mater sternly. We must have patience, my dear. All children pass through these larval stages. Yes, dear, sighed Mater. At long last, Junior seemed to have resigned himself to making the best of it. With considerable exertions, hampered by his increasing body heaviness, he was fetching loads of stones, seaweed, and other debris to a spot downslope, and there labored over what promised to be a fairly ambitious cairn. Judging by what they could see of it, his home site might even prove a credit to the colony, so went Pater's thoughts, and attract a mate who would be a good catch. Thus Mater mused. Junior was still to be seen at times along the reef in the company of his free-swimming friends among the other polyps, at some of whom his parents had always looked askance, fearing they were by no means well bred. In fact, there was a strong suspicion that some of them, waifs from the disrespectable Shallows district in the hazardous reaches just below the tide mark, had never been bred at all, but were products of budding, a practice frowned on in polite society. However, Junior's appearance and rate of locomotion made it clear he would soon be done with juvenile follies. As Pater repeated with satisfaction, you can't beat biology. As one becomes more and more bottle-shaped, the romantic illusions of youth must inevitably perish. I've always known there was sound stuff in the youngster, declared Pater expansively. At least he won't be able to go around with those ragamuffins much longer, breathed Mater thankfully. What does that young fool think he's doing fiddling around with soapstone? Grumbled Pater, peering critically through the green to try to make out the details of Junior's building. Doesn't he know it's apt to slip its place in a year or two? Look, dear, hissed Mater acidly. Isn't that the young polyp who was so rude once? I wish she wouldn't keep watching Junior like that. Our northwest neighbors hear positively that she's a child of an only parent. Never mind, Pater turned to reassure her. Once Junior is properly rooted, his self-respect will cause him to keep the riffraff at a distance. It's a matter of psychology, my dear. The vertical position makes all the difference in one's thinking. The great day arrived. Laboriously, Junior put a few finishing touches on his construction, which, so far as could be seen from a distance, had turned out decent-looking enough, though it was rather questionably original in design, lower and flatter than was customary. With one more look at his handiwork, Junior turned bottom end down and sank wearily into the finished site. After a minute, he paddled experimentally, but flailing tentacles failed to lift him. He was already rooted, and growing more solidly so by the moment. Congratulations, cried the neighbors. Pater and Mater bowed this way and that in acknowledgment. Mater waved a condescending tentacle at the three maiden aunts. I told you so, said Pater triumphantly. Yes, dear, said Mater meekly. Suddenly there was an outcry of alarm from the dwellers down reef. A wave of dismay swept audibly through all the nearer parts of the colony. Pater and Mater looked around, frozen. Junior had begun to paddle again, but this time in a most peculiar manner, with a rotary twist and sideways scoop which looked awkward, but which he performed so deftly that he must have practiced it. Fixed upright, he was now on the platform he had built, and looked for all the world as if he were trying to swim sideways. He's gone mad, squeaked Mater. Gulped Pater. I'm afraid not. At least, they saw there was a method to Junior's actions. He went on paddling in the same fashion, and now he and his platform with him were further away than they had been, and growing more remote as they stared. Parts of the home site that was not a home site revolved in some way incomprehensible to eyes that had never seen the like, and the whole affair trundled along, rocking at bumps in the sandy bottom, and squeaking painfully. Nevertheless, it moved. The polyps, watching from the reef, swam out and frolicked after Junior, watching his contrivance go and clattering eager questions, while their parents bawled at them to keep away from that. The three maiden aunts shrieked faintly and swooned in one another's tentacles. The colony was shaken as it had not been since the tidal wave. "Come back!" thundered Pater. "You can't do that!" "Come back!" shrilled Mater. "You can't do that!" "Come back!" gabbled the neighbors. "You can't do that!" But Junior was past listening to reason. Junior was on wheels. End of Junior by Robert Abernathy.
Melontotata by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Melontotata by Edgar Allan Poe. To the editors of the Ladies' Book, I have the honor of sending you for your magazine an article which I hope you will be able to comprehend rather more distinctly than I do myself. It is a translation by my friend Martin Van Buren Mavis, sometimes called the Poughkeepsie Seer, of an odd-looking manuscript which I found about a year ago tightly corked up in a jug, floating in the Mare Tenebrarum, a sea well described by the Nubian geographer, but seldom visited nowadays, except for the transcendentalists and diverse for crotchets. Truly yours, Edgar A. Poe. On board balloon Skylark, April 1st, 2848. Now, my dear friend, now for your sins. You are to suffer the infliction of a long, gossiping letter. I tell you distinctly that I am going to punish you for all your impertinence by being as tedious, as discursive, as incoherent and unsatisfactory as possible. Besides, here I am, cooped up in a dirty balloon, with some 100 or 200 of the canaille, all bound on a pleasure excursion. What a funny idea some people have of pleasure! And I have no prospect of touching terra firma for a month at least. Nobody to talk to, nothing to do. When one has nothing to do, then is the time to correspond with one's friends. You perceive, then, why it is that I write you this letter. It is on account of my ennui and your sins. Get ready your spectacles and make up your mind to be annoyed. I mean to write at you every day during this odious voyage. Hi ho! When will any invention visit the human pericranium? Are we forever to be doomed to the thousand inconveniences of the balloon? Will nobody contrive a more expeditious mode of progress? The jog-trot movement, to my thinking, is little less than positive torture. Upon my word, we have not made more than 100 miles the hour since leaving home. The very birds beat us, at least some of them. I assure you that I do not exaggerate at all. Our motion, no doubt, seems slower than it actually is. This on account of our having no objects about us by which to estimate our velocity, and on account of our going with the wind. To be sure, whenever we meet a balloon we have a chance of perceiving our rate, and then, I admit, things do not appear so very bad. Accustomed as I am to this mode of traveling, I cannot get over a kind of giddiness whenever a balloon passes us in a current directly overhead. It always seems to me like an immense bird of prey about to pounce upon us and carry us off in its claws. One went over us this morning about sunrise, and so nearly overhead that its drag rope actually brushed the network suspending our car, and caused us very serious apprehension. Our captain said that if the material of the bag had been the trumpery, varnished silk of 500 or 1,000 years ago, we should inevitably have been damaged. This silk, as he explained it to me, was a fabric composed of the entrails of a species of earthworm. The worm was carefully fed on mulberries, kind of fruit resembling a watermelon, and, when sufficiently fat, was crushed in a mill. The paste thus arising was called papyrus in its primary state, and went through a variety of processes until it finally became silk. Singular to relate, it was once much admired as an article of female dress. Balloons were also very generally constructed from it. A better kind of material, it appears, was subsequently found in the down surrounding the seed vessels of a plant vulgarly called euphorbium, and at that time botanically termed milkweed. This latter kind of silk was designated as silk Buckingham, on account of its superior durability, and was usually prepared for use by being varnished with a solution of gum caoutchouc, a substance which in some respects must have resembled the gutta percha now in common use. The caoutchouc was occasionally called Indian rubber or rubber of twist, and was no doubt one of the numerous fungi. Never tell me again that I am not at heart an antiquarian. Talking of drag ropes, our own, it seems, has this moment knocked a man overboard from one of the small magnetic propellers that swarm in ocean below us. A boat of about 6,000 tons, and from all accounts shamefully crowded. These diminutive barks should be prohibited from carrying more than a definite number of passengers. The man, of course, was not permitted to get on board again, and was soon out of sight, he and his life preserver. I rejoice, my dear friend, that we live in an age so enlightened that no such a thing as an individual is supposed to exist. It is the mass for which the true humanity cares. By the by, talking of humanity, do you know that our immortal Wiggins is not so original in his views of the social condition and so forth as his contemporaries are inclined to suppose? Pundit assures me that the same ideas were put nearly in the same way, about 1,000 years ago, by an Irish philosopher called Furrier, on account of his keeping a retail shop for cat peltries and other furs. Pundit knows, you know. There can be no mistake about it. How very wonderfully do we see verified every day the profound observation of the Hindu Aristotle, as quoted by Pundit. Thus must we say that, not once or twice or a few times, but with almost infinite repetitions, the same opinions come round in a circle among men. April 2nd. Spoke today the magnetic cutter in charge of the middle section of floating telegraph wires. I learned that when this species of telegraph was first put into operation by Horse, it was considered quite impossible to convey the wires over sea, but now we are at a loss to comprehend where the difficulty lay. So wags the world. Tempora mutantur. Excuse me for quoting the Etruscan. What would we do without the Atlantic telegraph? Pundit says Atlantic was the ancient adjective. We lay to a few minutes to ask the cutter some questions, and learned, among other glorious news, that civil war is raging in Africa, while the plague is doing its good work beautifully both in Europe and Asia. Is it not truly remarkable that, before the magnificent light shed upon philosophy by humanity, the world was accustomed to regard war and pestilence as calamities? Do you know that prayers were actually offered up in the ancient temples to the end that these evils might not be visited upon mankind? Is it not really difficult to comprehend upon what principle of interest our forefathers acted? Were they so blind as not to perceive that the destruction of a myriad of individuals is only so much positive advantage to the mass? April 3. It is really a very fine amusement to ascend the rope ladder leading to the summit of the balloon bag, and then survey the surrounding world. From the car below you know the prospect is not so comprehensive. You can see little vertically. But seated here, where I write this, in the luxuriously cushioned open piazza of the summit, one can see everything that is going on in all directions. Just now, there is quite a crowd of balloons in sight, and they present a very animated appearance, while the air is resonant with the hum of so many millions of human voices. I have heard it asserted that when Yellow, or Pundit will have it, Violet, who is supposed to have been the first aeronaut, maintained the practicability of traversing the atmosphere in all directions, by merely ascending or descending until a favorable current was attained, he was scarcely hearkened to at all by his contemporaries, who looked upon him as merely an ingenious sort of madman, because the philosophers of the day declared the thing impossible. Really now, it does seem to me quite unaccountable how anything so obviously feasible could have escaped the sagacity of the ancient savants. But in all ages the great obstacles to advancement in art have been opposed by the so-called men of science. To be sure, our men of science are not quite so bigoted as those of old. Oh, I have something so queer to tell you on this topic. Do you know that it is not more than 1,000 years ago since the metaphysicians consented to relieve the people of the singular fancy that there existed but two possible roads for the attainment of truth? Believe it if you can. It appears that long, long ago, in the night of time, there lived a Turkish philosopher, or Hindu possibly, called Aristotle. This person introduced, or at all events propagated, what was termed the deductive or a priori mode of investigation. He started with what he maintained to be axioms or self-evident truths, and thence proceeded logically to results. His greatest disciples were one Euclid and one Kant. Well, Aristotle flourished supreme until advent of one Hogg, surnamed the Ettrick Shepherd, who preached an entirely different system, which he called the a posteriori, or inductive. His plan referred altogether to sensation. He proceeded by observing, analyzing, and classifying facts, instantiae naturae, as they were affectedly called, into general laws. Aristotle's mode, in a word, was based on noumena, Hogg's on phenomena. Well, so great was the admiration excited by this latter system that, at its first introduction, Aristotle fell into disrepute. But finally he recovered ground, and was permitted to divide the realm of truth with his more modern rival. The savants now maintain the Aristotelian and Baconian roads were the sole possible avenues to knowledge. Baconian, you must know, was an adjective invented as equivalent to Hoggian, and more euphonious and dignified. Now, my dear friend, I do assure you, most positively, that I represent this matter fairly, on the soundest authority, and you can easily understand how a notion so absurd on its very face must have operated to retard the progress of all true knowledge, which makes its advances almost invariably by intuitive bounds. The ancient idea confined investigations to crawling, and for hundreds of years so great was the infatuation about Hogg especially, that a virtual end was put to all thinking, properly so called. No man dared utter a truth to which he felt himself indebted to his soul alone. It mattered not whether the truth was even demonstrably a truth, for the bullet-headed savans of the time regarded only the road by which he had attained it. They would not even look at the end. Let us see the means, they cried. The means! If, upon investigation of the means, it was found to come under neither the category Aries, that is to say, ram, nor under the category Hogg, why then, the savants went no farther, but pronounced the theorist a fool, and would have nothing to do with him or his truth. Now, it cannot be maintained, even, that by the crawling system the greatest amount of truth would be attained in any long series of ages, for the repression of imagination was an evil not to be compensated for by any superior certainty in the ancient modes of investigation. The error of these Germains, these French, these English, and these Americans (the latter, by the way, were our own immediate progenitors) was an error quite analogous with that of the wiseacre who fancies that he must necessarily see an object the better the more closely he holds it to his eyes. These people blinded themselves by details. When they proceeded hoggishly, their facts were by no means always facts, a matter of little consequence, had it not been for assuming that they were facts and must be facts because they appeared to be such. When they proceeded on the path of the ram, their course was scarcely as straight as a ram's horn, for they never had an axiom which was an axiom at all. They must have been very blind not to see this, even in their own day, for even in their own day many of the long-established axioms had been rejected. For example, ex nihilo nihil fit. A body cannot act where it is not. There cannot exist antipodes. Darkness cannot come out of light. All these, and a dozen other similar propositions, formerly admitted without hesitation as axioms, were, even at the period of which I speak, seemed to be untenable. How absurd in these people, then, to persist in putting faith in axioms as immutable bases of truth! But even out of the mouths of their soundest reasoners it is easy to demonstrate the futility, the impalpability of their axioms in general. Who was the soundest of their logicians? Let me see. I will go and ask a pundit, and be back in a minute. Here we have it. Here is a book written nearly 1,000 years ago, and lately translated from the English, which, by the way, appears to have been the rudiment of the Amriccan. Pundit says it is decidedly the cleverest ancient work on its topic, logic. The author, who was much thought of in his day, was one Miller, or Mill, and we find it recorded of him, as a point of some importance, that he had a mill horse called Bentham. But let us glance at the treatise. Ah, ability or inability to conceive, says Mr. Mill, very properly, is in no case to be received as a criterion of axiomatic truth. What modern in his senses would ever think of disputing this truism? The only wonder with us must be how it happened that Mr. Mill conceived it necessary even to hint at anything so obvious. So far, good. But let us turn over another paper. What have we here? Contradictories cannot both be true. That is, cannot coexist in nature. Here Mr. Mill means, for example, that a tree must be either a tree or not a tree, that it cannot be at the same time a tree and not a tree. Very well, but I ask him why. His reply is this, and never pretends to be anything else than this: because it is impossible to conceive that contradictories can both be true. But this is no answer at all, by his own showing, for has he not just admitted as a truism that ability or inability to conceive is in no case to be received as a criterion of axiomatic truth? Now, I do not complain of these ancients so much because their logic is, by their own showing, utterly baseless, worthless, and fantastic altogether, as because of their pompous and imbecile proscription of all other roads of truth, of all other means for its attainment than the two preposterous paths, the one of creeping and the one of crawling, to which they have dared to confine the soul that loves nothing so well as to soar. By the by, my dear friend, do you not think it would have puzzled these ancient dogmaticians to have determined by which of their two roads it was that the most important and most sublime of all their truths was, in effect, attained? I mean the truth of gravitation. Newton owed it to Kepler. Kepler admitted that his three laws were guessed at. These three laws of all laws, which led the great English mathematician to his principle, the basis of all physical principle, to go behind which we must enter the kingdom of metaphysics. Kepler guessed, that is to say, imagined. He was essentially a theorist, that word now of so much sanctity, formerly an epithet of contempt. Would it not have puzzled these old moles, too, to have explained by which of the two roads a cryptographist unriddles a cryptograph of more than usual secrecy, or by which of the two roads Champollion directed mankind to those enduring and almost innumerable truths which resulted from his deciphering the hieroglyphics? One word more on this topic and I will be done boring you. Is it not passing strange that, with their eternal prattling about roads to truth, these bigoted people missed what we now so clearly perceive to be the great highway, that of consistency? Does it not seem singular how they should have failed to deduce from the works of God the vital fact that a perfect consistency must be an absolute truth? How plain has been our progress since the late announcement of this proposition! Investigation has been taken out of the hands of the ground moles and given as a task to the true and only true thinkers, the men of ardent imagination. These latter theorize. Can you not fancy the shout of scorn with which my words would be received by our progenitors were it possible for them to be now looking over my shoulder? These men, I say, theorize, and their theories are simply corrected, reduced, systematized, cleared little by little of their dross of inconsistency, until, finally, a perfect consistency stands apparent which even the most stolid admit, because it is a consistency to be an absolute and an unquestionable truth. April 4. The new gas is doing wonders, in conjunction with the new improvement with gutta percha. How very safe, commodious, manageable, and in every respect convenient are our modern balloons. Here is an immense one approaching us at the rate of at least 150 miles an hour. It seems to be crowded with people. Perhaps there are 300 or 400 passengers, and yet it soars to an elevation of nearly a mile, looking down upon poor us with sovereign contempt. Still, 100 or even 200 miles an hour is slow traveling after all. Do you remember our flight on the railroad across the Canadoc continent? Fully 300 miles the hour. That was traveling. Nothing to be seen, though, nothing to be done but flirt, feast, and dance in the magnificent saloons. Do you remember what an odd sensation was experienced when, by chance, we caught a glimpse of external objects while the cars were in full flight? Everything seemed unique, in one mass. For my part, I cannot say but that I preferred the traveling by the slow train of 100 miles the hour. Here we were permitted to have glass windows, even to have them open, and something like a distinct view of the country was attainable. Pundit says that the route for the Great Canada Railroad must have been in some measure marked out about 900 years ago. In fact, he goes so far as to assert that actual traces of a road are still discernible, traces referable to a period quite as remote as that mentioned. The track, it appears, was double only. Ours, you know, has 12 paths, and 3 or 4 new ones are in preparation. The ancient rails were very slight, and placed so close together as to be, according to modern notions, quite frivolous, if not dangerous in the extreme. The present width of track, 50 feet, is considered, indeed, scarcely secure enough. For my part, I make no doubt that a track of some sort must have existed in very remote times, as Pundit asserts, for nothing can be clearer, to my mind, than that, at some period not less than 7 centuries ago, certainly, the northern and southern Canada continents were united. The Canadians, then, would have been driven by necessity to a great railroad across the continent. April 5th. I am almost devoured by ennui. Pundit is the only conversable person on board, and he, poor soul, can speak of nothing but antiquities. He has been occupied all the day in the attempt to convince me that the ancient Amriccans governed themselves. Did ever anybody hear of such an absurdity? That they existed in a sort of every man for himself confederacy, after the fashion of the prairie dogs that we read of in fable. He says that they started with the queerest idea conceivable, viz., that all men are born free and equal, that This in the very teeth of the laws of gradation so visibly impressed upon all things, both in the moral and physical universe. Every man voted, as they called it, that is to say, meddled with public affairs, until at length it was discovered that what is everybody's business is nobody's, and that the Republic, so the absurd thing was called, was without a government at all. It is related, however, that the first circumstance which disturbed very particularly the self-complacency of the philosophers who constructed this republic was the startling discovery that universal suffrage gave opportunity for fraudulent schemes, by means of which any desired number of votes might at any time be polled, without the possibility of prevention or even detection by any party which should be merely villainous enough not to be ashamed of the fraud. A little reflection upon this discovery sufficed to render evident the consequences, which were that rascality must predominate. In a word, that a republican government could never be anything but a rascally one. While the philosophers, however, were busied in blushing at their stupidity in not having foreseen these inevitable evils, and intent upon the invention of new theories, the matter was put to an abrupt issue by a fellow of the name of Mob, who took everything into his own hands and set up a despotism in comparison with which those of the fabulous Zeros and Hellophagabaluses were respectable and delectable. This Mob, a foreigner by the by, is said to have been the most odious of all men that ever encumbered the earth. He was a giant in stature, insolent, rapacious, filthy, had the gall of a bullock with the heart of a hyena and the brains of a peacock. He died, at length, by dint of his own energies, which exhausted him. Nevertheless, he had his uses, as everything has, however vile, and taught mankind a lesson which to this day it is in no danger of forgetting, never to run directly contrary to the natural analogies. As for republicanism, no analogy could be found for it upon the face of the earth, unless we except the case of the prairie dogs, an exception which seems to demonstrate, if anything, that democracy is a very admirable form of government for dogs. April 6. Last night had a fine view of Alpha Lyrae, whose disk, through our captain's spyglass, subtends an angle of half a degree, looking very much as our sun does to the naked eye on a misty day. Alpha Lyrae, although so very much larger than our sun, by the by, resembles him closely as regards its spots, its atmosphere, and in many other particulars. It is only within the last century, pundit tells me, that the binary relation existing between these two orbs began even to be suspected. The evident motion of our system in the heavens was, strange to say, referred to an orbit about a prodigious star in the centre of the galaxy. About this star, or at all events about a centre of gravity common to all the globes of the Milky Way, and supposed to be near Alcyone in the Pleiades, every one of these globes was declared to be revolving, our own performing the circuit in a period of 117 million of years. We, with our present lights, our vast telescopic improvements, and so forth, of course find it difficult to comprehend the ground of an idea such as this. Its first propagator was one Mulder. He was led, we must presume, to this wild hypothesis by mere analogy in the first instance. But this being the case, he should have at least adhered to analogy in its development. A great central orb was, in fact, suggested, so far Mulder was consistent. This central orb, however, dynamically should have been greater than all the surrounding orbs taken together. The question might then have been asked, why do we not see it? We, especially, who occupy the mid-region of the cluster, the very locality near which, at least, must be situated this inconceivable central sun. The astronomer, perhaps, at this point, took refuge in the suggestion of non-luminosity, and here analogy was suddenly let fall. But even admitting the central orb non-luminous, how did he manage to explain its failure to be rendered visible by the incalculable host of glorious suns glaring in all directions about it? No doubt what he finally maintained was merely a center of gravity common to all the revolving orbs. But here again analogy must have been let fall. Our system revolves, it is true, about a common center of gravity, but it does this in connection with and in consequence of a material sun whose mass more than counterbalances the rest of the system. The mathematical circle is a curve composed of an infinity of straight lines. But this idea of the circle, this idea of it which, in regard to all earthly geometry, we consider as merely the mathematical, in contradistinction from the practical idea, is, in sober fact, the practical conception which alone we have any right to entertain in respect to those titanic circles with which we have to deal, at least in fancy, when we suppose our system, with its fellows, revolving about a point in the center of the galaxy. Let the most vigorous of human imaginations but attempt to take a single step toward the comprehension of a circuit so unutterable. I would scarcely be paradoxical to say that a flash of lightning itself, traveling forever upon the circumference of this inconceivable circle, would still forever be traveling in a straight line. That the path of our sun along such a circumference, that the direction of our system in such an orbit, would, to any human perception, deviate in the slightest degree from a straight line, even in a million of years, is a proposition not to be entertained. And yet these ancient astronomers were absolutely cajoled, it appeared, into believing that a decisive curvature had become apparent during the brief period of their astronomical history. During the mere point, during the utter nothingness of 2,000 or 3,000 years! How incomprehensible that considerations such as this did not at once indicate to them the true state of affairs, that of the binary revolution of our sun and Alpha Lyrae around a common center of gravity! April 7. Continued last night our astronomical amusements. Had a fine view of the fine Neptunian asteroids, and watched with much interest the putting up of a huge impost on a couple of the lintels in the new temple of Daphnis in the moon. It was amusing to think that creatures so diminutive as the lunarians, and bearing so little resemblance to humanity, yet evinced a mechanical ingenuity so much superior to our own. One finds it difficult, too, to conceive the vast masses which these people handle so easily, to be as light as our own reason tells us they actually are. April 8. Eureka! Pundit is in his glory. A balloon from Canada spoke us today and threw on board several late papers. They contain some exceedingly curious information relative to Canadian, or rather Amrican, antiquities. You know, I presume, that laborers have for some months been employed in preparing the ground for a new fountain at Paradise, the Emperor's principal pleasure garden. Paradise, it appears, has been, literally speaking, an island time out of mind. That is to say, its northern boundary was always, as far back as any record extends, a rivulet, or rather a very narrow arm of the sea. This arm was gradually widened until it attained its present breadth, a mile. The whole length of the island is 9 miles. The breadth varies materially. The entire area, so pundit says, was, about 800 years ago, densely packed with houses, some of them 20 stories high, land, for some most unaccountable reason, being considered as especially precious just in this vicinity. The disastrous earthquake, however, of the year 2050, so totally uprooted and overwhelmed the town, for it was almost too large to be called a village, that the most indefatigable of our antiquarians have never yet been able to obtain from the site any sufficient data, in the shape of coins, medals, or inscriptions, wherewith to build up even the ghost of a theory concerning the manners, customs, etc., 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 of the aboriginal inhabitants. Nearly all that we have hitherto known of them, that they were a portion of the Knickerbocker tribe of savages infesting the continent at its first discovery by Recorder Riker, a knight of the Golden Fleece. They were by no means uncivilized, however, but cultivated various arts and even sciences after a fashion of their own. It is related of them that they were acute in many respects, but were oddly afflicted with monomania for building what, in the ancient Amriccan, was denominated churches, a kind of pagoda instituted for the worship of two idols that went by the names of Wealth and Fashion. In the end, it is said, the island became, 9/10 of it, church. The women, too, it appears, were oddly deformed by a natural protuberance of the region just below the small of the back, although, most unaccountably, this deformity was looked upon altogether in the light of a beauty. One or two pictures of these singular women have in fact been miraculously preserved. They look very odd, very like something between a turkey-cock and a dromedary. Well, these few details are nearly all that have descended to us respecting the ancient Knickerbockers. It seems, however, that while digging in the center of the Emperor's Garden, which, you know, covers the whole island, some of the workmen unearthed a cubical and evidently chiseled block of granite, weighing several hundred pounds. It was in good preservation, having received, apparently, little injury from the convulsion which entombed it. On one of its surfaces was a marble slab with, only think of it, an inscription, a legible inscription. Pundit is in ecstasies. Upon detaching the slab, a cavity appeared, containing a leaden box filled with various coins, a long scroll of names, several documents which appear to resemble newspapers, with other matters of intense interest to the antiquarian. There can be no doubt that all these are genuine Amrican relics belonging to the tribe called Knickerbocker. The papers thrown on board our balloon are filled with facsimiles of the coins, manuscripts, typography, etc., etc. I copy for your amusement the Knickerbocker inscription on the marble slab. This cornerstone of a monument to the memory of George Washington was laid with appropriate ceremonies on the 19th day of October, 1847, the anniversary of the surrender of Lord Cornwallis to General Washington at Yorktown, A.D. 1781, under the auspices of the Washington Monument Association of the City of New York. This, as I give it, is a verbatim translation done by Pundit himself, so there can be no mistake about it. From the few words thus preserved, we glean several important items of knowledge, not the least interesting of which is the fact that 1,000 years ago actual monuments had fallen into disuse, as was all very proper, the people contenting themselves, as we do now, with a mere indication of the design to erect a monument at some future time, a cornerstone being cautiously laid by itself, solitary and alone. Excuse me for quoting the great American poet, Bentham. As a guarantee of the magnanimous intention. We ascertain, too, very distinctly, from this admirable inscription, the how as well as the where and the what of the great surrender in question. As to the where, it was Yorktown, wherever that was. And as to the what, it was General Cornwallis, no doubt some wealthy dealer in corn. He was surrendered. The inscription commemorates the surrender of what? Why, of Lord Cornwallis. The only question is, what could the savages wish him surrendered for? But when we remember that these savages were undoubtedly cannibals, we are led to the conclusion that they intended him for sausage. As to the how of the surrender, no language can be more explicit. Lord Cornwallis was surrendered, for sausage, under the auspices of the Washington Monument Association, No doubt a charitable institution for the depositing of corner stones. But heaven bless me! What is the matter? Ah, I see! The balloon has collapsed, and we shall have a tumble into the sea. I have, therefore, only time enough to add that, from a hasty inspection of the facsimiles of newspapers, etc., etc., I find that the great men in those days among the Amriccans were one John, a smith, and one Zachary, a tailor. Good bye, until I see you again. Whether you ever get this letter or not is point of little importance, as I write altogether for my own amusement. I shall cork the manuscript up in a bottle, however, and throw it into the sea. Yours everlastingly, Pandita. End of Melontotata by Edgar Allan Poe.
Microman by Forrest James Ackerman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Gould. Microman by Forrest James Ackerman. Side note: the little man dared to venture into the realm of the gods, but the gods were cruel. The early morning streetcar, swaying and rattling along its tracks, did as much to divert my attention from the book I was reading as the contents of the book itself. I did not like Plato. Comfortable though the seat was, I was as uncomfortable as any collegiate could be whose mind would rather dwell upon tomorrow's football game than the immediate task in hand, the morning session with Professor Russell and the book on my lap. My gaze wandered from the book and drifted out the distorted window, then fell to the car sill as I thought over Plato's conclusions. Something moving on the ledge attracted my attention. It was a scurrying black ant. If I had thought about it, I might have wondered how it came there, but the next moment a more curious object on the sill caught my eye. I bent over. I couldn't make out what it was at first. A bug, perhaps. Maybe it was too small for a bug. Just a little dancing dust, no doubt. Then I discerned, and gasped. On the sill there, it was a man. A man on the streetcar's windowsill. A little man. He was so tiny I would never have seen him if it hadn't been for his white attire, which made him visible against the brown grain of the shellacked wood. I watched amazed as his microscopic figure moved over perhaps half an inch. He wore a blouse and shorts, it seemed, and sandals. Something might have been hanging at his side, but it was too small for me to make out plainly. His head, I thought, was silver-colored, and I think the headgear had some sort of knobs on it. All this, of course, I didn't catch at the time because my heart was hammering away excitedly and making my fingers shake as I fumbled for a matchbox in my pocket. I pushed it open and let the matches scatter out. Then, as gently as my excitement would allow, I pushed the tiny man from the ledge into the box, for I had suddenly realized the greatness of this amazing discovery. The car was barely half filled, and no attention had been directed my way. I slid quickly out of the empty seat and hurriedly alighted at the next stop. In a daze I stood where I had alighted, waiting for the next number 10 that would return me home, the matchbox held tightly in my hand. They'd put that box in a museum one day. I collect stamps. I've heard about getting rare ones with inverted centers, or some minor deviation that made them immensely valuable. I'd imagined getting one by mistake sometime that would make me rich. But this! They'd build King Kong as the 8th wonder of the world. But that was only imaginary. A film. A terrifying thought crossed my mind. I pushed open the box hastily. Maybe I had been dreaming. But there it was. The unbelievable. The little man. A car was before me just leaving. Its polished surface had not reflected through the haze, and the new design made so little noise that I hadn't seen it. I jumped for it, my mind in such a turmoil that the conductor had to ask 3 times for my fare. Ordinarily I would have been embarrassed, but a young man with his mind on millions doesn't worry about little things like that. At least, not this young man. How I acted on the streetcar or traversed the 5 blocks from the end of the line I couldn't say. If I may imagine myself, though, I must have strode along the street like a determined machine. I reached the house and let myself into the basement room. Inside I pulled the shades together and closed the door, the matchbox still in my hand. No one was at home this time of day, which pleased me particularly, for I wanted to figure out how I was going to present this wonder to the world. I flung myself down on the bed and opened the matchbox. The little man lay very still on the bottom. "Little man," I cried, and turned him out on the quilt. Maybe he had suffocated in the box. Irrational thought. Small though it might be to me, the little box was as big as all outdoors to him. It was the bumping about he'd endured. I hadn't been very thoughtful of him. He was reviving now and raised himself on one arm. I pushed myself off the bed and stepped quickly to my table to procure something with which I could control him. Not that he could get away, but he was so tiny I thought I might lose sight of him. Pen, pencil, paper, stamps, scissors, clips, none of them were what I wanted. I had nothing definite in mind, but then remembered my stamp outfit and rushed to secure it. Evidently college work had cramped my style along the collecting line, for the tweezers and magnifier appeared with a mild coating of dust. But they were what I needed, and I blew on them and returned to the bed. The little man had made his way half an inch or so from his former prison, was crawling over what I suppose were, to him, great uneven blocks of red and green and black moss. He crossed from a red into a black patch as I watched his movements through the glass, and I could see him more plainly against the darker background. He stopped and picked at the substance of his strange surroundings, then straightened to examine a tuft of the cloth. The magnifier enlarged him to a seeming half-inch or so, and I could see better now this strange, tiny creature. It was a metal cap he wore, and it did have protruding knobs, 2 of them, slanting at 45-degree angles from his temples like horns. I wondered at their use, but it was impossible for me to imagine. Perhaps they covered some actual growth. He might have had real horns for all I knew. Nothing would have been too strange to expect. His clothing showed up as a simple, white, one-piece garment like a shirt and gym shorts. The shorts ended at the knee, and from there down he was bare except for a covering on his feet which appeared more like gloves than shoes. Whatever he wore to protect his feet, it allowed free movement of his toes. It struck me that this little man's native habitat must have been very warm. His attire suggested this. For a moment I considered plugging in my small heater. My room certainly had no tropical or subtropical temperature at that time of the morning, and how was I to know whether he shivered when he felt chill? Maybe he blew his horns. Anyway, I figured a living eighth wonder would be more valuable than a dead one, and I didn't think he could be stuffed. But somehow I forgot it in my interest in examining this unusual personage. The little man had dropped the cloth now and was staring in my direction. Of course, my direction was very general to him, but he seemed to be conscious of me. He certainly impressed me as being awfully different, but what his reactions were, I didn't know. But someone else knew. In a world deep down in smallness, in an electron of a dead cell of a piece of wood, 5 scientists were grouped before a complicated instrument with a horn like the early radios. 2 sat and 3 stood, but their attention upon the apparatus was unanimous. From small hollowed cups worn on their fingers like rings came a smoke from burning incense. These cups they held to their noses frequently, and their eyes shone as they inhaled. The scientists of infra-smallness were smoking. With the exception of a recent prolonged silence which was causing them great anxiety, sounds had been issuing from the instrument for days. There had been breaks before, but this silence had been long enduring. Now the voice was speaking again, a voice that was a telepathic communication made audible. The scientist brightened. "There is so much that I cannot understand," it said. The words were hesitant, filled with awe. "I seem to have been in many worlds. At the completion of my experiment I stood on a land which was brown and black and very rough of surface. With startling suddenness I was propelled across this harsh country, and terrifyingly I was falling. I must have dropped 75 feet, but the strange, buoyant atmosphere of this strange world saved me from harm. My new surroundings were gray and gloomy, and the earth trembled as a giant cloud passed over the sky. I do not know what it meant, but with the suddenness characteristic of this place it became very dark, and an inexplicable violence shook me into insensibility. I am conscious, now, of some giant form before me, but it is so colossal that my eyes cannot focus it. And it changes. Now I seem confronted by great orange mountains with curving ledges cut into their sides. Atop them are great grayish slabs of protecting opaque rock, a covering like that above our temples of Ararat, on which the rain may never fall. I wish that you might communicate with me, good men of my world. How go the gods? But now these mountains are lifting, vanishing from my sight. A great thing, which I cannot comprehend, hovers before me. It has many colors, but mostly there is the orange of the mountains. It hangs in the air, and from the portion nearest me grow dark trees as round as myself and as tall. There is a great redness above that opens like the caddis flower, exposing the ivory white from which puffs the tongue of death. Beyond this I cannot see well, but ever so high are two gigantic caverns from which the winds of the legends blow and suck. As dangerous as the caddis by Dal. Alternately they crush me to the ground, then threaten to tear me from it and hurl me away. My nose was the cavern from which issued the horrifying wind. I noticed that my breath distressed the little man as I leaned over to stare at him, so drew back. Upstairs the visor buzzed. Before answering, so that I would not lose the little man, I very gingerly pinched his shirt with the tongs and lifted him to the table. My breath! I am shot into the heavens like Milo in his rocket. I traverse a frightful distance. Everything changes constantly. 1,000,000 miles below is chaos. This world is mad. A giant landscape passes beneath me so weird I cannot describe it. I cannot understand. Only my heart trembles within me. Neither science nor the gods can help or comfort in this awful world of greatness. We stop. I hang motionless in the air. The ground beneath is utterly insane, but I see vast uncovered veins of rare metal, and crystal, precious crystal, enough to cover the mightiest temple we could build. Oh, that Mortia were so blessed! In all this terrifying world, the richness of the crystal and the marvelous metal do redeem. Men, I see, I believe it is a temple. It is incredibly tall, of black foundation and red spire, but it is weathered, leaning as if to fall, and very bare. The people cannot love their gods as we, or else there is the hunger. But the gods may enlighten this world too, and if lowered I will make for it. A sacred temple should be a haven. Friends, I descend. The little man's eye had caught my scissors and a glass ruler as I suspended him above my desk. They were his exposed vein of metal and the precious crystal. I was searching for something to secure him. In the last second before I lowered him, his heart swelled at the sight of the temple, my red and black pen slanting upward from the desk holder. A stamp lying on my desk was an inspiration. I licked it, turned it gum side up, and cautiously pressed the little man against it feet first, with the thought, that ought to hold him. I dashed upstairs to answer the call, but it didn't hold him. There was quite a bit of strength in that tiny body. Miserable fate! I flounder in a horrid marsh, the upset thought waves came to the men of Mortia. The viscous mire seeks to entrap me, but I think I can escape it. Then I will make for the temple. The gods may recognize and protect me there. I missed the call. I had delayed too long, but the momentary diversion had cleared my mind and allowed new thoughts to enter. I now knew what my first step would be in presenting the little man to the world. I'd write a newspaper account myself. Exclusive. Give the scoop to Earl. Would that be a sensation for his paper? Then I'd be made. A friend of the family, this prominent publisher, had often promised he would give me a break when I was ready. Well, I was ready. Excited, dashing downstairs, I half formulated the idea. The headlines. The little man under a microscope, a world afire to see him. Fame, pictures, speeches, movies, money. But here I was at my desk, and I grabbed for a piece of typing paper. They'd put that in a museum, too. The stamp and the little man lay just at the edge of the sheet, and he clutched at a great orange mountain covered by a vast slab of curving opaque glass like the temples of Ararat. It was my thumb, but I did not see him there. I thrust the paper into the typewriter and twirled it through. I have fallen from the mountain and hang perpendicularly, perilously on a limitless white plain. I tremble on the verge of falling, but the slime from the marsh holds me fast. I struck the first key. A metal meteor is roaring down upon me. Or is it something I have never before witnessed? It has a tail that streams off beyond sight. It comes at terrific speed. I know. The gods are angry with me for leaving Morsha land. Yes, 'tis only they who kill by iron. Their hands clutch the rod in mighty tower Baviat, and thrust it here to stamp me out. And a shaking little figure cried, Baviat Tersha, Morsha Maya, as the gods struck wrathfully at a small one daring to explore their domain. For little man Jekko had contrived to see infinity, and infinity was only for the eyes of the immortals, and those of the experience who dwelt there by the gods' grace. He had intruded into the realm of the rulers, the world of the afterlife, and the gods omnipotent. A mortal in the land of all. In a world deep down in smallness, in an electron of a cell of dead wood, 5 scientists were grouped before the complicated instruments so reminiscent of early radios. But now they all were standing. Strained, perspiring, frightened, they trembled, aghast at the dimensions the experiment had assumed. They were paralyzed with terror and awe as they heard of the wrath of the affronted gods. And the spirit of science froze within them, and would die in Morsha land. Seek the skies only by hallowed death was what they knew, and they destroyed the machine of the man who had found Venquil land, and thought to live, and fled as Jekko's last thoughts came through. For many years 5 frightened little men of an electron world would live in deadly fear for their lives and for their souls after death, and would pray and become great disciples, spreading the gospels of the gods. True, Jekko had described a monstrous world, but how could a mere mortal experience its true meaning? It was really ethereal and beautiful was Venquil land, and they would spend the rest of their days insuring themselves for the day of the experience, when they would assume their comforted place in the world of the afterlife. As I struck the first letter, a strange sensation swept over me. Something compelled me to stop and look at the typing paper. I was using a black ribbon, but when the key fell away, there was a tiny spot of red. End of Microman by Forrest James Ackerman. Recording by Philip Gould.
The Plague by Teddy Keller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Horowitz. The Plague by Teddy Keller. Suppose a strictly 100% American plague showed up, one that attacked only people within the political borders of the United States. Sergeant Major Andrew McLeod ignored the jangling telephones and the excited jabber of a room full of brass and lit a cigarette. Somebody had to keep his head in this mess. Everybody was about to flip. Like the telephone, 2 days ago Corporal Bettigene Baker had been answering the rare call on the single line in that friendly, husky voice that gave even generals pause, by saying, "Good morning, Office of the Civil Health and Germ Warfare Protection Coordinator." Now there was a switchboard out in the hall with a web of lines running to a dozen girls at a half-dozen desks wedged into the outer office. And now the harried girls answered with a hasty, "Germ War Protection." All the brass hats in Washington had suddenly discovered this office deep in the recesses of the Pentagon, and none of them could quite comprehend what had happened. The situation might have been funny, or at least pathetic, if it hadn't been so desperate. Even so, Andy McLeod's nerves and patience had frayed thin. "I told you, General," he snapped to the flustered brigadier. "Colonel Patterson was retired 10 days ago. I don't know what happened. Maybe this replacement Sawbones got strangled in red tape. Anyhow, the brand new lieutenant hasn't showed up here. As far as I know, I'm in charge."
"But this is incredible," a 2-star general wailed. "A mysterious epidemic is sweeping the country, possibly an insidious germ attack timed to precede an all-out invasion, and a non-com is sitting on top of the whole powder keg?"
Andy's big hands clenched into fists, and he had to wait a moment before he could speak safely. Doggone the freckles and the unruly mop of hair that gave him such a boyish look. "May I remind you, General," he said, "that I've been entombed here for 2 years. My staff and I know what to do. If you'll give us some cooperation and a priority, we'll try to figure this thing out."
"But good heavens," a chicken colonel moaned, "this is also irregular, a non-com."
He said it like a dirty word.
"Irregular hell," the brigadier snorted, the message getting through. "There are ways, gentlemen. I suggest we clear out of here and let the sergeant get to work."
He took a step toward the door, and the other officers, protesting and complaining, moved along after him. As they drifted out, he turned and said,
"We'll clear your office for top priority."
Then, dead serious, he added,
"Son, a whole nation could panic at any moment. You've got to come through."
Andy didn't waste time standing. He merely nodded to the general, snubbed out his cigarette, and buzzed the intercom. "Bettigene, will you bring me all the latest reports, please?" Then he peeled out his beribboned blouse and rolled up his sleeves. He allowed himself one moment to enjoy the sight of the slim, black-headed corporal who entered his office. Bettigene crossed briskly to his desk. She gave him a motherly smile as she put down a thick sheaf of papers. "You look beat," she said. "Brass give you much trouble?" "Not much. We're top priority now." He ran fingers through the thick brown hair and massaged his scalp, trying to generate stimulation to his wary and confused brain. "What's new?" "I've gone through some of these," she said. "Tried to save you a little time." "Thanks. Sit down." She pulled up a chair and thumbed through the papers. "So far, no fatalities. That's why there's no panic yet, I guess. But it's spreading like a plague." Fear flickered deep in her dark eyes. "Any water reports?" Andy asked. "Wichita okay, Indianapolis okay, Tulsa okay, Buffalo okay, and a bunch more. No indication there, except—" She fished out a 1-page report. "Some little town in Tennessee. Yesterday there was a campaign for everybody to write their congressman about some deal, and today they were to vote on a new water system. Hardly anybody showed up at the polls. They've all got it." Andy shrugged. "You can drink water, but don't vote for it. Oh, that's a big help." He rummaged through the clutter on his desk and came up with a crude chart. "Any trends yet?" "It's hitting everybody," Bettigene said helplessly. "Not many kids so far, thank heavens, but housewives, businessmen, office workers, teachers, preachers, rich, poor, from Florida to Alaska. Just when you called me in, one of the girls thought she had a trend. The isolated mountain areas of the West and South. But reports are too fragmentary." "What is it?" he cried suddenly, banging the desk. "People deathly ill, but nobody dying. And doctors can't identify the poison until they have a fatality for an autopsy. People stricken in every part of the country, but the water systems are pure. How does it spread?"
In food? How? There must be hundreds of canneries and dairies and packing plants all over the country. How could they all goof at the same time, even if it was sabotage? On the wind? But who could accurately predict every wind over the entire country, even Alaska and Hawaii, without hitting Canada or Mexico? And why wouldn't everybody get it in a given area? Bettijean's smooth brow furrowed as she reached across the desk to grip his icy, sweating hands. Andy, do you think it's, well, an enemy? I don't know, he said. I just don't know. For a long moment he sat there, trying to draw strength from her, punishing his brain for the glimmer of an idea. Finally, shaking his head, he pushed back into his chair and reached for the sheath of papers. We've got to find a clue, a trend, an inkling of something. He nodded toward the outer office. Stop all incoming calls. Get those girls on lines to hospitals in every city and town in the country. Have them contact individual doctors in rural areas, then line up another relief crew and get someone carting in more coffee and sandwiches. And on those calls, be sure we learn the sex, age, and occupation of the victims. You and I'll start with Washington. Bettijean snapped to her feet, grinned her encouragement, and strode from the room. Andy could hear her crisp introductions to the girls on the phones. Sucking air through his teeth, he reached for his phone and directory. He dialed until every finger of his right hand was sore. He spoke to worried doctors and frantic hospital administrators and hysterical nurses. His firm, fine penmanship deteriorated to a barely legible scrawl as writer's cramp knotted his hand and arm. His voice burned down to a rasping whisper, but columns climbed up his rough chart, and broken lines pointed vaguely to trends. It was hours later when Bettijean came back into the office with another stack of papers. Andy hung up his phone and reached for a cigarette. At that moment the door banged open. Nerves raw, Bettijean cried out. Andy's cigarette tumbled from his trembling fingers. "Sergeant!" the chicken colonel barked, parading into the office. Andy swore under his breath and eyed the two young officers who trailed after the colonel. Emotionally exhausted, he had to clamp his jaw against a huge laugh that struggled up in his throat. For just an instant there, the colonel had reminded him of a movie version of General Rommel strutting up and down before his tanks. But it wasn't a swagger stick the colonel had tucked under his arm. It was a folded newspaper. Opening it, the colonel flung it down on Andy's desk. "Red Plague Sweeps Nation," the scare headline screamed. Andy's first glance caught such phrases as "alleged Russian plot" and "germ warfare" and "authorities hopelessly baffled." Snatching the paper, Andy balled it and hurled it from him. "That'll help a lot," he growled hoarsely. "Well then, Sergeant." The colonel tried to relax his square face, but tension rode every weathered wrinkle and fear glinted behind the pale gray eyes. "So you finally recognize the gravity of the situation." Andy's head snapped up, heated words searing toward his lips. Bettijean stepped quickly around the desk and laid a steady hand on his shoulder. "Colonel," she said levelly, "you should know better than that." A shocked young captain exploded. "Corporal, maybe you'd better report to—" "All right," Andy said sharply. For a long moment he stared at his clenched fists. Then he exhaled slowly and, to the colonel, flatly and without apology, he said, "You'll have to excuse the people in this office if they overlook some of the GI niceties. We've been without sleep for 2 days. We're surviving on sandwiches and coffee, and we're fighting a war here that makes every other one look like a Sunday school picnic." He felt Bettijean's hand tighten reassuringly on his shoulder, and he gave her a tired smile. Then he hunched forward and picked up a report. "So say what you came here to say and let us get back to work." "Sergeant," the captain said, as if reading from a manual, "insubordination cannot be tolerated, even under emergency conditions. Your conduct here will be noted and—" "Oh, good heavens," Bettijean cried, her fingers biting into Andy's shoulder. "Do you have to come in here trying to throw your weight around when this man—" "That's enough," the colonel snapped. "I had hoped that you two would cooperate, but—" He let the sentence trail off as he swelled up a bit with his own importance. "I have turned Washington upside down to get these 2 officers from the Surgeon General's office. Sergeant, Corporal, you are relieved of your duties as of this moment. You'll report to my office at once for suitable disciplinary action." Bettijean sucked in a strained breath and her hand flew to her mouth. "But you can't." "Let's go," Andy said, pushing up from his chair. Ignoring the brass, he turned to her and brushed his lips across hers. Let them sweat a while. Let them have the whole stinking business. Whatever they do to us, at least we can get some sleep. But you can't quit now, Bettijean protested. These brass hats don't know from...
Corporal, the colonel roared.
And from the door, an icy voice said, Yes, Colonel. The colonel and his captains wheeled, stared, and saluted.
Oh, General, the colonel said. I was just...
I know, the brigadier said, stepping into the room. I've been listening to you, and I thought I suggested that everybody leave the sergeant and his staff alone.
But, General,
The general showed the colonel his back and motioned Andy into his chair. He glanced to Bettijean, and a smile warmed his wedged face. Corporal, were you speaking just then as a woman or as a soldier? Crimson erupted into Bettijean's face, and her tight laugh said many things. She shrugged. Both, I guess. The general waved her to a chair, and, oblivious of the colonel, pulled up a chair for himself. The last trace of humor drained from his face as he leaned elbows on the desk. Andy, this is even worse than we had feared. Andy fumbled for a cigarette, and Bettijean passed him a match. The captain opened his mouth to speak, but the colonel shushed him. I've just come from intelligence, the general said. We haven't had a report. Nothing from our agents, from the diplomatic corps, from the civilian newspapermen. Not a word from any Iron Curtain country for a day and a half. Everybody's frantic. The last item we had, it was a coded message the Reds had tried to censor, was an indication of something big in the works. A day and a half ago, Andy mused, just about the time we knew we had an epidemic, and about the time they knew it. It could just be propaganda, Bettijean said hopefully, proving that they could cripple us from within. The general nodded. Or it could be the softening up for an all-out effort. Every American base in the world is alerted, and every serviceman is being issued live ammunition. If we're wrong, we've still got an epidemic and panic that could touch it off. If we're right, well, we've got to know. What can you do? Andy dropped his haggard face into his hands. His voice came through muffled. I can sit here and cry. For an eternity he sat there, futility piling on helplessness, aware of Bettijean's hand on his arm. He heard the colonel try to speak, and sensed the general's movement that silenced him. Suddenly he sat upright and slapped a palm down on the desk. We'll find your answers, sir. All we ask is cooperation. The general gave both Andy and Bettijean a long, sober look, then launched himself from the chair. Pivoting, he said, Colonel, you and your captains will be stationed by that switchboard out there. For the duration of this emergency, you will take orders only from the sergeant and the corporal here.
But, General, the colonel wailed, a non-com? I'm assigned...
The general snorted.
Insubordination cannot be tolerated unless you find a 2-star general to outrank me. Now, as I said before, let's get out of here and let these people work.
The brass exited wordlessly. Bettijean sighed noisily. Andy found a cigarette dead and lit another. He fancied a tiny lever in his brain, and he shifted gears to direct his thinking back into the proper channel. Abruptly, his fatigue began to lift. He picked up the new pile of reports Bettijean had brought in. She moved around the desk and sat, noting the phone book he had used, studying the names he had crossed off. Did you learn anything? She asked. Andy coughed, trying to clear his raw throat. It's crazy, he said. From the Senate and House on down, I haven't found a single government worker sick. I found a few, she said, over in a Virginia hospital. But I did find, Andy said, flipping through pages of his own scrawl, a society matron and her social secretary, a whole flock of office workers, business, not government, and new parents and newly engaged girls, and... He shrugged. Did you notice anything significant about those office workers? Andy nodded. I was going to ask you the same, since I was just guessing. I hadn't had time to check it out. Well, I checked some. Practically none of my victims came from big offices, either business or industry. They were all out of 1- and 2-girl offices or small businesses. That was my guess. And do you know that I didn't find a doctor, dentist, or attorney? Nor a single postal worker. Andy tried to smile. One thing we do know, it's not a communicable thing. Thank heaven for... He broke off as a cute blonde entered and put stacks of reports before both Andy and Bettijean. The girl hesitated, fidgeting, fingers to her teeth. Then, without speaking, she hurried out. Andy stared at the top sheet and groaned. This may be something. Half the adult population of Aspen, Colorado is down. What? Betty frowned over the report in her hand. It's the same thing, only not quite as severe, in Taos and Santa Fe, New Mexico. Writers? Mostly. Some artists, too, and musicians, and poets are among the hard hit. This is insane, Andy muttered. Doctors and dentists are fine. Writers and poets are sick. Make sense out of that. Betty held up a paper and managed a confused smile. Here's a country doctor in Tennessee. He doesn't even know what it's all about. Nobody's sick in his valley. Somebody in our outer office is organized, Andy said, pulling at a cigarette. Here are reports from a dozen military installations all lumped together. What does it show? Blackout, by order of somebody higher up. No medical releases. Must mean they've got it. He scratched the growing stubble on his chin. If this were a fifth column setup, wouldn't the armed forces be the first hit? Sure, Betty brightened, then sobered. Maybe not. The brass could keep it secret if an epidemic hit an army camp, and they could slap a control condition on any military area, but the panic will come from the general public. Here's another batch, Andy said. Small college towns under 25,000 population, all hard hit. Well, it's not split intellectually. Small colleges and small offices and writers get it. Doctors don't and dentists don't. But we can't tell who's got it on the military bases. And it's not geographical. Look, remember those 2 reports from Tennessee? That place where they voted on water bonds or something? Everybody had it. But the country doctor in another section hadn't even heard of it. Andy could only shake his head. Betty heaved herself up from the chair and trudged back to the outer office. She returned momentarily with a tray of food. Putting a paper cup of coffee and a sandwich in front of Andy, she sat down and nibbled at her snack like an exhausted chipmunk. Andy banged a fist at the desk again. Coffee splashed over the rim of his cup onto the clutter of papers. It's here, he said angrily. It's here somewhere, but we can't find it. The answer? Of course. What is it that girls in small offices do or eat or drink or wear that girls in large offices don't do or eat or drink or wear? What do writers and doctors do differently? Or poets and dentists? What are we missing? What?
In the outer office, a girl cried out. A body thumped against a desk, then a chair, then to the floor. 2 girls screamed. Andy bolted up from his chair. Racing to the door, he shouted back to Betty, "Get a staff doctor and a chemist from the lab." It was the girl who had been so nervous in his office earlier. Now she lay in a pathetic little heap between her desk and chair, whimpering, shivering, eyes wide with horror. The other girls clustered at the hall door, plainly ready to stampede. "It's not contagious," Andy growled. "Find some blankets or coats to cover her, and get a glass of water." The other girls, glad for the excuse, dashed away. Andy scooped up the fallen girl and put her down gently on the close-jammed desks. He used a chair cushion for a pillow. By then the other girls were back, with a blanket and a glass of water. He covered the girl, gave her a sip of water, and heard somebody murmur, "Poor Janice." "Now," Andy said brightly, "how's that, Janice?" She mustered a smile and breathed, "Better. I was so scared. Fever and dizzy. Symptoms like the epidemic." "Now you know there's nothing to be afraid of," Andy said, feeling suddenly and ridiculously like a pill roller with a practiced bedside manner. "You know you may feel pretty miserable, but nobody's conked out with this stuff yet." Janice breathed out and her taut body relaxed. "Don't hurry," Andy said, "but I want you to tell me everything that you did, everything you ate or drank in the last, 12 hours. He felt a pressure behind him and swiveled his head to see Betty standing there. He tried to smile. "What time is it?" Janice asked weakly. Andy glanced to a wall clock, then gave it a double take. One of the girls said, "It's 3:00 in the morning." She edged nearer Andy, obviously eager to replace Janice as the center of attention. Andy ignored her. I've been here since, golly, yesterday morning at 9, Janice said. "I came to work as usual and—" Slowly, haltingly, she recited the routine of a routine workday, then told about the quick snack that sufficed for supper and about staying on her phone and typewriter for another 5 hours. "It was about 11 when the relief crew came in." "What did you do then?" Andy asked. I took a break and—" Her ivory skin reddened, the color spreading into the roots of her fluffy curls, and she turned her face away from Andy.
and I had a sandwich and some coffee, and got a little nap in the ladies' lounge, and that's all."
"And that's not all," Andy prompted. "What else?"
"Nothing," Janice said too quickly.
Andy shook his head. "Tell it all, and maybe it'll help."
But,
Was it something against regulations?"
I don't know. I think,
"I'll vouch for your job in this office."
well,
She seemed on the verge of tears, and her pleading glance sought out Andy, then Betty-Jean, then her co-workers. Finally, resigned, she said,
I wrote a letter to my mother."
Andy swallowed against his groan of disappointment. "And you told her about what we were doing here?" Janice nodded, and tears welled into her wide eyes. "Did you mail it?"
Yes."
"You didn't use a government envelope to save a stamp?"
"Oh, no. I always carry a few stamps with me."
She choked down a sob.
"Did I do wrong?"
"No, I don't think so," Andy said, patting her shoulder. "There's certainly nothing secret about this epidemic. Now you just take it easy and... Oh, here's a doctor now." The doctor, a white-headed Air Force major, bustled into the room. A lab technician in a white smock was close behind. Andy could only shrug and indicate the girl. Turning away, lighting a cigarette, he tried to focus on the tangle of thoughts that spun through his head. Doctors, writers, society matrons, office workers, Aspen, Taos, and government towns, thousands of people sick, but none in that valley in Tennessee. And few government workers, just one girl in his office, and she was sicker and more frightened about a letter, and... "Hey, wait!" Andy yelled. Everyone in the room froze as Andy spun around, dashed to Betty-Jean's desk, and yanked out the wide top drawer. He pawed through it, straightened, then leaped across to the desk Janice had used. He snatched open drawer after drawer. In a bottom one he found her purse. Ripping it open, he dumped the contents on the desk and clawed through the pile until he found what he wanted. Handing it to the lab technician, he said, "Get me a report, fast!" The technician darted out. Andy wheeled to Betty-Jean. "Get the brass in here, and call the general first." To the doctor, he said, "Give that girl the best of everything." Then he ducked back to his own office and to the pile of reports. He was still poring over them when the general arrived. Half a dozen other brass hats, none of whom had been to bed, were close behind. The lab technician arrived a minute later. He shook his head as he handed his hastily scribbled report to Andy. It was Betty-Jean who squeezed into the office and broke the brittle silence.
"Andy, for heaven's sake, what is it?"
Then she moved around the desk to stand behind him as he faced the officers.
"Have you got something?" the brigadier asked. "Some girl outside was babbling about writers and doctors and dentists and college students and little secretaries and big secretaries. Have you established a trend?"
Andy glanced at the lab report, and his smile was as relieved as it was weary. "Our problem," he said, "was in figuring out what a writer does that a doctor doesn't. Why girls from small offices were sick, and why senators and postal workers weren't. Why college students caught the bug, and people in a Tennessee community didn't. The lab report isn't complete. They haven't had time to isolate the poison and prescribe medication. But," he held up a 4-cent stamp, "here's the villain, gentlemen." The big brass stood stunned and shocked. Mouths flapped open, and eyes bugged at Andy, at the stamp. Betty-Jean said, "Sure, college kids and engaged girls and new parents and especially writers and artists and poets, they'd all lick lots of stamps. Professional men have secretaries, big offices have postage meter machines, and government offices have free franking, and," she threw her arms around the sergeant's neck, "Andy, you're wonderful."
"The old American ingenuity," the colonel said, reaching for Andy's phone. "I knew we could lick it. Now all we have to do is—" "At ease, Colonel," the brigadier said sharply. He waited until the colonel had retreated, then addressed Andy. "It's your show. What do you suggest?"
"Get somebody, maybe even the president, on all radio and TV networks. Explain frankly about the 4 centers and warn against licking any stamps. Then—" He broke off as his phone rang. Answering, he listened for a moment, then hung up and said, "But before the big announcement, get somebody checking on the security clearances at whatever plant it is where they print stamps. This is a big deal. Somebody may have been planted years ago for this operation. It shouldn't be too hard. But there's no evidence it was a plot yet. Could be pure accident. Some chemical in the stickum spoiled. Do they keep the stickum in barrels? Find out who had access. And, oh, the phone call. That was a lab.
The antidote's simple and the cure should be quick. They can phone or broadcast the medical information to doctors. The man on the phone said they could start emptying hospitals in 6 hours. And maybe we should release some propaganda. United States whips mystery virus, or something like that. And we could send the Kremlin a stamp collection, and... you take it, sir, I'm pooped. The general wheeled to fire a salvo of commands. Officers poured into the corridor. Only the brigadier remained, a puzzled frown crinkling his granite brow.
But you said the postal workers weren't getting sick.
Andy chuckled. That's right. Did you ever see a post office clerk lick a stamp? They always use a sponge. The general looked to Bettijean, to Andy, to the stamp. He grinned, and the grin became a rumbling laugh.
How would you two like a 30-day furlough to rest up, or to get better acquainted?
Bettijean squealed. Andy reached for her hand.
And while you're gone, the general continued, I'll see what strings I can pull. If I can't wrangle you a couple of battlefield commissions, I'll zip you both through OCS so fast you won't even have time to pin on the bars.
But neither Andy nor Bettijean had heard a word after the mention of furlough. Like a pair of puppy lovers, they were sinking into the depths of each other's eyes. And the general was still chuckling as he picked up the lone 4-cent stamp in his left hand, made a gun of his right hand, and marched the stamp out of the office under guard. End of The Plague by Teddy Keller. Recording by Josh Horowitz, Los Angeles.
A Prize for Eddie by J.F. Bone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The committee had, unquestionably, made a mistake. There was no doubt that Eddie had achieved a long-sought cancer cure, but awarding the Nobel Prize was, nonetheless, a mistake. A Prize for Eddie by J.F. Bone. The letter from America arrived too late. The committee had regarded acceptance as a foregone conclusion, for no one since Boris Pasternak had turned down a Nobel Prize. So when Professor Dr. Nels Christensen opened the letter, there was not the slightest fear on his part, or on that of his fellow committeemen, Dr. Eric Carlstrom and Dr. Sven Eklund, that the letter would be anything other than the usual routine acceptance. At last we learned the identity of this great research worker, Christensen muttered as he scanned the closely typed sheets. Carlstrom and Eklund waited impatiently, wondering at the peculiar expression that had fixed itself on Christensen's face. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the professor's high, narrow forehead as he laid the letter down. Well, he said heavily, now we know. Know what? Eklund demanded. What does it say? Does she accept? She accepts, Carlson said in a peculiar half-strangled tone as he passed the letter to Eklund. See for yourself. Eklund's reaction was different. His face was a mottled reddish-white as he finished the letter and handed it across the table to Carlstrom. Why, he demanded of no one in particular, did this have to happen to us? It was bound to happen sometime, Carlstrom said. It's just our misfortune it happened to us. He chuckled as he passed the letter back to Christensen. At least this year the presentation should be an event worth remembering. It seems that we have a little problem, Christensen said, making what would probably be the understatement of the century. Possibly there would be greater understatements in the remaining 99 years of the 21st century, but Carlstrom doubted it. We certainly have our necks out, he agreed. We can't do it, Eklund exploded. We simply can't award the Nobel Prize in Medicine and Physiology to that C. Eddie. He sputtered into silence. We can hardly do anything else, Christensen said. There's no question as to the identity of the winner. Dr. Hansen's letter makes that unmistakably clear. There's no question that the award is deserved. We still could award it to someone else, Eklund said. Not a chance. We've already said too much to the press. It's known all over the world that the medical award is going to the discoverer of the basic cause of cancer, to the founder of modern neoplastic therapy." Christensen grimaced. "If we change our decision now, there'd be all sorts of embarrassing questions from the press." "I can see it now," Carlstrom said. "The banquet, the table, the flowers, and Professor Dr. Niels Christensen, in formal dress, with the Order of St. Olaf gleaming across his white shirt front, standing before that distinguished audience and announcing, 'The Nobel Prize in Medicine and Physiology is awarded to—'" and then a deadly hush when the audience sees the winner. "You needn't rub it in," Christensen said unhappily. "I can see it, too." "These Americans," Eklund said bitterly. He wiped his damp forehead. The picture Carlstrom had drawn was accurate, but hardly appealing. "One simply can't trust them. Publishing a report as important as that as a laboratory release. They should have given proper credit." "They did," Carlstrom said. "They did, precisely. But the world, including us, was too stupid to see it. We have only ourselves to blame. If it weren't for the fact that the work was inspired and effective," Christensen muttered, "we might have a chance of salvaging the situation. But through its application, 95% of cancers are now curable. It is obviously the outstanding contribution to medicine in the past 5 decades." "But we must consider the source," Eklund protested. "This award will make the prize for medicine a laughingstock. No doctor will ever accept another. If we go through with this, we might as well forget about the medical award from now on. This will be its swan song. It hits too close to home. Too many people have been saying things about our profession and its trend toward specialization, and to have the Nobel Prize confirm them would alienate every doctor in the world. We simply can't do it." "Yet who else has made a comparable discovery? Or one that is even half as important?" Christensen asked. "That's a good question," Carlstrom said. "And a good answer to it isn't going to be easy to find. For my part, I can only wish Alphex Laboratories had displayed an interest in literature rather than medicine. Then our colleagues at the Academy would have had the painful decision." "Their task would be easier than ours," Christensen said wearily. "After all, the criteria for art is more flexible. Medicine, unfortunately, is based upon facts." "That's the hell of it," Carlstrom said. "There must be some way to solve this problem," Eklund said. "After all, it was a perfectly natural mistake. We never suspected that Alphex was a physical rather than biological sciences laboratory. Besides, that might offer grounds—" "I don't think so," Carlstrom interrupted. "The means in this case aren't important as the results. And we can't deny that the cancer problem is virtually solved. Even though men have been saying for the past 2 generations that the answer was probably in the literature, and all that was needed was someone with the intellect and the time to put the facts together. The fact remains that it was C. Eddy who did the job. And it required a bit more than merely collecting facts. Intelligence and original thinking of high order was involved." Christensen sighed. "Anyone," Eklund said bitterly. "Something, you mean. C. Eddy. CED. Computer, extrapolating, discriminatory. Manufactured by Alphex Laboratories, Trenton, New Jersey, USA. C. Eddy. Americans. Always naming things. A machine wins the Nobel Prize. It's fantastic." Christensen shook his head. "It's not fantastic, unfortunately, and I see no way out. We can't even award the prize to the team of engineers who designed and built Eddy. Dr. Hansen is right when he says the discovery was Eddy's, and not the engineers. It would be like giving the prize to Albert Einstein's parents because they created him." Is there any way we can keep the presentation secret? Eklund asked. I'm afraid not. The presentations are public. We've done too good a job publicizing the Nobel Prize. As a telecast item, it's almost the equal of the Motion Picture Academy Awards. I can imagine the reaction when our candidate is revealed in all her metallic glory. A 2-meter cube of steel filled with micro-miniaturized circuits, complete with flashing lights and cog wheels. Carlson chuckled. And where are you going to hang the medal? Christensen shivered. I wish you wouldn't give that metal nightmare a personality, he said. It unnerves me. Personally, I wish that Dr. Hansen, Alfex Laboratories, and Eddie were all at the bottom of the ocean, in some nice deep spot like the Marianas Trench. He shrugged. Of course, we won't have that sort of luck, so we'll have to make the best of it. It just goes to show you can't trust Americans, Eklund said. I've always thought we should keep our awards on this side of the Atlantic, where people are sane and civilized. Making a personality out of a computer. Ugh. I suppose that's their idea of a joke. I doubt it, Christensen said. They just like to name things, preferably with female names. It's a form of insecurity, the mother fixation. But that's not important. I'm afraid, gentlemen, that we shall have to make the award as we have planned. I can see no way out. After all, there's no reason why the machine cannot receive the prize. The conditions merely state that it is to be presented to the one, regardless of nationality, who makes the greatest contribution to medicine or physiology. I wonder how His Majesty will take it, Carlson said. The king! I'd forgotten that, Eklund gasped. I expect he'll have to take it, Christensen said. He might even appreciate the humor in the situation. Gustav Adolf is a good king, but there are limits, Eklund observed. There are other considerations, Christensen replied. After all, Eddie is the reason the Crown Prince is still alive, and Gustav is fond of his son. After all these years? Christensen smiled. Swedish royalty was long-lived. It was something of a standing joke that King Gustav would probably outlast the pyramids, providing the pyramids lived in Sweden. I'm sure His Majesty will cooperate. He has a strong sense of duty, and since the real problem is his, not ours, I doubt if he will shirk it. How do you figure that? Eklund asked. We merely select the candidate according to the rules and according to the nature of their contribution. Eddie is obviously the outstanding candidate in medicine for this year. It deserves the prize. We could be compromising with principle if we do not award it fairly. I suppose you're right, Eklund said gloomily. I can't think of any reasonable excuse to deny the award. Nor I, Carlson said. But what did you mean by the remark about this being the king's problem? You forget, Christensen said mildly. Of all of us, the king has the most difficult part. As you know, the Nobel Prize is formally presented at a state banquet. Well, His Majesty is the host, Christensen said. And just how does one eat dinner with an electronic computer? The end of A Prize for Eddie by J.F. Moe. Proof of the Pudding by Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. One man's fact is fantasy for another, except the man whose fantasies become solid fact. Proof of the Pudding by Robert Sheckley. His arms were very tired, but he lifted the chisel and mallet again. He was almost through. Only a few more letters, and the inscription, cut deeply into the tough granite, would be finished. He rounded out the last period and straightened up, dropping his tools carelessly to the floor of the cave. Proudly, he wiped the perspiration from his dirty, stubbled face and read what he had written. I rose from the slime of the planet. Naked and defenseless, I fashioned tools. I built and demolished, created and destroyed. I created a thing greater than myself that destroyed me. My name is Man, and this is my last work. He smiled. What he had written was good. Not literary enough, perhaps, but a fitting tribute to the human race, written by the last man. He glanced at the tools at his feet. Having no further use for them, he dissolved them, and, hungry from his long work, squatted in the revel of the cave and created a dinner. He stared at the food for a moment, wondering what was lacking, then, sheepishly, created a table and chair, utensils, and plates. He was embarrassed. He had forgotten them again. Although there was no need to rush, he ate hurriedly, noting the odd fact that when he didn't think of anything specific, he always created hamburger, mashed potatoes, peas, bread, and ice cream. Habit, he decided. Finished, he made the remnants of the meal disappear, and with them the plates, utensils, and table. The chair he retained. Sitting on it, he stared thoughtfully at the inscription. It's fine, he thought, but no human being other than myself will ever read it. It was fairly certain that he was the last man alive on Earth. The war had been thorough. Thorough as only man, a meticulous animal, could make it. There were no neutrals in this war. No middle-of-the-road policy. You were on one side or the other. Bacteria, gas, and radiations had covered the Earth like a vast cloud. In the first days of that war, invincible secret weapon had succeeded secret weapon with almost monotonous regularity. And after the last hand had pushed the last button, the bombs, automatically guided and impelled, had continued to rain down. The unhappy Earth was a huge junkyard, without a living thing, plant or animal, from pole to pole. He had watched a good part of it. He had waited until he was fairly sure the last bomb had been dropped, and then he had come down. Very clever of you, he thought bitterly, looking out the mouth of the cave at the lava plain his ship rested on, and the twisted mountains behind it. You're a traitor, but who cares? He had been a captain in the Western Hemisphere Defense. Within 2 days of warfare, he had known what the end would be. Filling a cruiser with canned air, food, and water, he had fled. In the confusion and destruction, he knew that he would never be missed. After a few days, there was no one left to miss him. He had raced the big ship to the dark side of the moon and waited. It was a 12-day war. He had guessed it would last 14, but he had waited nearly 6 months before the automatic missiles stopped falling. Then he came down, to find himself the only survivor. He had expected others to recognize the futility of it, load ships and flock to the dark side of the moon also. Evidently there had been no time, even if there had been the desire. He had thought that there would be some scattered groups of survivors, but he hadn't found any. The war had been too thorough. Landing on the Earth should have killed him, for the air itself was poisoned. He hadn't cared, and he had lived. He seemed to be immune to the various kinds of germs and radiations, or perhaps that was part of his new power. He certainly had encountered enough of both, skipping around the world in his ship, from the ruins of one city to another, across blasted valleys and plains, scorched mountains. He had found no life, but he did discover something. He could create. He realized the power on his 3rd day on Earth. Wistfully, he had wished for a tree in the midst of the melted rock and metal. A tree had appeared. The rest of the day he experimented and found that he could create anything that he had ever seen or heard about. Things he knew best, he could create best. Things he knew just from books or conversation, palaces, for example, tended to be lopsided and uncertain, although he could make them nearly perfect by laboring mentally over the details. Everything he created was 3-dimensional. Even the food tasted like food and seemed to nourish him. He could forget all about one of his creations, go to sleep, and it would still be there when he awakened. He could also uncreate. A single concentrated thought and the thing he had made would vanish. The larger the thing, the longer it would take to uncreate. Things he hadn't made, valleys and mountains, he could uncreate too, but it took longer. It seemed as though matter was easier to handle once he had shaped it. He could make birds and small animals, or things that looked like birds and small animals. He had never tried to make a human being. He wasn't a scientist, he had been a space pilot. He had a vague concept of atomic theory and practically no idea of genetics. He thought that some change must have taken place in his germ plasma, or in his brain, or perhaps in the earth. The why of it all didn't especially bother him. It was a fact, and he accepted it. He stared at the monument again. Something about it bothered him. Of course, he could have created it, but he didn't know if the things he made would endure after his death. They seemed stable enough, but they might dissolve with his own dissolution. Therefore, he compromised. He created a chisel and mallet, but selected a granite wall that he hadn't made. He cut the letters into the inside of the wall of the cave, so that they would be safe from the elements, working many hours at a stretch, sleeping and eating beside the wall. From the mouth of the cave he could see his ship, perched on a level plain of scorched ground. He was in no hurry to get back to it. In 6 days the inscription was done, cut deeply and eternally into the rock. The thought that had been bothering him as he stared at the gray granite finally came to the surface. The only people who would come to read it would be visitors from the stars. How would they decipher it? He stared at the inscription angrily. He should have written it in symbols. But what kind of symbols? Mathematics, of course, but what would that tell them about man? And what made him think they would discover the cave anyway? There was no use for an inscription when man's entire history was written over the face of the planet, scorched into the crust for anyone to see. He cursed his stupidity for wasting 6 days working on a useless inscription. He was about to uncreate it when he turned his head, hearing footsteps at the mouth of the cave. He almost fell off the chair getting to his feet. A girl was standing there. He blinked rapidly. She was still there. A dark-haired girl dressed in a torn, dirty, one-piece overall. "Hi," she said, and walked into the cave. "I heard you hammering from the valley." Automatically, he offered her his chair and created another for himself. She tested it gingerly before she sat down. "I saw you do it," she said, "but I still don't believe it. Mirrors?" "No," he muttered uncertainly. "I create. That is, I have the power to... Wait a minute. How did you get here?" While he was demanding to know, he considered and rejected possibilities. Hidden in a cave? On a mountaintop? No, there would only be one possible way. "I was in your ship, pal." She leaned back on the chair and clasped her hands around one knee. "When you loaded up that cruiser, I figured you were going to beat it. I was getting tired of setting fuses 18 hours a day, so I stowed away. Anybody else alive?" "No. Why didn't I see you then?" He stared at the ragged, beautiful girl, and a vague thought crossed his mind. He reached out and touched her arm. She didn't draw back, but her pretty face grew annoyed. "I'm real," she said bluntly. "You must have seen me at the base. Remember?" He tried to think back to a time when there had been a base. Centuries ago, it seemed. There had been a dark-haired girl there, one who had never given him a tumble. "I think I froze to death," she said, "or into coma anyhow, a few hours after your ship took off. Lousy heating system you have in that crate," she shivered reminiscently. "Would have used up too much oxygen," he explained. "Just kept the pilot's compartment heated and aired. Used a suit to drag supplies forward when I needed them." "I'm glad you didn't see me," she laughed. "I must have looked like the devil, all covered with frost and killed, I bet. Some sleeping beauty I probably made. Well, I froze. When you opened all the compartments, I revived. That's the whole story. Guess it took a few days. How come you didn't see me?" "I suppose I never looked back there," he admitted. "Quick enough, I found out I didn't need supplies. Funny, I thought I opened all the compartments, but I don't really remember." She looked at the inscription on the wall. "What's that?" "I thought I'd leave some sort of monument." "Who's going to read it?" she said practically. "No one, probably. It's just a foolish idea." He concentrated on it. In a few moments, the granite wall was bare. "I still don't understand how you could be alive now," he said, puzzled. "But I am. I don't see how you do that." She gestured at the chair and the wall. "But I'll accept the fact that you can. Why don't you accept the fact that I'm alive?" "Don't get me wrong," the man said. "I want company very much, especially female company. It's just... turn your back." She complied with a questioning look. Quickly, he destroyed the stubble on his face and created a clean pair of pressed pants and a shirt. Stepping out of his tattered uniform, he put on the new clothes, destroying the rags and, on an afterthought, created a comb and straightened his tangled brown hair. "All right," he said, "you can turn back now." "Not bad," she smiled, looking him over. "Let me use that comb, and would you please make me a dress, size 12, but see that the weight goes in the right places." On the third attempt, he had the thing right. He had never realized how deceptive the shapes of women can be. And then he made a pair of gold sandals with high heels for her. "A little tight," she said, putting them on, "and not too practical without sidewalks. But thanks much. This trick of yours really solves the Christmas present problem, doesn't it?" Her dark hair was shining in the noon sun, and she looked very lovely and warm and human. "See if you can create," he urged, anxious to share his startling new ability with her. "I already tried," she said. "No go. Still a man's world." He frowned. "How can I be absolutely sure you're real?" "That again? Do you remember creating me, master?" she said mockingly, bending to loosen the strap on one shoe. "I had been thinking about women," he said grimly. "I might have created you while I was asleep. Why shouldn't my subconscious mind have as much power as my conscious mind? I would have equipped you with a memory, given you a background. You would have been extremely plausible. And if my subconscious mind did create you, then it would make certain that my conscious mind would never know." "You're ridiculous." "Because if my conscious mind knew," he went on relentlessly, "it would reject your existence. Your entire function as a creation of my subconscious would be to keep me from knowing, to prove by any means in your power, by any logic, that you were... Let's see you create a woman then, if your mind is so good." She crossed her arms and leaned back in the chair, giving a single sharp nod. "All right." He stared at the cave wall, and a woman started to appear. It took shape sloppily. One arm too short, legs too long. Concentrating harder, he was able to make its proportions fairly true. But its eyes were set at odd angles. Its shoulders and back were sloped and twisted. He had created a shell without brains or internal organs. An automaton. He commanded it to speak, but only gulps came out of its shapeless mouth. He hadn't given it any vocal apparatus. Shuddering, he destroyed the nightmare figure. "I'm not a sculptor," he said, "nor am I God." "I'm glad you finally realized that." "That still doesn't prove," he continued stubbornly, "that you're real. I don't know what my subconscious mind is capable of." "Make something for me," she said abruptly. "I'm tired of listening to this nonsense." I've hurt her feelings, he thought. The only other human on Earth, and I've hurt her. He nodded, took her by the hand, and led her out of the cave. On a flat plain below, he created a city. He had experimented with it a few days back, and it was much easier this time. Patterned after pictures and childhood dreams of the 1001 Nights, it towered black and white and rose. The walls gleamed ruby, and the gates were silver-stained ebony. The towers were red gold, and sapphires glittered in them. A great staircase of milky ivory climbed to the highest opal spire, set with thousands of steps of veined marble. There were lagoons of blue water, and little birds fluttered about them, and silver and gold fish darted through the still depths. They walked through the city, and he created a rose for her, white and yellow and red, and gardens of strange blooms. Between the two domed and spired buildings he created a vast pool of water. On it he put a purple canopied pleasure barge, loaded with every kind of food and drink he could remember. They floated across the lagoon, fanned by a soft breeze he had created. And all this is false, he reminded her after a little while. She smiled. No, it's not. You can touch it. It's real. Will it be here after I die? Who cares? Besides, if you can do all this, you can cure any sickness. Perhaps you can even cure old age and death. She plucked a blossom from an overhanging bough and sniffed its fragrance. You could keep this from fading and dying. You could probably do the same for us. So what's the problem? Would you like to go away? He said, puffing on a newly created cigarette. Would you like to find a new planet, untouched by war? Would you like to start over? Start over? You mean later, perhaps. Now I don't even want to go near the ship. It reminds me of the war. They floated on a little way. Are you sure now that I'm real? She asked. If you want me to be honest, no, he replied. But I want very much to believe it. Then listen to me, she said, leaning toward him. I'm real. She slipped her arm around his neck. I've always been real. I always will be real. You want proof? Well, I know I'm real. So do you. What more can you ask? He stared at her for a long time, felt her warm arms around his neck, listened to her breathing. He could smell the fragrance of her skin and hair, the unique essence of an individual. Shortly he said, I believe you. I love you. What is your name? She thought for a moment. Joan. Strange, he said. I've always dreamed of a girl named Joan. What's your last name? She kissed him. Overhead, the swallows he had created, his swallows, wheeled in wide circles above the lagoon. His fish darted aimlessly to and fro, and his city stretched, proud and beautiful, to the edge of the twisted lava mountains. You didn't tell me your last name, he said. Oh, that! A girl's maiden name never matters. She always takes her husband's. That's an evasion. She smiled. It is, isn't it? End of Proof of the Pudding by Robert Sheckley. The Rag and Bone Men by Algus Budrus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Unfortunate castaway, marooned far from home, with nothing to share his loneliness but humans. The Rag and Bone Men by Algus Budrus. The other one, Carpentier, he called himself. He and I were going up the hill to the foundation, carrying our bags, when I happened to remark that I didn't think the veldt was sane anymore. I call myself Maurer. Carpentier said nothing for a moment. We kept walking up the gravel path between the unimaginatively clipped hedges. But he was frowning a little, and after a while he said in an absent way, Now, how would one determine that? He looked straight into my eyes, which is something that has always upset me, and challenged. I don't think one could. I felt the shock of inadequacy. Words came out of me, perfectly accurate words, I know, but I never know how, and sometimes, when asked, I forget. Now I must be very lucid. I must be his kind of man, I thought, and pick my way among my words. These things he's got us get, I said, putting the burlap bag down and stopping so as to hold Carpentier in one place. He wants to build something unearthly, Carpentier said, annoyed because I was playing his kind of trick on him, and so baldly. What standard do you propose to judge by? But I was right and he was wrong. Now it remained to make him see how. Yes, he wants to build something unearthly, out of earthly parts. He wants to take 6 radio tubes from an earthly radio, 3 pieces of earthly lucite, exactly 1/4 earthly inch thick, a roll of earthly 16-gauge wire, a General Electric heat lamp, and all these other things, the polystyrene foam blocks, the polyurethane plastic sheeting, polyvinyl insulated tape. What have you in your bag, Carpentier? Out of all this, he wants to make a Veldish thing. He spent years learning about earthly things, Carpentier pointed out. 4 years we brought him books, men, everything he needs. Now he's learned what the earthly equivalents of Veldish materials are, and he's ready to make his new transporter. Carpentier had a dark face, dark hair, dark beard, dark eyes. When his dark brows drew together, it was easy to see that his best expression was dark scorn. I think he's desperate, I said. I think he's learned all he can. He's learned what the nearest earthly equivalents to Veldish things are. And he's learned that all Earth can give him nothing closer. I don't see how he can do better, even he. You cannot make apples of cabbages. But he wants to get home. You know he wants so much to leave here and get home. And now he's desperate, and is going to try to make a new transporter out of materials nothing like those in the one that broke and marooned him here. And it won't function? Carpentier asked. There is that risk, but why shouldn't he try? What's insane in that? I fear it might work. I fear it might work in ways a transporter should not, and I shivered, for if I say something, I feel it, and I do not feel anything I don't believe is right. I have been wrong, but not often, or perhaps I forget. Carpentier smiled. How should a Veld transporter work? That's not the point, I cried at Carpentier's obstinacy at being Carpentier. I don't have to know. The Veld has to know, and to be insane enough to try something different. Look, I said, searching, being my own kind of man now, and letting the words come straight from the images in my head. Assume a man. Assume a man stranded on an island for years. Assume he has ways of realizing his heart's desire, if only he can find the things to work with. But it's a small island, and while it's a good island, how can it give a marooned man not only comfort, but heart's desire? He searches. Perhaps he sends messengers, if he himself cannot penetrate the jungle, such messengers as he can command. And in the end, after years, he knows he cannot have exactly what he wants. But he'd have something very near it. So in the end, he takes a rag, a bone, and a hank of hair. And makes a woman, Carpentier laughed. If he fails, what of it? But if he succeeds, Carpentier, if he succeeds, couldn't he see? What sort of woman? Carpentier looked at me for a moment, but I hadn't made him see. He saw only me, and I had taken up his time without delivering value, so he chastened me. The Veld made me and you. Are you dissatisfied? He had that trick, Carpentier. If you tried to give him a problem he couldn't solve, he gave you a greater problem of your own, to add to the one you already carried. I picked up my bag and followed him up the hill to the foundation, where the Veld timelessly waited. It was dusk, and as I walked, I turned my eyes up to the stars. One eye was larger than the other, and a different color. My nose sat askew on my lumpen face. Though Carpentier was a hunchback and lacked a finger, still he was a handsome hunchback. But I, whom the Veld had made second, with Carpentier's example, was merely whole. And from my eyes, tears. We entered the foundation. It had been erected around the Veld when he first came, and there were men who could question. Now the building was neat and kept up. but all its many rooms were empty, and all its many machines were still. Charpentier had his cottage on the west. A very learned man had used it while working with the Veld. And I had mine on the east, where the military commander had kept his family. The Veld lived in the heart of the Foundation, in an odd-shaped room whose walls traced the configuration he had been forced to assume when his broken transporter had interrupted his journey between where? And the home he pined for. Men came from the town below the hill to care for the building, but Charpentier or I had to go fetch them. They no longer questioned. They distressed us with their constant need for commanding, and so every time they were finished with their work, we commanded them homeward. No earthly creature lived on the hill. The Veld was kind, but an end comes to kindness. The time came when the questioning of men would have led them, if answered, irrevocably into Veldish ways. It was perhaps a kindness, too, that the Veld did what he did to questioning creatures. But however it may have been, now there were only men to be commanded. Charpentier commanded in the west, and I in the east, and the Veld, though he permitted us to question all men and each other, commanded us. Charpentier and I did not often speak to each other while on the Foundation. We were too near the Veld and insufficiently full of ourselves. But as we rode down in the elevator with its noise of metal sliding all alone in the world, Charpentier looked at me, and I knew what he looked. I have thought to myself that Charpentier says of everything, "Why is this thing not perfect?" While I say to myself, "Where is the perfection in this thing?" Surely my thought is as potent as his. But you see his advantage over me, for he is forever safe from what I might look at him. But I was not safe. We reached the chamber of the Veld. We opened the door and displayed our accumulation to his perceptions. "My being reflects you," the Veld told us from his perception, and seeing that he was become beautiful, I knew we had done well. "Now will I make and take my way, and you in your sorrow stay to see the world restored." This was what he had promised the world and us before he put an end to questioning, though only we remembered. But I wondered. I did not question. I wondered, as I imagined his making of the new transporter, taking my imagined thing from what I knew of how he made us. I wondered whether the world was safe. I thought of the chamber beside this one, where we had been born. I had often been there, only to look. There is a tank, the Rochester, Minnesota Biophysical Equipment Company tank. And there is a Velikaya Socialistkaya Rosinya coagulator, and the IBM 704, and the Braun Bolivari heater. There stand the cabinets, with their torsion-held artsimetal refrigerator units, and the cabinets full of flasks and ampules. And there is an autoclave full of Becton, Dixon, Yale syringes, and dangling from the wall are the Waldos that the Veld used to manipulate all of these things. And of all of these earthly things, the Veld made men not entirely earthly, but the Veld is a Veld. Now soon the new transporter would take the Veld away, in ways I wondered were perilous, and it would be Charpentier and I who stayed to see the world restored. Charpentier and I, who called ourselves, but had no names. He commanded us to go, and we went. I east, Charpentier west. I saw Charpentier hurry down his side of the hill, handsome and hasty under the stars. I walked. For me to run is a risk, and I trembled. For me to feel is to know, and the Veld was desperate. He slept at night, secure from questions even though he slept, for his power, once exercised, was irrevocable so long as he existed. But tonight he did not sleep. He made. I thought of my assumed man, on his assumed island, red-eyed and tremulous of hand, bent over his pot, stirring, unable to wait for morning. I thought of the light from his fire, shining in the dumb eyes of his faithful messengers, waiting on the edge of his clearing. The messengers are dismissed from service, yet not quite sure they are dismissed. And I thought of this earth, and the Veld's old promise to us that tomorrow it would wake, knuckling its eyes, and need a loving voice to say there was an end to nightmares. I would speak. Charpentier would speak. But what would we say? And in what voices, born of the Veld's touch on the Waldos? And would there be more than speaking to do? I did not think there was much I could do but speak. Charpentier lacks a finger, but I have hands, but I lack them. Oh, but the stars were cold. The moon in this season is a day moon, and now below the horizon. Stars, stars and galaxies, but beyond them, where the Veldish beings live, nothing I could see. And below the stars, too, here where I reached the brow of the hill and clumsily opened my wings, here, too, nothing, as I lurched into the night, and in great strain beat toward the places of men. I had a favorite place, a place I had chosen to begin to speak from. It was small, as men measure things. A few lights in the darkness. Here the sheen of the lake, there the tiered woolliness of trees. A town in which I disposed those men who must first unbind themselves from years of no questioning. For unlike the Veld and his transporter, and even the Veld needed a transporter, Charpentier and I could not be everywhere. It was my thought to reassure these men first, and have them go out and reassure others, as older brothers will soothe the younger in the night. I knew from an old argument that Charpentier planned the same. But of course they would not be the same sort of men for Charpentier as for me. Still, they were all men. Once they had all rubbed the sleep from their eyes, they would tell each other what they saw, and in the end, all men would have to agree on the shape of the world. So it would not matter what imperfections Charpentier pointed out, or what implicit glories I perceived, if the Veld's hands did not tremble as he stirred his pot. And yet it had. Charpentier had said more than he thought when he had thought to stop my mouth with myself. I faced away from the foundation, now mile on mile behind me. But my eyes turned inward, and in me my mind hovered over the Veld. I had no actual distant eye, no way of seeing beyond the curve of the world, or through the haze of the air. No ear to hear a sound so far away that it cannot urge the molecules of air my pinions grope at. But often it was well enough to think, for any thought seems accurate enough to act on. And in time, thoughts grow so practiced that they might as well be eyes. And so I saw the Veld, though I did not see him, and I saw him falter. In me, the Veld suddenly told, I have made, and I go. Forgive me for your sorrow. And I forgave him as I had forgiven him long ago, for his duty was to men, not to ourselves who are part of the duty. And Charpentier, I knew, had nothing to forgive, for he was glad of his sorrow. Wind numbed my eyes. I wept. Under the cold stars, my crude cheeks glistened. I hovered over the town, where some men slept, and some men worked, because some machines ran during the day and some ran at night. And I listened for anything else the Veld might have to tell, for he was my irrevocable commander as long as he existed on this earth. I also listened with the ear of habitated thought. And I heard. In my mind's eye, I saw the Veld use the earthly transporter. But it was not with my mind's ear alone that I heard what I heard. The pot erupts. The stranded man claws back in agony so great he cannot even scream, arms, legs, and face smoldering, and jounces on the ground, to lie, to moan, to be a long, mindless time dying. And at the clearing's edge the little messengers have no one to say what could be done to soothe him. What now? Where to go? What to do? How to repair? Oh, Veld, Veld, long-living Veld, what truly eternal sorrow! I sank down through the air, bereft and graceless. What could I do for the Veld? All that remained for me was what I could say to men, but I knew as I landed among them that the Veld's promise could not be kept, since the Veld was still here. I cried out to the men, "Awake! Arise!" They stumbled out of their houses, but when I said to the first of them, "Question me," he obediently answered, "How?" I go back to where the foundation was now and then. I bring doctors with me. After each time it seems to me that I have found a way to tell them what to seek. The Veld lies where his chamber was, before the stone decayed, and tells me nothing. If he truly reflects me, as he is now, then I don't know if I can bear to wait for the day when I can dash myself down from the outraged air and surrender myself to the sea-speckled rocks. The doctors say that if only someone would tell them what questions to ask about the Veld, and if only someone would give them the answers to the questions, they might be able to do something. Carpentier is there sometimes and mocks me. "You're getting crazier every day, Maurer," he says. "Suppose you restore the Veld. Then what? Does he make another transporter?" He shakes his head. "Poor Maurer, what are you going to do to these people you bring here? What do you want from them? Something the Veld himself couldn't accomplish?" I try to tell them how to question, and I command them to question, and I hope the Veld dies. But though Carpentier and I, even Carpentier and I, are growing a little older, the Veld is still moribund, and no more dead than he was before the days when 30 generations of men battled to keep the southmost edge of the creeping ice from burying the Veld beyond the reach of hope. For I hope, though I can see a sprig of silver here and there in Carpentier's darkness now. The Veld must be accessible to my hope, though I must command millions of men. And I think Carpentier hopes too, because so long as he can see me failing, he knows I am imperfect, but he wishes perfection for me. I know he brings no doctors only because he has not yet found a way for men to respond to the command, "Be perfect." Every time the hope dies, I tell my men, "Go home now, rest," and they go home. But I blunder about thinking that perhaps if I could kill the Veld, that would be the end of it. But nothing can kill the Veld, unless it be something the Veld knows of. So first we must heal the Veld. And healed, he will once again seek his heart's desire, hopelessly. As do I. As do I. End of The Rag and Bone Men by Algris Budrus.
The Semantic War by Bill Clothier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Semantic War by Bill Clothier. Perhaps there have been causes for slaughter just as silly as this was. But try to find one. The rain pours down, chill, out of a sullen sky. My pace quickens as I try to regain the relative warmth and shelter of the cavern before I become thoroughly drenched. I cannot afford to catch a cold. All alone as I am, and with no medicine, I would stand too great a chance of a quick death. These lowering Oregon skies still hold traces of nameless disease in their writhing cloud tendrils. I am not just afraid of a cold. That would only be the key for some other malady to use and strike me down forever. I see the cave up ahead and feel a sense of contentment as I draw near and then duck inside its stony mouth. The rain hisses without, but inside it is dry. There is a heavy cowhide hanging on a peg in the wall, and I take it down and wrap it around me. Soon I will be warm. Once more I may stave off my ultimate end. Sometimes I wonder why I wish to put it off. Certainly, according to my old standards, there is no point in living. But somehow I feel that the mere fact of living is justification in itself, even for such a life as mine. I didn't always feel this way, but then my circumstances change and people change with them. I changed my circumstances more than myself, but I had no alternative. So now I exist. I suppose I should be content. After all, I am alive, and in my own simple way, I enjoy life. I can remember people who asked nothing more than to be allowed to live, to exist. Ironically enough, I always considered them subnormal. I felt that a man should strive to do something that would not only perpetuate the happiness of his own life, but that of his fellow men. Something that would make life more beautiful and easier and more kind. It was with this feeling that I applied myself as a student of philosophy at Stanford University. And the strengthening of this same belief led me to take up teaching and embrace it as the only way of obtaining genuine happiness. My personal philosophy was simple. I would learn about life in all its real and symbolic meanings, and then teach it to my pupils, each of whom, I felt sure, were thirsting for the knowledge that I was extracting from my cultural environment. I would show them the meaning behind things. That, I felt, was the key to successful living. Now, it seems strangely pathetic that I should have essayed such an impossible task, but even a professor of philosophy can be mistaken and become confused. I remember when I first became aware of the movement. For years we had been drilling certain precepts into the soft, impressionable heads of those students who came under our influence. Liberalism, some called it, the right to take the values accumulated by society over a period of hundreds of years and bend them to fit whatever idea or act was contemplated. By such methods it was possible to fit the mores to the deed, and not the deed to the mores. Oh, it was a wonderful theory, one that promised to project all human activities entirely beyond good and evil. However, I digress. It was a spring morning at Berkeley, California, when I had my first inkling of the movement. I was sitting in my office, gazing out the window and considering life in my usual contemplative fashion. I might say I was being rather smug. I was thinking how fortunate I was to have been graduated from Stanford with such high honors, and how my good luck had stayed with me until I received my doctor's degree in a famous Eastern university and came out to take an associate professorship at the Berkeley campus. I was watching the hurrying figures below on the crosswalks and idly noting the brilliant green of the shrubbery and the trees and the lawn. I was mixing up Keats with a bit of philosophy and thoroughly enjoying myself. Knowledge is truth, truth beauty, I mused. That is all we know on earth and all we need to know. There was a knock on my door and I said come in, reluctantly abandoning my train of thought, which had just picked up Shakespeare, whom I was going to consider as 2/3 philosopher and 1/3 poet. I have never felt that the field of literature had the sole claim to Shakespeare's greatness. Professor Lillich came in, visibly perturbed. Lillich was a somewhat erratic individual, for a professor at least, and he was often perturbed. Once he became excited about the possibilities of the campus shrubbery being stunted and discolored by the actions of certain dogs living on campus. He was not a philosophy professor, of course, but a member of the political science group. "Carlson," he asked nervously, "have you heard about it yet?" "I have no idea," I returned good-naturedly. "Heard about what?" He looked behind him as if he thought he might be followed. Then he whirled around, his sharp-featured face alight with feeling. "Carlson, the Wistick Dufels, the Moratti." And he stared at me intently, his gimlet eyes almost blazing. I stared back at him blankly. "You haven't heard?" he exclaimed. "I thought surely you would know about it. You're always talking about freedom to apply thought for the good of humanity. Well, we're finally going to do something about it. You'll see. Keep your ears open, Carlson." Then he turned and started out of the room. He paused at the threshold and fixed me again with his ferret-like eyes. "The Wistick Dufels, the Moratti," he said, and vanished through the door. And that was my first unheeded omen of what was to come. I paid little attention to it. Lillick wasn't the sort of man who inspired attention. As a matter of fact, I considered reporting him to the head of his department as being on the verge of a nervous breakdown. But I didn't. In those days, nervous breakdowns were a common occurrence around college campuses. The educational profession was a very hazardous occupation. One Southern university, for example, reported 5 faculty suicides during spring quarter. In the days that followed, however, I began to realize that there was some sort of movement being fostered by the student body. It couldn't be defined, but it could be felt and seen. The students began to form groups and hold meetings, often without official sanction. What they were about could not be discovered, but some of the results soon became evident. For one thing, certain students began to walk on one side of the street, and the other students walked on the other side. The ones who used the north side of the street wore green sweaters with white trousers or skirts, and the south side students wore white sweaters with green trousers or skirts. It even got to the point where those in green sweaters went only to classes in the morning, and those in white attended the afternoon sessions. Then the little white cards began to appear. They were sent through the mail. They were slipped under doorways and in desk drawers. They turned up beside your plate at dinner and under your pillow at night. They were pasted on your front door in the morning, and they appeared in the fly-leaves of your books. They were even hung on trees like fruit, and surely no fruit ever spored so queer a seedling. They said either one thing or the other. The Wistick Dufels, the Moratti, or the Moratti Dufels, the Wistick. Which card belonged to what group was not immediately clear. It was not until the riots broke out that the thing began to be seen in its proper perspective, and then it was too late. When the first riot started, it was assumed that the university officials and the police could quell it in a very short time. But strangely enough, as additional police were called in, the battle raged even more fiercely. I could see part of the affair from my window, and therefore was able to understand why the increasing police force only added to the turmoil. They were fighting one another, and through the din could be heard the wild shouts of "The Wistick Dufels the Moratti," or "The Moratti Dufels the Wistick." The final blow came when I saw the registrar and the dean of men struggling fiercely in one of the hedgerows, and heard the dean of men yell in wild exultation as he brought a briefcase down on the registrar's head, "The Wistick Dufels the Moratti." Then someone broke in through the door of my office. I turned in alarm and saw a huge 3-letter man standing only a few feet from me. He had been in one of my classes. I remembered something about his being the hardest driving fullback on the Pacific coast. He was certainly the dumbest philosophy student I ever flunked. His hair was mussed, and he was wild-eyed. He had blood on his face and chest, and his clothes were torn and grass-stained. "The Wistick Dufels the Moratti," he said. "Get out of my office," I told him coldly, "and stay out." "So you're on the other side," he snarled. "I hoped you would be." He started toward me, and I seized a bookend on my desk and tried to strike him with it. But he brushed it aside and came on in. His first blow nearly broke my arm, and as I dropped my guard due to the numbing pain, he struck me solidly on the side of the jaw. When I recovered consciousness, I was lying by the side of my desk where I had fallen. My head ached and my neck was stiff. I got painfully to my feet and then noticed the big square of cardboard pinned to the door of my office. It was lettered in red pencil and in past tense said, "The Wistick du Feld, the Moraddy." The uprisings arose spontaneously in all parts of the country. They were not confined to colleges. They were not confined to any particular group. They encompassed nearly the entire population, and the fervor aroused by their battle cry, whichever one it might be, was beyond all comprehension. I could not understand either slogan's meaning, and there were others like myself. On several occasions I attempted to find out, but I was beaten twice and threatened with a pistol the third time, so I gave up all such efforts. I was never much given to any sort of physical violence. One night I went home, thoroughly disheartened by the state of affairs. The university was hardly functioning. Nearly the entire faculty, including the college president, had been drawn into one camp or the other. Their actions were utterly abhorrent to me. If the professor was a Greentop or a Wistickian, he lectured only to Greentops. If he belonged to the Moraddians or White Top faction, they were the only ones who could enter his classroom. The two groups were so evenly divided that open violence was frowned upon as a means of attaining whatever end they had in view. They were biding their time and gathering strength for fresh onslaughts on each other. As I say, I went home feeling very discouraged. My wife was in the kitchen preparing dinner, and I went in and sat down at the table while she worked. The daily paper was lying on the table, its headlines loaded with stories of bloodshed and strife throughout the nation. I glanced through them. Lately there seemed to be a sort of pattern forming. East of the Mississippi, the general slogan was emerging as the Moraddy defelling the Wistick. West of the Mississippi, the Wistick was receiving the greater support, and it seemed that the younger people and the women preferred the Moraddy, while elderly people and most men were on the side of the Wistick. I commented on this. My wife answered briefly, "Of course, anyone should know that the Moraddy will win out." She went on with the preparations for dinner, not looking at me. I sat stunned for a moment. Great God in heaven, not my wife! "Am I to understand that you are taking any part of this seriously?" I asked with some heat. "The whole thing is a horrible, pointless prank." She turned and faced me squarely. "Not to me. I say the Moraddy will win out. I want it to, and I think you'd be wise to get on the bandwagon while there's still time." I realized she was serious, dead serious. I tried a cautious query. "Just what does the dufellation of the Wistick by the Moraddy mean?" And it made her angry. It actually made her angry. She swished off the front burner and walked past me into the living room. I didn't think she was going to answer, but she did, sort of. "There is no excuse for an egghead in your position not knowing what it means." Her voice was strained and tense. "If you had any perception whatever, you would understand what the Moraddy has to give the American people. It's our only hope, and you've got to take sides. You're either for the Moraddy or the Wistick. You can't take the middle way." I felt completely isolated. "Wait, I don't know what it means." "Forget it," she broke in. "I should have known. You were born, you have lived, and you will die an egghead in an ivory tower. Just remember, the Moraddy dufels the Wistick." And she swept on upstairs to pack, and out of my life. And that's the way it was. Whatever malignant poison had seeped into the collective brain of the nation, it was certainly a devastating leveler of all sorts of institutions and values. Wives left husbands and husbands left wives. Joint bank accounts vanished. Families disintegrated. Wall Street crumpled. Developments were swift and ominous. The army split up into various groups. Most of the enlisted men favored the Moratti, but the officers and older non-coms pledged the Wistickian faith. Their power was sufficient to hold many in line, but a considerable number in the lower ranks deserted and joined forces with the Moraddians, who held the eastern half of the country. The Wisticks ruled the western half with an iron hand, and all signs pointed toward civil war. Labor and military authorities conscripted the entire population regardless of age, sex, or religious convictions. For my own part, I slipped away from the campus and fled north into the Oregon mountains. It was not that I was afraid to fight, but I rebelled at the absolute stupidity of the whole thing. The idea, fighting because of a few words! But they did. The destruction was frightful. However, it was not as bad as many had thought it would be. The forces of the Wistic leveled the city of New York, true, but it took 3 H-bombs to do the job, instead of 1, as the Air Force had claimed. In retaliation, San Francisco and Los Angeles were destroyed in a single night by cleverly placed atom bombs smuggled in by a number of fifth columnist wives who gained access to the cities under the pretext of returning to their husbands. This was a great victory for the Moraddians, even though the women had to blow themselves up to accomplish their mission. The Moraddian forces were slowly beaten back toward the Atlantic shores. They were very cunning fighters, and they had youthful courage to implement that cunning. But their overall policy lacked the stability and long-range thinking necessary to the prosecution of total war. One day they might overrun many populous areas, and the next day, due to the constant bickering and quarreling among their own armies, they would lose all they had won, and more too. Finally, in desperation, they loosed their most horrible weapon, germ warfare. But they forgot to protect themselves against their own malignity. The semantic war ground to a shuddering halt. The carrion smell of death lay round the world. The dufellation of the Wistic and the Moratti. So here I am, scuttling around in the forests like a lonely pack rat. It is not the sort of life I would choose if there were any other choice. Yet life has become very simple. I enjoy the simple things, and I enjoy them with gusto. When I find food that suits my stomach, I am happy. When I quench my thirst, I am happy. When I see a beautiful sunset from one of my mountain crags, I am happy. It takes little when you have little, and there have been few men who have had less. Only one thing troubles me. I suppose it doesn't matter, but I go on wondering. I wonder which side was right. I mean, really right. End of The Semantic War by Bill Clothier.
Teething Ring by James Causey. Anyone can make an error, but the higher the society, the more disastrous the mistake. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Teething Ring by James Causey. Half an hour before, while she had been engrossed in the current soap opera, and Harry Jr. was screaming in his crib, Melinda would naturally have slammed the front door in the little man's face. However, when the bell rang, she was wearing her new Chinese red housecoat, had just lustered her nails to a blinding scarlet, and Harry Jr. was sleeping like an angel. Yawning, Melinda answered the door, and the little man said, beaming, "Excellent day! I have gewgaws for information." Melinda did not quite recoil. He was perhaps 5 feet tall, with a gleaming, hairless scalp and a young, old face. He wore a plain gray tunic, and a peddler's tray hung from his thin shoulders. "Don't want any," Melinda said flatly. "Please." He had great, beseeching amber eyes. "They all say that. I haven't much time. I must be back to the university by noon." "You're working your way through college?" He brightened. Yes, I suppose you could call it that. Alien anthropology major. Melinda softened. The initiation those frats pulled nowadays, shaving the poor guy's head, eating goldfish. It was criminal. Well, she said grudgingly, what's in the tray? Langlers, said the little man eagerly. Oscilloscopes, portable force field generators, a neural distorter. Melinda's face was blank. The little man frowned. You use them, of course. This is a Class 4 culture. Melinda essayed a weak shrug, and the little man sighed with relief. His eyes fled past her to the blank screen of the TV set. Ah, a monitor, he said, smiling. For a moment I was afraid. May I come in? Melinda shrugged, opened the door. This might be interesting, like a vacuum cleaner salesman who had cleaned her drapes last week for free. And Kitty Kyle Battle's life wouldn't be on for almost an hour. My name is Porteous, said the little man with an eager smile. I'm doing a thematic on Class 4 cultures. He whipped out a stylus, began jotting down notes. The TV set fascinated him. It's turned off right now, Melinda said. Porteous' eyes widened impossibly. You mean, he whispered in horror, that you're exercising Class 5 privileges? This is terribly confusing. I get doors slammed in my face when Class 4s are supposed to have a splendid gregarian quotient. You do have atomic power, don't you? Oh, sure, said Melinda uncomfortably. This wasn't going to be much fun. Space travel? The little face was intent, sharp. Well, Melinda yawned, looking at the blank screen. They've got Space Patrol, Space Cadet, Tales of Tomorrow. Excellent. Rocket ships or force fields? Melinda blinked. Does your husband own one? Melinda shook her blonde head helplessly. What are your economic circumstances? Melinda took a deep, rasping breath and said, Listen, mister, is this a demonstration or a quiz program? Oh, my excuse. Demonstration, certainly. You will not mind the questions? Questions? There was an ominous glint in Melinda's blue eyes. Your delightful primitive customs, art forms, personal habits. Look, said Melinda crimsonly, this is a respectable neighborhood, and I'm not answering any Kinsey report. Understand? The little man nodded, scribbled. Personal habits are taboo. I so regret. The demonstration. He waved grandly at the tray. Anti-grav sandals, a portable solar converter. Apologizing for this miserable selection, but on Capella they told me. He followed Melinda's entranced gaze, selected a tiny green vial. This is merely a regenerative solution. You appear to have no cuts or bruises. Oh, said Melinda nastily. Cures warts, cancer, grows hair, I suppose. Porteous brightened. Of course, I can see you scan. Amazing. He scribbled further with his stylus, glancing up, blinking at the obvious scorn on Melinda's face. Here, try it. You try it. Now watch him squirm. Porteous hesitated. Would you like me to grow an extra finger? Hair? Grow some hair. Melinda tried not to smile. The little man unstopped the vial, poured a shimmering drop on his wrist, frowning. Must concentrate, he said. Thorium-based suspended solution. Really jolts the endocrines. Complete control. See? Melinda's jaw dropped. She stared at the tiny tuft of hair which had sprouted on the bare wrist. She was thinking abruptly, unhappily, about the chignon she had bought yesterday. They had let her buy that for $8, when with this stuff she could have a natural one. How much? She inquired cautiously. Half an hour of your time only, said Porteous. Melinda grasped the vial firmly, settled down on the sofa with one leg tucked carefully underneath her. Okay, shoot, but nothing personal. Porteous was delighted. He asked a multitude of questions, most of them pointless, some naive, and Melinda dug into her infinitesimal fund of knowledge and gave. The little man scribbled furiously, clucking like a gravid hen. "You mean," he asked in amazement, "that you live in these primitive huts of your own volition?" "It's a GI housing project," Melinda said, ashamed. "Astonishing." He wrote feudal anachronisms and atomic power side by side. Class 4s periodically rough it in back-to-nature movements. Harry Jr. chose that moment to begin screaming for his lunch. Porteous sat trembling. "Is that a security alarm?" "My son," said Melinda despondently, and went to the nursery. Porteous followed, and watched the ululating child with some trepidation. "Newborn?" 18 months, said Melinda stiffly, changing diapers. "He's cutting teeth." Porteous shuddered. "What a pity! Obviously atavistic. Wouldn't the creche accept him? You shouldn't have to keep him here." "I keep after Harry to get a maid, but he says we can't afford one." "Manifest insecurity," muttered the little man, studying Harry Jr. "Definite paranoid tendencies." "He's 2 weeks premature," volunteered Melinda. "He's really sensitive." "I know just the thing," Porteous said happily. "Here." He dipped into the glittering litter on the tray and handed Harry Jr. a translucent prism. "A neural distorter. We use it to train regressives on Rigel 2. It may be of assistance." Melinda eyed the thing doubtfully. Harry Jr. was peering into the shifting crystal depths with a somewhat strained expression. "Speeds up the neural flow," explained the little man proudly. "Helps tap the unused 80%. The pre-symptomatic memory is unaffected due to automatic cerebral lapse in case of overload. I'm afraid it won't do much more than cube his present IQ. An intelligent idiot is still an idiot, but—" "How dare you!" Melinda's eyes flashed. "My son is not an idiot. You get out of here this minute and take your things with you." She reached for the prism. Harry Jr. squalled. Melinda relented. "Here," she said angrily, fumbling with her purse. "How much are they?" "Medium of exchange?" Porteous rubbed his bald skull. "Oh, I really shouldn't. But it'll make a wonderful addendum to the chapter on malignant primitives. What is your smallest denomination? Is $1 okay?" Melinda was hopeful. Porteous was pleased with the picture of George Washington. He turned the bill over and over in his fingers and at last bowed low and formally apologized for any taboo violations, and left via the front door. "Crazy fraternities," mumbled Melinda, turning on the TV set. Kitty Kyle was dull that morning. At length Melinda used some of the liquid in the green vial on her eyelashes, and was quite pleased with the results, and hid the rest in the medicine cabinet. Harry Jr. was a model of docility the rest of the day. While Melinda watched TV and munched chocolates, did and redid her hair, Harry Jr. played quietly with the crystal prism. Toward late afternoon, he crawled over to the bookcase, wrestled down an encyclopedia, and pawed through it, gurgling with delight. He definitely, Melinda decided, would make a fine lawyer someday, not a useless putterer like Big Harry, who worked all hours overtime in that damned lab. She scowled as Harry Jr., bored with the encyclopedia, began reaching for one of Big Harry's tomes on nuclear physics. One putterer in the family was enough, but when she tried to take the book away from him, Harry Jr. howled so violently that she left well enough alone. At 6:30, Big Harry called from the lab with the usual despondent message that he would not be home for supper. Melinda said a few resigned things about cheerless dinners eaten alone, hinted darkly at what lonesome wives sometimes did for company, and Harry said he was very sorry, but this might be it, and Melinda hung up on him in a temper. Precisely 15 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Melinda opened the front door and gaped. This little man could have been Proteus double, except for the black metallic tunic and the glacial gray eyes. "Miss Melinda Adams?" Even the voice was frigid. "Yes? Why?" "Major Nord, Galactic Security." The little man bowed. You were visited earlier this morning by one Porteous. He spoke the name with a certain disgust. He left a neural distorter here, correct? Melinda's nod was tremulous. Major Nord came quietly into the living room, shut the door behind him. My apologies, madam, for the intrusion. Porteous mistook your world for a Class 4 culture instead of a Class 9. Here. He handed her the crumpled dollar bill. You may check the serial number. The distorter, please. Melinda shrunk limply into the sofa. I don't understand, she said painfully. Was he a thief? He was careless about his spatial coordinates. Major Nord's teeth showed in the faintest of smiles. He's been corrected. Where is it? Now look, said Melinda with some asperity. That thing's kept Harry Jr. quiet all day. I bought it in good faith, and it's not my fault. Say, have you got a warrant? Madam, said the Major with dignity, I dislike violating local taboos, but must I explain the impact of a neural distorter on a backwater culture? What if your Neanderthal had been given an atomic blaster? Where would you have been today? Swinging through trees, no doubt. What if your Hitler had force fields? He exhaled. Where is your son? In the nursery, Harry Jr. was contentedly playing with his blocks. The prism lay glinting in the corner. Major Nord picked it up carefully, scrutinized Harry Jr. His voice was very soft. You say he was playing with it? Some vestigial maternal instinct prompted Melinda to shake her head vigorously. The little man stared hard at Harry Jr., who began whimpering. Trembling, Melinda scooped up Harry Jr. Is that all you have to do? Run around frightening women and children? Take your old distorter and get out. Leave decent people alone. Major Nord frowned. If only he could be sure. He peered stonily at Harry Jr., muttered, Definite egomania, but doesn't seem to have affected him. Strange. Do you want me to scream? Melinda demanded. Major Nord sighed. He bowed to Melinda, went out, closed the door, touched a tiny stud on his tunic, and vanished. The manners of some people, Melinda said to Harry Jr. She was relieved that the Major had not asked for the green vial. Harry Jr. also looked relieved, although for quite a different reason. Big Harry arrived home a little after 11. There were small worry creases about his mouth and forehead, and a leaden cast of defeat in his eyes. He went into the bedroom, and Melinda sleepily told him about the little man working his way through college by peddling silly goods, and about the rude cop named Nord. And Harry said it was simply astonishing. And Melinda said, Harry, you had a drink. I had 2 drinks, Harry told her owlishly. You married a failure, dear. Part of the experimental model vaporized. Whoosh. Just like that. On paper, it looked so good. Melinda had heard it all before. She asked him to see if Harry Jr. was covered, and Big Harry went unsteadily into the nursery, sat down by his son's crib. Poor little guy, he mused. Your old man's a bum, a useless tinkerer. He thought he could send a man to the stars on a string of helium nuclei. Oh, he was smart, thought of everything. Auxiliary jets to kick off the negative charge, bigger mercury vapor banks, a fine straight thrust of positive alpha particles. He hiccuped, but his face was in his hands. Didn't you ever stop to think that a few air molecules would defocus the stream? Try a vacuum, stupid. Big Harry stood up. Did you say something, son? Griffle, said Harry Jr. Big Harry reeled into the living room like a somnambulist. He got a pencil and paper, began jotting frantic formulae. Presently he called a cab and raced back to the laboratory. Melinda was dreaming about little bald men with diamond-studded trays. They were chasing her. They kept pelting her with rubies and emeralds. All they wanted was to ask questions, but she kept running, Harry Jr. clasped tightly in her arms. Now they were ringing alarm bells. The bells kept ringing, and she groaned, sat up in bed, and seized the telephone. "Darling," Big Harry's voice shook, "I've got it. More auxiliary shielding plus a vacuum. We'll be rich." "That's fine," said Melinda crossly. "You woke the baby." Harry Jr. was sobbing bitterly into his pillow. He was sick with disappointment. Even the most favorable extrapolation showed it would take him 19 years to become master of the world. An eternity. 19 years. The end of Teething Ring by James Causey. With a Vengeance by J.B. Woodley. Keep this in mind in teaching apprentices. They are future journeymen and even masters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. With a Vengeance by J.B. Woodley. October 10th, 2119, New San Francisco. Today, at precisely 9:50 a.m., Kyle became first Imperator of Terra. His coup was so fantastically direct and facile that I am almost tempted to believe the old cliché, the time was right. Well, however badly it can be expressed, I suppose the world was ripe for this sort of thing. I can remember when much the same used to happen in elections. One man would win over another by a tremendous majority, and historians would then set about to show how the time was right. Why do I persist in tormenting myself with that phrase? Analytically, I might say I resent the new aristocracy of politics. Specifically, I might say I resent Kyle. And both are true. Both are true. This swing, though, to absolute monarchy, complete with the installation of the Kyle dynasty, damn him, this is something psychologists, not historians, must explain. Has the age of the common man, so bravely flaunted for over 100 years, truly come to nothing? Would people really prefer a figurehead and a symbol of undisputed authority? In this instance, one may again conclude that the time was right. Contact with the planets like Mars and Venus undoubtedly had its influence. I must confess that the televised audience with the Mert of Venus and the Znam of Mars did make Terra's president, should I say late president, look a bit seedy. I dare say there is such a thing as a too common man. Kyle was such 20 years ago. His name wasn't Kyle then, although it was something very like that. I must see if any of the old ledgers are about. I'd like to see what the Imperator's name was when His Most Imperial Majesty was an apprenticed nobody. October 12, 2119, New San Francisco. I found it, buried in the stacks of dust behind the old printing press that was once the heart of my Beacon Sentinel. There were others there, too. Spent a delightful morning with them, reading back through those old account books. I wonder whatever happened to Hastings and Drew. Best linotype man I ever had. They became pilots or something, as I recall. Too bad, too bad. They could have had such brilliant futures, both of them. Why they felt they must ally themselves with the non-thinking, muscle-flexing variety of mankind, of which our new ruler is an excellent example, I'll never know. Ah, yes, Kyle. In those days he was Kilmer Jones. I don't remember him too well, actually, except the day I fired him. I suppose he was right in changing his name. We couldn't very well have an Imperator named Kilmer the First or Jones the First. Much too common, not at all in keeping. Gawky fellow, that Kilmer. When Bard brought me a sample of his work, I guess I'll have to call it that, we both had a good laugh over it. Atrocious spelling. Couldn't follow the proofreader's marks. Indeed, I wondered if the fellow could even read. The punctuation and the grammar. I called the boy into the office that morning, or was it the next day? No matter. I called him in and told him, as kindly as possible, that I thought there were other vocations to which he might be better suited. The irony of it all. Kilmer Jones, Kyle the First. And he stood there, I remember, with those 17-year-old hands that were all knuckles and bone and chapped skin, twisting those hands and shifting his weight from one foot to the other. "Please, Mr. Booth," he said, his voice cracking, "I ain't got no other job in mind. I want to be a newspaper man. I ain't got no—" If not for that "ain't got no," I think I might have relented. But no one is going to ruin the English language as he did. Not in my offices. I took him to task severely for his offensive usage, outlining a correct example of what he had attempted to say, gave him a brief lesson in the history of the tongue, and explained why it had been chosen as the official Terran speech. I think my conclusion was, "You'll be much better off in a position which requires you to quote neither Milton nor Shakespeare, nor any author save possibly those who write the comic strips." "Got no training," he said softly. I suppose it was to keep his voice from exhibiting its usual adolescent gymnastics. I shuddered slightly. I remember. "You mean I have no training?" "Yeah," softly again. "Yeah, Mr. Booth." "Yes," I cried impatiently. "Not yeah, but yes." I searched for his severance pay on my desk, wondering who the devil had hired him in the first place. Gave him 3 weeks' pay, as I recall, one more than necessary. Unmannerly pup, he just stood there for a minute, and then finally left without even a thank you or goodbye. And this is the man who is Kyle the First, ruler of Terra at the age of 37. I wonder what he is like now. January 1, New San Francisco. There is no longer any need to wonder. Surprisingly, few heads have rolled, but apparently Jonesy chose to exhibit his power in other ways. Thanksgiving Day, a custom preserved in certain portions of the Directorate of North America, is 3 weeks away, even though it is January. The year 1. There used to be some childish joke about the year 1. Don't remember it just now. Thanksgiving harvest in January. Christmas celebrated in February. Spring planting in July. To say nothing of the inconvenience this has caused my bookkeeping department. I suppose the man will now try to change the weather to suit his new calendar. January 8, New San Francisco. He can't last. He can't. A dictator is one thing, a monarch is another. But Kyle is something else. Naturally, he had to remove certain persons on his way. And his summer palace in the Plains region of America. That's all right. That's all right. An authority of Kyle's stature is expected to remove undesirables, and have a summer palace, and a winter palace, and anything else he wants. Of course. But why this? Why this of all things? No newspapers. Just like that. He waves an edict, and just like that, no newspapers. The Beacon Sentinel has been a great paper for the last 25 years. It was nothing, and I was nothing, and together we became a voice. And now, again, we are nothing. Oh, I see what's behind it. It's revenge. That's what it is. Because he once couldn't become a newspaper man, he's taking his vengeance this way. A man as petty as that shall be overthrown. Mark my words. And the clumsiness of it. I see what he is. I know him. He's still that pup of 17, playing king of the world, twisting his hands gleefully over his childish triumph. No subtlety. Just a direct pushing over of an apple cart he couldn't steer. Doesn't matter whose apples you destroy, does it, Jonesy? Just push it over. Push it over. January 16, New San Francisco. Closed the Beacon Sentinel yesterday. My savings are enough to take care of me for a few years. After that, well, I'm no longer a young man. I am glad that Elsa is not here to see this. February 12, New San Francisco. Received a letter this morning requesting me to appear in the chambers of His Most Imperial Majesty Kyle the First on Tuesday of next week. His Most Imperial Majesty can see me between 10:15 and 10:25 in the morning. 10 minutes. Rather a brief spell in which to roll another head. I find myself amazed, though. Is this man so truly powerful that he needs no police to make arrests for him? Can he really send messages via jet mail and be certain his enemies will not try to escape? I don't want to attempt flight. Life without my work is no longer life. February 17, 1. Kylington Palace, North America. I don't understand. I've gone over it twice and I don't understand. If only Elsa were still with me, I could talk to her. She would help me decipher what it's all about. This morning at 10:15 sharp, I was taken to the public audience chamber in the palace. His Majesty was seated behind a desk facing the doors. Behind him, on the wall, was his coat of arms. He stood up and walked toward me, waving away the guards. "How are you, Mr. Booth?" he said, and offered me his hand. I recovered my presence of mind, of course, and replied as was fitting. And then he said, "I shall be at liberty later this week to discuss more fully the details of these past years." Shades of ain't got no. Meanwhile, my secretary will give you a complete dossier on my planned official bulletin. He lighted a cigarette after offering me one. I should deem it an honor, he continued, to have a man of your literary versatility, and, I must add, your vast practical experience, become chief editor of the bulletin. The publication, which I should enjoy christening the Terran Beacon Sentinel, with your permission, sir, shall be more than my official organ. It shall set the standards for the coming newspaper world. He cocked an eyebrow at me and smiled. I believe we are in perfect accord about certain standards, are we not, Mr. Booth? The deplorable grammatical practices of some newspapers. Well, really, Mr. Booth, I feel assured of your agreement. He led me around the desk and pointed to the coat of arms. As he stood silently, I felt obliged to look more closely. I had seen it before, of course, but seeing it now greatly enlarged, I was able to make out its details. What I had thought was a mere decorative border, I now realized was a motif I had seen all my life. A tiny lighthouse sending forth a beam, the trademark of my paper. As I stood there, gaping, His Majesty laughed softly and said, "That, Mr. Booth, I felt impelled to include, for without your most fortuitous termination of my apprenticeship in your organization, I would not have risen to my present position." Again he took my hand and shook it warmly. His hair was just a bit gray at the temples, and there were signs of strain on his finely featured face. Those awkward hands were now strong and purposeful. He apologized that he must return to his duties, and went with me to the door. My secretary will fill in further details about your new position. Newspapers shall once again be published. No, don't say a word, Mr. Booth. I know what you're thinking. Your salary, he continued, as we stood at the open door, shall of course be commensurate with your high authority in this new field. Allow me, now, to thank you most deeply and sincerely for your unwitting aid in my youth. I assure you, Mr. Booth, I have often thought of the day we talked, and I hope to repay you in some measure for what you did. He said more, mostly polite phrases of goodbye, and then I was outside after being handed a folder by some man. An official jetmobile took me to my residence, which turned out to be in the East Wing. Here I am, and I don't understand. I came prepared to suffer heaven only knows what as part of Kilmer Jones' childish pattern of revenge. Instead, here am I, head of the official bulletin, titular ruler and ruler in fact of the future journalism of the world. There is something behind this. I keep feeling there is. But what? What? Or is he truly generous to a degree never before known among absolute monarchs? February 13, 1. Kylington Palace, North America. I am a suspicious and most humble old man. I see now that Kyle's generosity amazed me only because I myself would have been incapable of such an action. Just now I fear for His Majesty. I was right before when I said there is no subtlety in the man. He is too open, too fair, too forgiving. A ruler of such greatness of heart might easily allow some small, insignificant person in too far, too close. I fear for him. February 14th, 1. Kylington Palace, North America. Today we begin publication. The press room is magnificent. I can hardly wait. It's been a long time since I felt such exuberance. This afternoon I am to conduct a conference of some 800 editors. His Majesty's Secretary has sent me an outline on journalistic standards, which I will study after lunch. There is a note attached, in His Majesty's handwriting. Such beautiful penmanship, too. A mere formality, it says, for of course you and I know full well what the future of journalism shall be, Mr. Booth. Later. How wrong can one man be in one lifetime? I wonder now why he changed the calendar. I wonder now what poor devil he destroyed then. But I'll cheat him. I'll cheat him yet. Obituary, Trent Beacon Sentinel, February 16th, 1. The unfortunate and untimely demise of George W. Booth is hereby noted with sorrow for those who knew him and loved him. Mr. Booth, former editor and publisher of the Beacon Sentinel of New San Francisco, Directorate of North America, had apparently been in poor health for some time. It is believed that the worry over the success of his new policy setting Trent Beacon Sentinel was a contributing factor to his suicide late in the afternoon of February 14th. His Most Imperial Majesty Kyle I is ordained a fitting monument to his limited friend. A simple shaft of granite shall be erected in the garden facing the west wing of Kylington Palace, where Mr. Booth made his residency. On that shaft shall be inscribed the legend, "How bounteous mankind is, all brave new world that has such people in it." The quotation is from The Tempest. Mr. Booth was a great admirer of Shakespeare. A vin more fitting and long-lived memorial is expressed in the relace through the office of His Majesty on the very day of Mr. Booth's death. It reads in part, "The new linguistic policy on Tura, as demonstrated in the Trent Beacon Sentinel, shall henceforth be known as Booth Talk. Mr. Booth befriended our imperial ruler in his younger days, and as we all know, His Majesty never forgets a friend." End of With a Vengeance, by J.B. Woodley.
Zaritsky's Law by Anne Griffith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. Zaritsky's Law by Anne Griffith. Why bother building a time machine when there's something much easier to find right in your own kitchen? Somebody, someday, will make a study of the influence of animals on history. Although not as famous as Mrs. O'Leary's cow, Mrs. Graham's cat should certainly be included in any such study. It has now been definitely established that the experiences of this cat led to the idea of quick frozen people, which, in turn, led to the passage of Zaritsky's Law. We must go back to the files of the Los Angeles newspapers for 1950 to find the story. In brief, a Mrs. Fred C. Graham missed her pet cat on the same day that she put a good deal of food down in her home deep freeze unit. She suspected no connection between the two events. The cat was not to be found until 6 days later, when its owner went to fetch something from the deep freeze. Much as she loved her pet, we may imagine that she was more horror than grief-stricken at her discovery. She lifted the little ice-encased body out of the deep freeze and set it on the floor. Then she managed to run as far as the next-door neighbor's house before fainting. Mrs. Graham became hysterical after she was revived. and it was several hours before she could be quieted enough to persuade anybody that she hadn't made up the whole thing. She prevailed upon her neighbor to go back to the house with her. In front of the deep freeze they found a small pool of water and a wet cat, busily licking itself. The neighbor subsequently told reporters that the cat was concentrating its licking on one of its hind legs, where some ice still remained, so that she, for one, believed the story. A follow-up dispatch, published a week later, reported that the cat was unharmed by the adventure. Further, Mrs. Graham was quoted as saying that the cat had had a large meal just before its disappearance, that as soon after its rescue as it had dried itself off, it took a long nap, precisely as it always did after a meal, and that it was not hungry again until evening. It was clear from the accounts that the life processes had been stopped dead in their tracks, and had, after defrosting, resumed at exactly the point where they left off. Perhaps it is unfair to put all the responsibility on one luckless cat. Had such a thing happened anywhere else in the country, it would have been talked about, believed by a few, disbelieved by most, and forgotten. But as the historic kick of Mrs. O'Leary's cow achieved significance because of the time and place that it was delivered, so the falling of Mrs. Graham's cat into the deep freeze became significant because it occurred in Los Angeles. There, and probably only there, the event was anything but forgotten. The principles it revealed became the basis of a hugely successful business. How shall we regard the Zeritsky brothers? As arch-villains or pioneers? In support of the latter view, it must be admitted that the spirit of inquiry and the willingness to risk the unknown were indisputably theirs. However, their pioneering, if we agree to call it that, was, equally indisputably, bound up with the quest for a fast buck. Some of their first clients paid as high as $15,000 for the initial freezing, and the exorbitant rate of $1,000 per year as a storage charge. The Zeritsky brothers owned and managed one of the largest quick freezing plants in the world, and it was their claim that converting the freezing equipment and storage facilities to accommodate humans was extremely expensive, hence the high rates. When the early clients who paid these rates were defrosted years later, and found other clients receiving the same services for as little as $3,000, they threatened a row, and the Zeritskys made substantial refunds. By that time they could easily afford it, and since any publicity about their enterprise was unwelcome to them, all refunds were made without a whimper. $3,000 became the standard rate, with $100 per year, the storage charge, and no charge for defrosting. The Zeritskys were businessmen, first and last. Anyone who had the fee could put himself away for whatever period of time he wished, and no questions asked. The ironclad rule that full payment must be made in advance was broken only once, as far as the records show. A certain young man had a very wealthy uncle residing in Milwaukee, whose heir he was, but the uncle was not getting along in years fast enough. The young man, then 18 years old, did not wish to waste the best years of his life as a poor boy. He wanted the money while he was young, but his uncle was as healthy as he was wealthy. The Zeritskys were the obvious answer to his problem. The agreement between them has been preserved. They undertook to service the youth without advance payment. They further undertook to watch the Milwaukee papers until the demise of the uncle should be reported, whereupon they would defrost the boy. In exchange for this, the youth, thinking of course that money would be no object when he came out, agreed to pay double. The uncle lived 17 years longer, during which time he seems to have forgotten his nephew, and to have become deeply interested in a mystic society, to which he left his entire fortune. The Zeritskys duly defrosted the boy, and whether they or he were the more disappointed is impossible to imagine. They never forgot the lesson and never made another exception to their rule. He, poor fellow, spent the rest of his life, including the best years, paying off his debt, which, at $3,000 plus 17 years at $100 per year, and the whole doubled, amounted to $9,400. The books record his slow but regular payments over the next 43 years, and indicate that he had only $250 left to pay when he died. We may, I think, assume that various underworld characters who were grateful ex-clients of the Zeritsky's were instrumental in persuading the boy to keep up his payments. Criminals were the first to apply for quick freezing and formed the mainstay of the Zeritsky's business through the years. What more easy than to rob, hide the loot, except for that all-important advance payment? Present yourself to the Zeritsky's and remain in their admirable chambers for 5 or 10 years, emerge to find the hue and cry long since died down and the crime forgotten, recover your haul, and live out your life in luxury? Due to the shady character of most of their patrons, the Zeritsky's kept all records by a system of numbers. Names never appeared on the books, and anonymity was guaranteed. Law enforcement agents, looking for fugitives from justice, found no way to break down this system, nor any law which they could interpret as making it illegal to quick freeze. Perhaps the truth is that they did not search too diligently for a law that could be made to apply. As long as the Zeritsky's kept things quiet and did not advertise or attract public attention, they could safely continue their bizarre business. City officials of Los Angeles, and particularly members of the police force, enjoyed a period of unparalleled prosperity. Lawyers and other experts who thought they were on the track of legal means by which to liquidate the Zeritsky empire found themselves suddenly able to buy a ranch or a yacht or both, and retire forever from the arduous task of earning a living. Even with a goodly part of the population of Los Angeles as permanent pensioners, the Zeritsky fortune grew to incredible proportions. By the time the Zeritsky brothers died and left the business to their sons, it was a gold mine, and an inexhaustible one at that. During these later years, the enterprise began to attract a somewhat better class of people. Murderers and other criminals continued to furnish the bulk of the business, but as word of this amazing service seeped through the country, others began to see in it an easy way of solving their problems. They were encouraged, too, by the fact that the process was painless and the firm completely reliable. There were no risks, no accidents, no fatalities. One could, in short, have confidence in the Zeritsky's. Soon after Monahan's great exposure rocked the nation, however, many of these better type clients leapt into print to tell their experiences. One of the most poignant stories came from the daughter of a Zeritsky client. Her father was still, at the age of 102, passionately interested in politics, but the chances of his lasting until the next election were not good. The daughter herself suggested the deep freeze, and he welcomed the idea. He decided on a 20-year stay because, in his own words, "If the Republicans can't get into the White House in 20 years, I give up." Upon his return, he found that his condition had not been fulfilled. His daughter described him as utterly baffled by the new world. He lived in it just a week before he left it, this time for good. She states his last words were, "How do you people stand it?" Some professional people patronized the Zeritsky's, chiefly movie stars. After the expose, fan magazines were filled with accounts of how the stars had kept youthful, The more zealous ones had prolonged their screen lives for years by the simple expedient of storing themselves away between pictures. We may imagine the feelings of their public upon discovering that the seemingly eternal youth of their favorites was due to the Zaritskys and not, as they had been led to believe, to expensive creams, lotions, diet, and exercise. There was a distinctly unfavorable reaction, and the letter columns of the fan magazines bristled with angry charges of cheating. But next to criminals, the majority of people who applied for quick freezing seems to have been husbands or wives caught in insupportable marital situations. Their experiences were subsequently written up in the confession magazines. It was usually the husband who fled to Los Angeles and incarcerated himself for an appropriate number of years, at the end of which time his unamiable spouse would have died or made other arrangements. If we can believe the magazines, this scheme worked out very well in most cases. There was, inevitably, one spiteful wife who divined her husband's intentions. By shrewd reasoning, she figured approximately the number of years he had chosen to be absent, and put herself away for a like period. In a TV dramatization rather pessimistically entitled "You Can't Get Away," the husband described his sensations upon being defrosted after 15 years, only to find his wife waiting for him right there in the reception room of the Zeritsky plant. She was as perfectly preserved as I was, he said. Every irritating habit that had made my life unbearable with her was absolutely intact. The sins of the fathers may be visited on the sons, but how often we see repeated the old familiar pattern of the sons destroying the life work of the fathers. The Zeritsky brothers were fanatically meticulous. They supervised every detail of their operations, and kept their records with an elaborate system of checks and double checks. They were shrewd enough to realize that complete dependability was essential to their business. A satisfied Zeritsky client was a silent client. One dissatisfied client would be enough to blow the business apart. The sons, in their greed, overexpanded to the point where they could not, even among the four of them, personally supervise each and every detail. A fatal mistake was bound to occur sooner or later. When it did, the victim broadcast his grievance to the world. The story appeared in a national magazine, every copy of which was sold an hour after it appeared on the stands. Under the title, "They Put the Freeze on Me," John A. Monahan told his tragic tale. At the age of 37, he had fallen desperately in love with a girl of 16. She was immature and frivolous, and wanted to play around a little more before she settled down. "She told me," he wrote, "to come back in 5 years, and that started me thinking. In 5 years I'd be 42, and what would a girl of 21 want with a man twice as old as her?" John Monahan moved in circles where the work of the Zeritskys was well known. Not only did he see an opportunity of being still only 37 when his darling reached 21, but he foresaw a painless way of passing the years which he must endure without her. Accordingly, he presented himself for the deep freeze, paid his $3,000 and the $500 storage charge in advance, and left, he claimed, written instructions to let me out in 5 years, so there'd be no mistakes. Nobody knows how the slip happened, but somehow John A. Monahan, or rather the number assigned to him, was entered on the books for 25 years instead of 5 years. Upon being defrosted and discovering that a quarter of a century had elapsed, his rage was awesome. Along with everything else, his love for his sweetheart had been perfectly preserved, but she had given up waiting for him and was a happy mother of 2 boys and 6 girls. Monahan's accusation that the Zeritskys had ruined his life may be taken with a grain of salt. He was still a young man, and the rumor that he received $100,000 for the magazine rights to his story was true. As most readers are aware, what has come to be known as Zeritsky's Law was passed by Congress and signed by the president 3 days after Monahan's story broke. 75 years after Mrs. Graham's cat fell into the freezer, it became the law of the land that the mandatory penalty for anyone applying quick freezing methods to any living thing, human or animal, was death. Also, all quick frozen people were to be defrosted immediately. Los Angeles papers reported that beginning on the day Monahan's story appeared, men by the thousands poured into the city. They continued to come, choking every available means of transport, for the next 2 days, until, that is, Zeritsky's Law went through. When we consider the date, and remember that due to the gravity of the international situation, a bill had just been passed drafting all men from 16 to 60, we realize why Congress had to act. The Zeritskys, of course, were among the first to be taken. Because of their experience, they were put in charge of a military warehouse for dehydrated foods, and warned not to get any ideas for a new business. End of Zeritsky's Law by Anne Griffith.